Good evening and welcome tonight to the May 22nd, 2023 Pelham Forestry Committee. It is 7:02. I just wanted to say thank you all for coming. If we could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Thank you. All right, so first thing on the meeting agenda tonight is a review of the meeting minutes. So we had, our previous meeting was on April 20th, 2023, and then we had a site walk, which was done on April 25th of 2023. Did all members have a chance to review the minutes? And if so, I would like to have someone take a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Paul.
I second that.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, also aye. There'll be no nays, so it'll be a 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, first up tonight, we're going to have open forum. So anybody that would like to come up, state their needs, state their concerns. There looks like a good amount of people in the crowd. In other boards that I've been on, I'd like to try to keep this to about 3 minutes per person. So anybody that comes up, please state your name and please sit to my left. Is there anybody that would like to come up? Please come on up.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Beth Jusome. I live over on Hines Lane. And quickly, I just wanted to mention that I went on the site walk over on Little Island Pond Conservation, and I think there was a discussion on whether the area was a wetland or not, and whether they should put a bridge in that site area. And after walking the area, I did hear some people say that the land gets dry at some parts during the year. And my opinion is even if some parts of the year that area is dry, it obviously looked really wet. The topography of the land made the water collect in that area. And I would strongly suggest the board looking at putting the bridge in. There was some ATV damage on the trail above that wet area, and I know tonight, I think on the agenda, you were going to discuss whether or not put a gate at the opening. It specifically says regarding a 6-foot bridge or punch-in bridge and gate at the opening. So I'd support the gate at the opening to prevent ATV use, because I think the last meeting, it was mentioned that there wasn't a lot of ATV use in the area.
Correct.
And obviously we did see some ATV use. So that's it, the bridge, and I support a gate.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
All right, next.
Alicia Hennessy, 71 Dutton Road. Last week I went to the people that live on Nature's Way because they were concerned about the boulders being removed and whether or not a gate was going to be installed. And I explained to them that the fire department is the ones that have to remove the boulders for fire safety, but they did not want it to remain open. And I walked the land with my husband about 4 days ago, and I did it again today.
Shut that off.
And one of the boulders was moved They had a huge machine come in, you can tell from the tracks,
Silent mode, too.
and it made it easy access for the ATVs to go through. And that just happened, like I said, in the last day or two. And the people, one of the persons I was talking to said, the ATVs were back there yesterday,
Okay.
as he said, buzzing around. So they would prefer, for their own safety and so they don't hear this noise constantly of ATVs, they would prefer the gate. And I'm just here to express their opinion. And I'm for that too. I think if you keep that open, it's an open invitation to come over from the Costa land, go up Nature Way, and go down there with ATVs. And really destroy the land. And that land was bought by the townspeople with their own money, and also the state coughed in some money for that too. So there was quite a working relationship between a lot of people to purchase that land to preserve the watershed of Little Island Pond. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. John Pickard, 57 South Shore Drive in Pelham, New Hampshire. I had emailed you a presentation. Did everybody get a copy of that?
We did, it was, hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure everybody had a chance to read through it.
Okay. I have a copy of it now. I can hand out if that would be helpful.
If you'd like, we can get a copy of it after.
I've got a copy, John. I read it. Thank you.
I have a copy of it, John.
I'll take one, John. Thank you, sir. So guys, really, I'm just trying to open a discussion. A lot of you guys know my concerns with what's been going on the past couple of years, and it's actually refocused my attention because I kind of stepped away for a while. And with some of the site walks we've done with the hiking trails and everything else, the more I walk around town, the more upset I get. These trails and forest system is supposed to be open for us. It's not supposed to be locked down like Fort Knox. It is getting insane. Boulders in the way, locked gates. This is the forest. Come on, people. I can't believe that what I'm seeing. If emergency vehicles need to get back there, they need to get back there. There's still rocks blocking gates or blocking trails and lock gates in unnecessary locations. You guys talk about Nature's Way. That's right behind my house. I hear if an ATV's back there. Hardly ever do I hear ATV use back there. And you can't sit there and block off every single trail because somebody might go down it. Horses are allowed back there, mountain bikers are allowed back there, handicapped access is allowed back there, and then most importantly, emergency services need to be able to get back in these woods in a quick fashion. And we got to stop putting roadblocks and barriers in front of every trail. I go, guys, this is getting ridiculous. So, yeah, what are your thoughts?
With discussion from the public,
Yeah.
we're not, I'd rather take the information in, and then we can discuss it.
That's fine.
And we'll add it to an agenda if we, as we go down. There's a number of things on this agenda tonight that might touch upon some of the concerns and questions you have. And the board will discuss it, and we'll vote accordingly. And if there's anything else you'd like to add to that, please do so.
Just like I said, I've, some of the things, the Class 6 roads were taken away, from people like me. They were told that they were going to be improved, so fire equipment, emergency services equipment could get back there. I did go hike it. I'm not seeing that. Paul, the repairs you did back there, too narrow. I don't see any emergency equipment getting back through there. The gates, they're in the wrong location. You guys just built stairs down a main access trail. I'm like, come on, this is supposed to be open for emergency access. Guys, we lost our way. You know, I'm not the enemy. I put a lot of time into these trails.
Mr. Lamoureux?
Yeah, John, you know, you need to know, you can beat us up all you want,
Yeah.
but it was previous.
Oh, yes,
So I just want the public at home to know
Yes.
that, you know,
yes. Believe me, it took me a while to kind of figure out how
yeah,
the
there's a lot of
process
things that
happens.
were already, you know, set in motion
Yeah.
to this point, so.
Well, like I said, we'll be discussing a few items on this tonight.
Okay.
And if you need to come back up for anything else after, we'll, you know, we'll make the motion for it.
No, like I said, the gates have got to stop. There's no requirement to lock Class A trails, none of that stuff.
Thank you,
Got to
John.
change. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening, board members. Matthew Fisher. I'm in a butter to the Class A trail on Spalding-Gumpus Hill area, formerly a Class 6 road. I want to start off by saying I agree with John. I don't think that, you know, we should be locked out of these areas. And speaking of locks, there's a gate that abuts my property, and the code for the lock has been changed and not given to me. So I'm now locked out of my property, that I can't access my property because I don't have the code to that gate. I don't have the codes to any of the gates. So if I wanted to access my property from a different point, you know, preferably an easier route, I don't have the codes to any of those gates, Spalding Hill or the Musquash area. The gate that abuts my property is sort of a rough road. If you don't have a real all-terrain vehicle, it's real difficult to access through that point. I also want to point out that the Class 6 road, when I mean, I don't know at what point the landowners were contacted, if it was before the warrant article or before the vote, but not all of the landowners were contacted prior to this. Because I own my property with other cousins and members of my family, and none of them were contacted. None of them. I was the only one. So I want the board to understand that's part of my gripe. I have one more thing. I'm going to try to keep this short because I know I only have 3 minutes. Do I have access to a camera?
Jim, is that camera working? All right.
Okay. What you see before you is a pallet from a supposed target up in the Spalding Hill area, I believe. This was presented to the Conservation Committee in November, and I think to the Board of Selectmen a week later in November this past year. I'm going to call you out by name, Paul. Paul Gagnon presented this picture as a reason that 30-plus acre fire had begun. Now, I want everyone to take a real good close look at this picture. There is nothing in this picture that is burned at all. I've shown this picture to countless people who don't even know the story, and they agree with me that there is nothing in this picture that shows anything that's burned. With that being said, I would like to show you a picture of what a burned forest actually looks like.
All right, we have just a minute or so.
Can everybody see that?
Yep.
And I have another copy. This is off of the Blue Trail, the one that connects Spalding Hill and Tower Hill. And I have a few pictures of that, actually.
Okay. Just shut this off. All right. I'm really trying to keep things, you know, to 3 minutes. I'm sure you can understand. There's still a number of people out there. I will give you an extra minute to just show you half the show.
Well, thank you for your time. I've been trying to get up here for the past few months.
I appreciate it, Matthew, and, we'll take all this information in and, as the board moves forward, there's only so much we can do with, votes from the town and warrant articles and stuff like that, so, but the information provided is helpful for us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew.
Hello, everyone. James Fisher, CV Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. How you doing?
Good. How are
How you doing?
Good.
Hi, James.
So I was here last meeting, and I offered my services to make some signs for all the trails. So I made a template, or just a preliminary one.
Just hold it in front of you, gentlemen. People will be able to see it.
Here we go. How's that?
Nice.
Nice.
You can see that?
Yeah, very good.
Wow.
All right, so if you guys would have it, I would love to make these and put them on all the trailheads, intersections, so on. I think they'd be a little cleaner than what we have there now. Maybe take some of the tags off the trees, and keep it open, pretty, more like a forest and not littered all over the
Did you model those after anything? Those were modeled after, was it the Hudson Trails?
Yeah, I think I had showed you a picture of that
Yeah.
at the previous meeting. Hudson did a nice job with all theirs, and in between the trailheads, they have, I think they have different color codes for their trails, and they might spray a little bit on a tree as you go along every
Yep.
100 yards or so, just so you kind of know where you're going. But that's pretty much what they do. And
What
it's
kind of
nice.
time did it take you to make something like that?
It's not too bad. The stenciling is a little tough to kind of lay out and keep it straight, but I think if I had like a milling machine, like a computerized rig, I could get it done a lot quicker, but
Okay.
it's not so bad.
Nice. I would, I don't know if we can keep a copy of that, or,
Have it. This is
Yeah.
yours.
Okay, thank you. And then maybe we can discuss it further in another meeting, and have a vote on something like that.
Yep.
Maybe some new areas that we are opening up, we can potentially, try these type of signs and see how they work out with the public and such.
All right.
Mr. Lamro?
Jim, what was your idea? How do you think we can somehow or another coordinate with you to, I guess what we'll have to do is get together to figure out what sign for what areas?
Yeah, I mean, we can just
What
take,
what was your thought process on figuring that out?
well, we can start slow, I guess, on a certain area, like with Compass Pond, we could start there, or Spalding Hill Road, doesn't matter to me. And we'll just get a few signs out there and see how they go. Basically, we just need a 4x4, got to get it on the ground, attach a sign to it. And maybe we can just do one trail area, like maybe the long trail, just hit every section of the long trail, see how that works out. Let's take it one step at a time.
Yeah, I would like to talk about this in a further meeting, if everybody
Yeah.
would be up for that.
I would, definitely.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, I just want to say, the two previous people that came up and spoke, I agree with them 100% on the gates, the rocks, the gate codes. I mean, I was promised the gate codes. I had them at the beginning. They were taken away, and I was not contacted with new gate codes. And I don't know why. The gate has not been touched. Nothing's been done up there. I own land up there, and like Matt said, it's a little tough to get in coming up the Tower Hill Road area. And if there are 3 gates to access all that area up there, I should have all 3 of the gate codes. If I want to access my property from Spalding Hill or Gowing Road, I should be able to get in that way. I mean, I've lived in this town my entire life, and I don't like being shut out back there. I've respected that whole area. And it's an absolute insult to have this happen. It really is. It's like it's been taken over for just one purpose, and that's walking only. And it's not right. And the way it went down, the way I was not notified. There are a lot of the abutters out there were notified in the fall, the early fall of 2021. I was not notified at all. And Paul, you and I talked about this.
Well, one of the things, Jim, is we,
I have to say something, because
Sure.
abutters were not notified a long time before you. They were notified before you. I acknowledge that. And I've acknowledged that in your presence, and I've apologized for that. But you got to do things one at a time. I didn't notify them months before.
Paul, you
And
went
the
to, you
gate
went to
codes-
see people in person, and you never notified me. Paul, I have all these are all the emails from forestry from
Okay,
2021 to
fine.
present.
Okay. And
It's all in here.
And the gate codes are under control. We're going to talk about this later. They're under the control of the fire department. And you know why that is, Jim? Because it used to be under the forest, and I've told you this too, it used to be under the control of the forestry committee. And then one day, the gate at Gowing Lane had been cut off and a personal lock had been put on it. So we changed all the codes. Forestry continued to maintain control. Then I was out there with Nick Murphy from the fire department, who you saw me. I was in his UTV. The gate at Gowing was unlocked. The gate near your house was unlocked. And the fire chief said, that's it. These gate codes aren't going to be controlled by forestry any longer. And the fire chief took control of who has the gate codes. I don't know the gate codes. Nobody up here knows the gate codes. We can't give you the gate codes because it's become a safety issue that nobody kept the gate codes secret enough and the gates were being unlocked. That's just the fact. We don't have the gate codes. We don't manage the gate codes. We did. We tried to give them out to people, and then it got abused. So I'm sorry, but we are not the ones that you should be throwing stones at about the gate codes.
Yes, you
And when
are,
you say the only thing that's allowed is hiking, would you iterate specifically what's not allowed? Tell us, itemize what's not allowed, please.
What do you mean what's not allowed?
What's not allowed on our trails? You said the only thing that's allowed is hiking. I would like to know what's not allowed.
Well, what you can't get out on a lot of these trails is they're we'll take,
Yes,
Gumpus-
please
we'll-
itemize what can't get on the trails.
Let's take the Gumpus Pond parking area, for instance.
Yes,
Access that trail,
yes,
besides the gate, you
Yeah.
have about 1 foot of open space between the boulder and the gate. That's it. That's all you have. You can't get a motorized wheelchair in there. You can't get a horse in there. None of these things can pass.
1 foot, really? I couldn't even walk through 1 foot. I don't have to go
One
through
foot, I
that
can
sideways.
barely squeak my bicycle through it.
So it's 2 feet.
No, I'll bet you, I'll go out there and measure that with you. It's under 2 feet.
Hey, guys, we're well over the 3 minutes on this, and I'm not sure we're going to rectify anything tonight, the back and forth here. So if there's something else you'd like to add, I'll give you another 30 seconds on there, but I do like to wrap this up.
At the beginning of all this, I just want everybody to know that I was not notified. I have a neighbor who lives down at the very beginning of Tower Hill Road who was notified. And I also have one at the very beginning of Spalding Hill Road, or the very end, where it turns to a Class 6 road with the dirt is. They were notified in the fall of 2021. I was not notified. Paul, I talked to you right out here in the lobby a little while ago, and you told me, there are two reasons you told me why you couldn't get in touch with me. One was that you didn't have my phone number, which is absolute BS.
All right.
And then you
Yeah.
told me
All right,
you were
guys.
afraid to contact me. And that's not right. For you to sit there and be appointed to sit there and do this and not involve me in all that when my property's out there is not right. Thank you for
Thank you,
your
Mr.
time.
Fisher.
Jim, stay there for a second, please.
Well, quickly.
Can I speak quickly? One thing, he's 100% right. I mean, you got to realize that his family and the people over there, we have to give them the codes because when it went on the ballot, the language is right there. He can probably find it. I'm sure he has. The language was right
I
there,
have it.
spelling it out, that we got to give him the codes.
Well, we're going to be discussing.
And we're going to talk
K2
about it,
codes,
yeah,
towards the
at
end
the end of the meeting. Stay
Hopefully
here
you'll stay around.
on this code situation, because we definitely got to address that.
I appreciate that. I appreciate all your time and listening to this, and hopefully we can clarify all this, and everybody can use the forest and enjoy it in many different ways. That's really all we're looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. And
thanks
thank
a
you
lot.
very much for the signs, and like I said, I'd love to keep a copy of that if you don't mind.
Yeah,
I'd like to have the
I'll
sign,
Give
yeah.
it to you later. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
One more quick point.
State your name, please.
John Pickard, South Shore Drive. You mean to tell me that the fire chief dictates how we get into the forest? Seriously? No way. That can't be true. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Picard. Anyone else?
John LaRochelle, Surrey Lane.
What was it? Surrey Lane?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, I hear everybody talking about maintaining the trails and what have you, and getting out there and doing work, putting in bridges and stuff. This is my first meeting with the forestry. Is there a group or a committee that runs that whole thing to upkeep the trails?
There's a number of,
I mean, is it just random, or is it just like?
no, there's trail adopters, there's subcommittee members, and I'm sure there's people that are unnamed that are not on some of these committees.
Are we gonna make that sort of like more organized?
It's in my plan, for sure. Or, in discussion in my plan. I would like to have, as many people that are interested. There's different things that happen in all different parts of the town and different quadrants. It'd be nice to be able to reach out to people who are in certain areas to be able to, expedite things. And, work parties to get things done are great. The more the merrier, the faster things get done. And, sometimes better ideas. And by working together, we can be one nice, happy
Well,
town.
I volunteer my time, and if you need somebody to help run it, I volunteer that as well.
I really appreciate it, Mr. LaRochelle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And under 3 minutes.
Mr. Hennessy, do you see his hand up?
I was looking at something.
Dave Hennessy, Dedham Road. I won't need 3 minutes. I think there's a lot of confusion in the town regarding Class 6 roads, trails, all the rest of it. Last week, I attended at the Municipal Association up in Concord, the third time I've taken this class. It was all morning. It's called A Hard Road to Travel, about class roads and all that. Now, as I said, I've taken this is the third time I've taken it. I was stunned at how much I've either forgotten or how much has changed. And I urge everybody here to just contact the planning department. They can give you the Zoom tape. You can access that and take a look at it. Class 6 roads, for example, cannot be locked. You can't lock them. It's against the law. You got to leave them open. They cannot be maintained. The town should not be putting a dollar into the maintenance of that. Because it is a public way, even though it's almost impassable, just the way it is. Big difference between a Class 6 road and a private road. Private people, you all know, the town is now no longer, since the last 10 years, not allowed to maintain private roads. It's up to the people on there. So it's on and on. All I'm suggesting is that certainly members of this committee and the public, if you contact Jen Beauregard, our planning director, she can give you the tape. She can give you the link to go watch this. I warn you, parts of this is so boring, it brought me to tears. But there's some good information in there that I think that everybody needs to know. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hennessy.
Mr. Hennessy? Thank you. Very good information.
Anyone else?
Hi there.
Hi.
Michelle Cook, Hines Lane. I am for the gates and locking it down to preserve the forest. I've seen what can happen when the gates are not there, when people do ride their quads. And I'm not anti-quad. I have my own. I bought my own land for my kids to ride it, so I'm not anti-quad. That being said, I'm not riding through the forest. I'm not disturbing the wetlands. I'm not disturbing the wildlife. So as far as the gates being up, moving the rocks a little so we can get a bike through, all for. The gates, the fire department, police can access. I think the neighbors should be able to get over there too, but that's not up to us. But I don't think removing a gate is going to be the answer. I think we should have the gates up to stop anything going further, because they are wide. You could fit your Jeep through when we did the walk. And there is puddles caused by ATVs back there. So that's all I just want to say is, once you open Pandora's box, removing one gate, you're going to start removing them all, and it's going to be a mess for our forests. That's my only concern.
Thank you
Thanks.
very much.
Sure.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Come on up.
3 times? 2 times? 5 times? When are you gonna stop?
People take their time to come out.
Hi again. This will be really quick. Mr. Fisher mentioned that the gate and rocks at the Gumpus Pond Conservation Area were kind of tight, and I agree with him. I have a picture, and I sometimes bike in that area, and getting my bike between the gate and the rock is definitely doable, but it's tight. You definitely can't, you have to get off your bike. And to get a horse through, it might be difficult. I have a photo, I don't know if you want to pass it. So I do think that rock could
I could have you email it to me at another point. You know,
Sure, so I
yeah.
do think that rock could be passed over a little bit.
Okay.
And as far as the safety on the trails is, with the rocks, I know the police have chased people down Hines Lane, ATVs, and followed them into the conservation area. And the police have keys, and with the gates, they access the area really quick.
Excellent.
I've known one incident where the police were able to open the gate quick, get onto the conservation and area, and apprehend the ATV driver. So it didn't really slow him down.
Excellent.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Anyone? All right, we will close open forum. So we will move to first item on the agenda, which for new business is going to be a discussion and vote on a secretary. So as I read into the last meeting that we had, that legal had responded to two legal opinions that, you know, we shouldn't have someone that is a treasurer, because one, we don't have, first, we don't have bylaws, and we'll have that on the agenda later. And second, that their opinion was that somebody that's not an appointed member of the Forestry Committee from the Board of Selectmen should not be labeled as a secretary. So with that being said, you know, I've received and I've handed out all the numbers that Chris Gallagher has passed along to us. I've hoped that and everybody had a chance to review them. It is pretty detailed, and it is something that it looks like she, you know, takes very seriously. You know, it's what she does for a living. I'd like to open it up to discussion for others. My opinion is, I mean, I speak with the town finance department, and, you know, my opinion would be is I would like, I don't mind Chris doing what she's doing because she's very good at it, but my opinion would be is she can maintain doing what she's doing, but I will be the liaison when she has, hold on, Bob, when her work is ready and she wants to send something to get paid, or, you know, or a check gets sent out, that it gets sent to me, and if she wants to include all the members on it, that's fine, but then I will be the one to send it out to the town, to the treasurer's department, and, you know, along with the minutes, and, you know, showing the vote, and that way the communication is just through me, and it's covered, and I'm a appointed member of the board.
Mr. Chair, I'm a little confused because it says secretary.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize, I
So,
batted out of order
am
a
I
little bit.
confused, or
No,
are
I
you
apologize. If
confused?
you guys are okay with doing this, and then we'll flip-flop to record keeper after, I apologize. Are you guys okay with that? I mean, I could say it all over again, and we'll just keep continuing. So, sorry about that. Good
So
catch.
we're on record keeping?
We're on record keeper, we're going to go back to secretary
Okay,
after that.
okay, I got it now.
All right, so, any thoughts on that? Or if anybody has, you know, wants to put a motion together or anything. The motion, I'd like to discuss it first, other people's opinions, if anybody has anything. So I'm not looking to take away, oh, go ahead, Ray.
You know, I know Chris is very organized here, and as even some of the other board members had noted, that she does a great job with basically like the budgeting of projects of sort. And I would be comfortable with her maintaining somewhat of a visible budget for future things. Regarding, expenses with, debits and credits, we do have, the town has people that will be handling that. So if she's, okay possibly with doing budgetary stuff or some visibility for the board, I'd be okay with that. As far as any check issuing or to the town, I know the town has their own, treasurer to do so. I'd be comfortable with that. Because one of the things that, within the last few years of even being a subcommittee member and so forth, this is the first time I've seen one of these, honestly. And really been able to digest it, totally transparently in front, and, even till like Brian's on with locks for gates and so forth. A lot of that information wasn't totally spread around. Because I was kind of surprised that he has all the locks for the gates. That's just my two cents on it, that's all.
Sure. Linda? Paul?
Okay. I'd like to keep it the way it is. I think that she does a great job. I think the detail is important, and I don't think we're going to get the same level of detail through the town that we get through her. And we frankly never asked for this report in the past. I mean, I was on the subcommittee, but I don't think anybody, every month, I never saw it on the agenda. I never heard anybody talk about it. Very rarely, if there was a question, she was usually in the audience and she answered the question. If there's any sort of paperwork that we needed, it was right there, the next day or even that night. So I'm okay with that added step, if she does what she does, because this is much more detailed than we're going to get from the town. And we're going to know historically where we spent every dime of money that we spent. So if you're okay doing that extra step and having her send everything to you, I think we remain the way it is.
Yeah, I just wanted to keep communication with the town a lot more simple. I've had conversations with the town, and there's a lot of back and forth, and, there's double emails, triple emails, and stuff like that. And I think, I'm more than happy, unless someone else wants it, but I have no problem. The bookkeeping she does is great. I'm good with that. But I would, like I said, she can send it to me and CC all of us on it if she wants to. And what I'll do is I'll be the one to make sure it sends over, and, I'll make sure I have the minutes, that are attached to it as we move forward on things. I know there's a lot of projects that are still, in limbo that are being worked on before I got here. And, but moving forward, that's the way I'd like to do it, but, Paul?
First, I don't know quite where to start. And go back to what you said about the town attorney. I think the town
Yes.
attorney's comments are moot, because the town attorney was talking about a treasurer, and we don't have a treasurer. So he was completely the question he was asked was the wrong question. So the answer he gave was the wrong answer. There is no treasurer. Nobody handles any money. We all know that. What Ray described is precisely what happens, and it's what's happened for 20 years that I've been on this board. Deb used to keep this spreadsheet. It may have changed a little bit. Chris has made some changes here and there. It hasn't changed in 20 years. Bob's been on the board a long time. Deb used to give us these spreadsheets.
At the meetings.
He would request the checks.
Yeah, and
Not
I-
all the time. When we asked
I
for
did
them, we'd get them.
request them over and over again. I can go back in the videos and see. Everybody keeps saying that I didn't request them, but the only reason I requested them is because this is what I'm used to seeing, and you just said it.
Yeah. So if you want to insert yourself between Chris and the financial department, I guess, go ahead. I see it as a bureaucracy and a bureaucratic step that is just going to slow things down, but that's okay. I mean, if that's what you want to do. But I do think Chris does a fine job of keeping this, and up to now, people have been paid. Our money's been well managed. If anything, by us keeping track of this, we've found errors on the town side. So be careful thinking the town financial people are perfect, and what we've done isn't, because there certainly
I
have
haven't
been
said that.
cases where
Yeah.
bills get paid by the wrong organization, or we don't exactly know how much money is in the treasury, or Eric sends money in and it doesn't get into our account. So what Chris does is critical to us, and I'd like to see her continue to do it. But if you want to be the liaison for whatever reason, okay.
Well, it's, like I said, it's up to the board if somebody wants to make a motion or not make a motion or table it, or I'm just making a decision. I mean, that's just my 2 cents.
I'd like to put my 2 cents in. I kind of spent some good time, and I'm not quite sure if I agree with Paul on the legal sense. I guess what I got out of it was that there should be nobody that's not appointed by the town, that's, dealing with the money, handling the money, and going in to see the girls in the office to get the checks and stuff like that. That's the way I understood what town council had said. Now, do you think maybe we should follow up on this, Paul, and find out exactly what the question was and what the real answer is?
No, really, I don't. I think we're belaboring the point. This woman keeps a spreadsheet, okay? Let's not exaggerate the importance of the job. She keeps a spreadsheet. We make motions to spend money. Chris keeps track of the motion. You see the spreadsheet. If it's not acceptable to you, assign somebody else to it. I think it's perfectly fine. I think she's done a good job for a long time. I've never found a mistake with it. I know of no example where somebody didn't get paid. I know of no example where somebody got overpaid. So we're having this long discussion, and we don't have one bit of evidence that shows that what we've done for 20 years hasn't worked. So why, if it works, don't fix it?
I'm not asking her to change anything other than I'll just be the liaison between the board and the town, that's all. That's
So,
when
right,
she's
so
done with
let me-
everything.
let me just
She
understand
shoots
this, so-
forwards the email to me. and
All right, so
just
if I
forward it to
do a
the town.
volunteer job, let's say we decide to build a bridge.
Yep,
Or let's say we decide to do a project, an upgrade project somewhere. So we're gonna buy gravel, we're gonna build a bridge, we're gonna hire somebody to help, let's say Mike Taylor, okay?
Yeah.
So we vote $5,000 to do the job. Okay. The bill comes in for the gravel, it's $500. So what's gonna happen? That bill's gonna go to Chris, and then she's gonna request to you, and then you're gonna request from the financial people who are gonna pay the gravel company the $500. And then I'm gonna go to the lumber yard and I'm gonna buy the lumber, or Ray is if he volunteers, or Bob or Linda, and we're gonna buy the material we need, and then we're gonna submit that bill to Chris, and then she's gonna request payment, and it's gonna go to you, and then you're gonna send to the financial people, and they're gonna pay me. And then whoever we hire, like, let's say Mike Taylor, he's gonna submit a bill to somebody, and they're gonna go to Chris, and then she's gonna go to you. And I don't know that it adds anything. I mean, if you wanna get in the middle,
I don't mind, I mean, I'm quick with email, I follow up with stuff, I'm very organized, but I just think the less people that have to deal with the, people in the town, the better. That's all, and that's based on conversations I've had, that's all. So,
okay.
I'd like to interject that, Chris, if she wants, to maintain drafting this as, it's very organized, it's definitely an asset to us, as record keeping, but as a liaison of payment, issuing in and out of accounts and to vendors of sort, then, it's more town-centric at the town point, instead of having somebody in between that's not an elected person on the board, issuing payments, collecting payments, and so forth. Maybe it would streamline it a little bit more. I haven't talked to the town where, if that would speed things up for either vendors or the process. Just to have the board handling it seems to make some sense, and some assistance on the record keeping.
Just so we
is
know,
nice,
the
too.
checks don't come through Chris.
correct.
All she does is submit a request to the town and submits the invoice, and the town pays the vendor. Okay, so there's no money flowing. That's why this thing the attorney said was,
Well, I think the one thing with the
Wrong.
attorney was, before I got in, and again, I can't speak on behalf before I, was appointed by the Board of Selectmen. Her auto signature said she was the treasurer, she was an appointed treasurer, and that was the whole reason where the attorney got involved, because they said, that was the part of it. An email would go out, and it was assumed on the other side that she was the treasurer, and whatever she says goes. I mean, it just, everything going to them just needs to have the minutes showing the vote, that it's authorization, and the bookkeeping part of it is, she's great at it. I'll take one less thing she has to deal with. And I think being appointed by the board, a Board of Selectmen, is probably the right thing to do. Then it falls on me, if in fact something ever does happen. So I'm not taking anything away from her, other than it'll just go through the board.
Yeah, I disagree with Ray. I think that we just keep it the way it is. Like Paul said, we've been doing this forever. It works smoothly, everybody gets paid, there's no discrepancies. I don't exactly know why you want to get involved, but if you want to get involved, more power to you.
He's elected.
Yeah, I
Appointed.
kind of know where Mike's thinking. It's one more step of accountability. So therefore, I'd like to make a motion that that's what we do. Everything goes to Mike, because he's appointed, and there's an attorney question, and I'm not quite sure of exactly what the answer is, but for accountability, he has to make sure that whatever goes to the girls has been voted on properly at a meeting before it's funded. That's one step that I'm not sure, I don't believe that the girls know every single vote that we took at a meeting. You follow me? So that's a little questionable. So anyway, there's a motion on the floor to let Mike run it through Mike. I think it's a good idea. I think it creates accountability. You got to remember, if it doesn't work, if there's something wrong with it, if it can always be changed.
Go ahead, yes.
Before we make a motion on that, we did change the process a little bit when Mike took over by adding the minutes have to be attached with the vote to an invoice to go to the town hall to get paid. So the only difference now is going to be that Mike will be the liaison between us and the town. So I don't think anything that she does should change.
No, I'm not asking her to change anything, other than the email address she'll send it to will come to me. And then I'm the accountable for it if something, if something is not correct. I was appointed by the Board of Selectmen, and, we deal with, arguably hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I'm a taxpayer, we're all taxpayers here, everybody in the crowd. I just feel like if the Board of Selectmen asked me to be the chair of this committee, that I have no problem, again, not challenging her bookwork. I think it's great. I just want to change one little part of it, that's all. And I'll add one other thing to it. Our Board of Selectmen member, Heather, is outlining, and she'll talk about it, bylaws, and this is something that, we got to kind of formulate. And we'll have a discussion, again, the five of us, along with Heather, who's trying to help us with the bylaws. And maybe we'll change things up a little bit. But I agree, don't reinvent the wheel, Paul. It's good. I just think that I would rather be accountable for it than find out 2 weeks after something happens. And I could give examples, and I'm not going to bring them up on TV, but I will put it upon myself to be the one to take the fall for it. That's all. Unless someone else on the committee wants it. But if not, I'll be the one.
I put a motion on the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed?
Anybody opposed?
I'm opposed.
I'm opposed as well.
So 3-2 vote. All right, I'm going to backtrack, go to the secretary. on the new business on the agenda. So, last meeting, I had spoken with Stephanie Cody, who was doing meeting minutes prior. Well, she kind of stepped back a little bit with some of the things going on with the previous board, and she had no interest in doing the meeting minutes anymore and kind of keeping track of things. About an hour before the meeting, I received an email from her that she would like to withdraw her name from doing meeting minutes, and I respect that, and there will be no vote for her tonight. I've had several other people who have reached out to me that would be interested in doing it. If she is not interested, I don't have anything to bring to the board tonight. With that being said, I will continue to do the meeting minutes, and hopefully at the next meeting in June, we can discuss and vote on that. Does anybody have any questions or have anything they'd like to add? All right. So we'll add that to the next agenda. All right, next on the agenda, we have, so we did a site walk over at Nature's Way. I'd like to discuss the results of our site walk and what it's going to be done regarding the area in question, a 6-foot bridge or a puncheon bridge, and gates at the opening.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, the camera.
Update.
Ah, Jesus. I gotta put my glasses on.
You're always ahead of yourself.
You know what? I don't have my glasses on. I apologize. Backtrack. Camera update. We are discussing moving the camera from Tower Hill Road to Costa Conservation Area. Update from Nick Spanos, if he is here. And the annual cost to reconnect with the police department.
Good evening, Forestry Board. Nick Spanos. Last meeting, I volunteered to move the camera. Paul gave me Don's number. I did not contact him. I wanted to talk to you guys again. After you guys voting me in to move it, I got a lot of backlash via email, how I shouldn't be moving it. It's some sophisticated camera that's hooked up to the police station, even though I've been asking for pictures. And if you look on your spreadsheet of the invoice, it's just a trail camera. And I believe Mr. Fisher verified that it was the same thing, and I think even Mr. Gagnon. So I have not done anything yet. I wanted to talk to you guys again. I'm still more than happy to do it, but I'm just trying to save the town some money. If you guys, nothing against DEM, if they want to, you guys want to have them do it and spend money, great. If you want free labor, I'm your guy for that only. I'm just trying to do my little part of the puzzle to help the town out and to help this committee out in any way that I can.
I'll make a motion to have Nick move the camera as discussed at our last meeting.
I second that.
All in favor?
Do we have to make a vote for that? I'm confused, but okay.
I mean, just following up on an email, there was a lot of confusion back and forth of who owned the cameras, who didn't own the cameras. There's an annual fee for it to be linked up to the police department, and so.
Have we noticed, have we seen any activity on there that warrants that we have that? I mean, so like I said, so my game camera, it's 250 photos a month for $5 a month. So I think that one was what? More than that, right? Like, I think you guys have it set up for like 500 photos a month. I mean, are we getting, what are we getting, a couple 6-pointers on there? 6-point bucks? I mean, or are we getting any illegal activity? We could cut down the camera usage and that'd be an extra, assuming it's the same as mine, $5 a month cheaper. I mean.
Yeah, from what I've found out is we do own the cameras, and there was some discussion on that. But based on some emails that we did purchase I'm not sure we purchased them, but they are owned by forestry. As far as moving the cameras themselves, I've gotten so many back and forth, emails. I've forwarded them to you guys. Hopefully you've read them. I've actually walked the Nature's Way. I've spoke with both neighbors at the end of Nature's Way and forwarded you emails from the actual abutters that live, if you're looking at Nature's Way, they live to the right, and, you know, they're vehemently against having any cameras in that area. They have small children, they have a small child. He's a police officer, he's not in any favor at all of having anything. He said in their messages that they have no record of ever having anybody drive down there and any machines, whether it's dirt bikes, have any problems that they're having. If anything, you know, they have concerns about, you know, some of the vegetation that was put up in that area, which, again, you know, that'll be a topic at another time. So I would like to have a discussion on even if we need to put a camera in this area.
I wasn't proposing this area. It says Costa Conservation Area.
Oh, I'm sorry, Paul.
Nature's Way.
Can I ask the question, what exactly are the cameras for? Is it to bag quad people? Is it for someone with a gun? Is it to eliminate a rape? What exactly are the cameras for?
The cameras were originally purchased and trained on the gate near Mr. Fisher's property because we'd had an event in the past, as you know, Bob, where the gate was ripped out. And we were going to put a gate in the middle of the woods, and the concern was we were going to spend a couple thousand, whatever it is, 1,500 or something, I forget what it was for a gate. We wanted to train we trained 2 cameras, one from each direction on the gate. And I said to Mr. Fisher that it wouldn't be there forever. I think I told him it'd be out by December. Obviously, I didn't achieve that. That was December of 2022. We did take one of the cameras out. We moved it to Woolven because there was quite a bit of ATV activity at Woolven. We trained it on the trail. So, yes, the purpose of moving it now, since that gate is fine, as Mr. Fisher reported, and it's been there for, I don't know, a year or more, and it hasn't been ripped out, the proposal is to take the second camera down and move it. I had said on camera, I'd said last meeting, I believe, that we could put it at the bridge at Costa. It's a bridge that you guys built long time ago. It's an old one, right at the beginning of the trail. Everybody's forced to go over that, and yes, it would be to see ATVs riding on those trails. Now, if you don't want to have cameras on the trails and you don't want to monitor ATVs, then get rid of the cameras. That's fine. I mean, it's not fine with me. I think they're a deterrent, but if you don't want to have cameras, we won't have cameras. But the proposal is to move it from that gate because it appears that, at least up to now, the gate hasn't been destroyed, and use it to deter other activities.
Hold on now. Nick's sitting there and he had his hand up. I'm not the chair.
Nick, you first.
Mr. Chair?
Hopefully no riffraff's watching this, and only good citizens are watching this. Isn't it true that even if they have them on cameras, they can't prosecute? So, and again, I'm not saying not to have them, I'm just asking. I had heard that, I thought we talked about that before. I thought the police, even if they have someone committing a crime, there's always plausible deniability. Well, that guy wearing the helmet, how do you know it said Spanos Electric? How do you know that it was Nick driving it and not somebody else that used to work for him? So I guess my question is, we're beating this up back and forth. I don't know. Does anybody here know if it?
Bob? Or Ray?
My experience, working with the police department for, I don't know, 35, 40 years, and we did the cameras. We did our own personal varmint cameras. It was to pick up quad people going on groomed trails. It was the snowmobile club that did it, and we found out that we couldn't do anything with the pictures. They couldn't prosecute or do anything with them, kind of like, almost like as if it was illegal. So I'm not sure. I would say it's illegal to use if somebody else. I mean, I don't know if they do it themselves. I'm not quite sure.
You know, back to, I think definitely if there's a volunteer that wants to move the cameras, I think that's a great thing, Nick. And, because I'm not sure what the electrician would supply, charge us to do so. I mean, so that, we appreciate that. I think that's a great thing. If we have an area such as Nature's Way where there seems to be a lot of people concerned with, the moving of the rocks, all kinds of machines. Chair Mike had gone out, I guess, and talked to a couple neighbors just very recently on this, that said that they directly abut that opening, and there really hasn't been really any problems with people driving down that main road going in there. And it's...
Ray, not to interject, but as Paul said, it's not that Nature's Way that we're talking. Well, you know what it is? There's on the kiosk there, it says surveillance camera, and that was recently added. So that's why they were asking about that.
Deb worked with the police department and had these, I can't give you the answers because I wasn't the one who did it, but she worked with the police department and they said, put up these signs, and they helped her with the language of the signs. And so she put the signs up. It says something to the effect that there may be cameras in use. It doesn't say they are, but they may be. It was intended as a deterrent, and we thought if we move the cameras around, it might deter ATV activity. You don't want to deter ATV activity? You don't want to move the cameras around? I don't know. Ask the police to come to our next meeting and tell us what they do with the data. I mean, the way this is set up is every time a picture's taken, it shows up right at the dispatch police officer's station. And my understanding was they were using it to get a sense of how often people go by and when, so that if they were to patrol an area, they'd have data about when. You're not going to go out there on a Wednesday at 11 in the morning when all the kids are in school, probably. But you might go out on a Saturday morning if that happens to be the time most people are abusing the trails by riding ATVs on them. But I'm not saying it's something we should do forever. It was just started for the gate, and we have 2 of them now. We can completely abandon them. We can stop paying it, give them to the police station. If that's what you want to do. Right now, one's at Woven, and I was just proposing we move the other one to Costa, because there's been a fair amount of ATV activity at Costa, and the trails are starting to show the wear.
Bob?
I'm thinking, I would like to see and I would like to hear more. I have gotten, I've seen some of the emails and some of the most recent emails. There's definitely a lot of people that don't want the cameras and don't like the cameras. I don't know if I'm prepared to make a decision on eliminating them at this particular point. What I would like to see is people from home that may be watching this, or people, I keep saying this, I want to have more input from Joe General Public, and not just us 5 making the decision on stuff like this. I would like to have some input. Now, I know for a fact that I've seen some emails, and I know for a fact that I got a lot of calls about people not liking the cameras. On the other hand, I've used video surveillance all my life for a lot of things. And yes, it's a big deterrent, okay? But I would like to hear from Joe General Public, do you want the cameras or do you not want the cameras? And if people say that they don't want the cameras, then we eliminate them. Now, I don't want to get inundated by the same 6 people that are always contacting us on a regular basis. I'd like to hear from Joe General Public, other people in town. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Bob. So the other part of this is there was an annual cost that ended on, I believe it was May 15th, that we had this connected, we pay a monthly fee or an annual fee in order to connect these cameras directly to the police department. And again, in discussions I've had, the police can't, without proper verbiage, wherever you put these cameras, they really can't do anything with them. I mean, I do agree, they are a great deterrent, and it's a good way to be able to kind of see what's happening. So to me, I would like to ask somebody if they want to take a vote, if we continue to pay this money annually for the 2 cameras to be connected with the police department, or, because right now, the credit card that was being used for that has, it's not, we would have to replenish it, because the card that was being used, I think, was through Brian Demers. So that, our meeting wasn't before it expired, so it would be, that would be another, discussion up for vote. So,
Chair, can I make a suggestion?
sure.
I'd like to ask Nick to take the camera down, so that at least I can be true to my word that we're
Yep.
taking the camera down, albeit 5 months late. That I think we could agree on tonight. And then I'd like to ask Bob to ask the police department, someone to come to our next meeting and tell us if these cameras are of any use.
Yeah.
And if they're useless, let's stop using them.
And
if
we
they're
have them in
valuable-
case we do run into areas where
Yeah, but we got.
Garland Woods, or,
I mean, the money's not an issue, right? It's
I agree,
$100 or
yeah.
something. So that's not the issue. The issue is, Bob's point, is it any good? So let's ask someone, whether it's Chief Perello or whether she assigns someone to come, and just tell us, answer our questions. Are they of any value?
Yeah.
No, I do agree. Again, I pay my taxes, and $100, it's not my $100, it's the taxpayer's $100.
No, it
so-
isn't. It's the timber harvest money.
But it's still the
We don't use any
town's money.
taxpayer.
But it's still the town's money, so.
Okay, I'll grant you that.
Yeah, it isn't my money, and it's not your money. I mean, it is, our job is to, protect the forest best we can. And I do agree that, having the cameras in areas that you have, nefarious activity is great. I think it's a good idea. Talk to the police and see if they wouldn't mind coming in.
Yeah, no problem.
Put it on the
And
agenda for our
I have
next
to
meeting.
just clarify a certain thing. This is not like, for conservation, we collect current use fees.
Correct.
Those are monies which, if not spent to purchase open space, could go to the general fund. Timber harvest monies don't go to the general fund. They're defined by state law to go to a forestry committee to be reinvested into the town's forests. So I don't want to give the impression that if we didn't spend that $100, the town could spend it on plowing the roads or
Correct.
something. That isn't going to happen. So
No, you're
it is
correct.
our
Stand corrected.
responsibility to put these monies, to spend them wisely. I'm not saying we should waste them, but I just don't want to give the wrong impression that, gee, if we just turned over all our money to the town, they could plow the roads with it. No, that state law doesn't allow us to do that.
Yeah, my
These
tax
come from the
dollars get
town
out a penny.
forest, they're
Yeah.
supposed to go back into the town. And we've done that, I think, pretty religiously for 20 years.
Excellent.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Since we really
Bob.
don't have bylaws and whatnot, so we can kind of do what we want. So my question is, like, this gentleman has been raising his hand for quite some time out there. We can let him come up and say something, correct?
Not at this time. I'll call him up when I'm ready. Thank you. So I would like to at least clarify, do you want to put a motion on the board for,
I'd put a motion that we take the camera down, and I would ask Mr. Lamoureux, if he's willing, to ask the police to come to the next meeting and tell us whether they're of any value. And at the next meeting, we'll decide whether to spend the $100 and put it back up, or whether we take the other one down and give them both back to the police station. But at least we'll fulfill my commitment to take it down off of
okay.
the gate, if Nick's willing to do that.
And I'm not, Paul, I'm not 100% sure that they'll send someone to the meeting, but, I mean, if we can get something in writing,
That's fine.
Is that
As long
okay?
as we get an
I think
answer,
that's
yeah.
fine, yeah.
okay.
Just a comment would be
They
great.
don't like,
No, that's fine, Bob, yeah, yeah.
we don't want to cost the town any money to have someone show up at one of our meetings. You follow me?
All right. Do I have a second to Paul's?
I'll second.
Linda? So Paul. And all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. So vote 5-0 to remove the camera, and we'll have a discussion next meeting as to if we're going to install somewhere else. And so we don't need a vote on the annual cost, we'll wait till next meeting on that. Mr. Spanos, you'll be okay with removing the camera for us? All right, where will that camera go?
I trust
Nick to hold on
just
to
hold
it?
on to it.
Okay. I just want to make sure we have on the record where it's going. All right, so Nick will hold on to it. Thank you. All right. All right, on to the next item. The Nature's Way site walk. So we're going to discuss results of our previous site walk, which was done on 4/25, and what we will discuss and be done regarding a bridge, or maybe a Pungian Bridge, or nothing at all, and discuss a gate at the opening. I'd like to add that we did vote in the last meeting that we would remove the boulders, and so the boulders were actually not removed. All that happened, and I think one of you Hennessy's had mentioned, one of the boulders was pushed forward, and if you went there today,
One of the boulders was moved.
it was moved this afternoon. Yes, Bob?
It's still there.
Correct. Mr. Lamoureux moved it this afternoon. I was there behind him so he could drive his Kubota over that way, which is how we voted last meeting. So, so as of right now, the boulders are still present, but the way they were moving, they were just staggered. So it does look like, the boulders are still there, but security could get a 6-foot wide vehicle around that. So with that being said, on the sidewalk, we had 19 people that were there. We had minutes that everybody had gone over. We've already reviewed them. At this time, I would like to open it up to discussion if anybody has any questions. Has anybody been back out there to look at the area and what we decide we should do in that area?
Mr. Chair, are you opening it up to discussion to public or just us?
Just us for now. Ray?
Can I speak? Ray, go ahead.
That area where it heads down to those stone walls definitely looks like, there's water flowing through there. It is spring, it is muddy, and, regardless, within the next probably 30, 60 days, that'll probably dry up, but it'll always be a wet spot to kind of contend with. When me and Paul were looking at that, we kind of thought that would probably be a pretty decent spot to span that, just so that, it's not a place where, even if like the police department does a patrol with their machine, or Fish and Game, if they're in the area, wants to do a patrol, we want to encourage that to a certain extent, and if they decide to do it in early May or so, they're not going to be going through any mud, because that, is not good, but it could happen in a case like that, or even the first responders becoming familiar with the trails, or, with the added foot traffic that's out there, some of that presence known. So I'm kind of a proponent that a bridge gets put there that the town could utilize to cross it. I think, me and Paul, and we're all kind of in favor of that to a certain extent. A Pungian Bridge, if there was ever one, it would probably be well off to the side, which foot traffic could kind of make its way across. So that's where, I think the discussion is how much do we want to really invest into that spot to improve it, basically.
Linda?
I think since it's a wetland, we have to do something about it, and I'm in favor of a bridge as well of some sort.
Paul?
I agree with Ray. I think the only reason we were talking about a wider bridge is because usually when we're talking about corridor snowmobile trails, which that is, I think, we think of the wider bridges. But I agree with Ray, given that when the snowmobiles go over it, it's frozen, if it ever freezes, and you guys ever use the trails.
And if we ever get snow.
If you ever get snow.
That is true.
But what's really necessary is at least a footbridge. I was only proposing the wider one because it accommodates the snow machines. It's acceptable to me to do the narrower one, but we also have to deal with the two depressions, which we're lovingly calling puddles, but they're really a kind of a mess, and they're hard for hikers. Hikers have to go around them as well. Anybody, if you're on a pedal bike, you got to go around them. So I'd like to see some amount of gravel brought in to fill those two big depressions, and
Like
then
where the turn is, and then
Yeah.
right after it,
Yes.
correct? Like heading towards
yes.
Dutton Road.
And then other than that, I'm okay with Ray's suggestion that we do a footbridge. But I'm okay with a wider bridge if everybody votes for that too.
Bob?
Well, I'm extremely familiar with the area. A lot of the emails talked about, I got a lot of money involved in the area too, and Paul does too. had a lot of experience with attorneys on that deal. How long ago was that? 25, 30 years? 20 years?
I'm not familiar.
20 years, it's quite a while. But, you know, I hear stuff about how, you know, the quads are ruining the trails, but I was out there quite a few times lately, and I don't see a big difference, like more roots. I can show you pictures from years ago, the same amount of roots. It's not a big change. The other thing that I'm not 100% sure of and confident on is, you know, justification of wetlands. Like, if you look at that area that we wanted to clear span, it's all sand underneath. You got your organics in the top from your leaves decaying, sitting in that puddle, basically. And then right under that is sand. So, you know, everybody claims they're experts on the wetlands. So I would prefer to have someone like Mark West come along. I don't want to end up in a boat where we did something, filled something in that we shouldn't fill in, so to speak. So I think if we're going to do any filling in, they can consider it dredge and fill. I don't know. The other thing too is there's a lot of wetlands areas that people are claiming are wetlands that aren't wetlands. Absolutely. I had Mark West out there with me. I think moving forward, we should be having particular areas looked at specifically, because, you know, I don't want us to get called out on something and do anything stupid that, you know, we shouldn't be doing or filling in or whatnot. So that's my opinion on, you know, who is the expert to listen to on wetlands and wetlands violations. I mean, a puddle is a puddle, and wetlands is wetlands. But I don't have enough expertise. I mean, I've got a lot of experience working with DES and the Trails Bureau over the past 35, 40 years. And, you know, I did learn a lot about the specific plants and species of plants and stuff. But I wouldn't want to be the one to call it a wetland or not. And, hold on for a second. And so, you know, that's something that's important for that particular area. As far as the area that you guys want to put a bridge in, it's pretty much emptied out now. And you know, when I went over there today, I could easily walk across the rocks on the right. So I would say the best thing for that area would be to do, you know, the small, narrow, what do you call them, Paul? Poncheon Bridge?
Yeah.
I would do that over there. That's my recommendation, that's my personal opinion, because it's just not so much, it's not so detrimental to that particular thing. And in the wintertime, it's not gonna really matter much one way or the other. As long as you get your 6 feet to go by, you're all set. On the other hand, looking further down the trail, there's those 2 bridges there that are getting pretty rough, pretty old. The trusses that hold them up are not doing good. Those 2 bridges we should look at. Those 2 bridges, in my opinion, should be replaced. They got boards getting ready they're old. Those things have got to be 20-year-old bridges. So, you know, you guys went down there and then you opened up a can of worms, because now everybody's looking at it, and I've got different people that told me their opinion on those bridges too, that those bridges should be replaced. I think there should be 2 bridges replaced down the bottom, and then do the smaller section up top, and then make sure that any of these areas, and there's multiple lower areas, I wouldn't want to just go in there. I mean, if we're throwing wood chips over it, I wouldn't have a problem with throwing wood chips over it, but if you're going to start doing stone and gravel and stuff like that, we have to make absolute sure that if we need permits, we got to pull the permits.
Thank you, Bob.
My opinion.
Linda?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the wetlands. When we do a management plan for these areas, doesn't like NRPC come in? I mean, I've seen a map, and that area where we walked is designated a wetland. And I'm not exactly sure who designates that or how we don't call that a wetland. Because I've seen the maps, and it's clearly a wetland area. But I'm not sure, was it a scientist, or was it NRPC, or who does that? I'm not sure. Does anybody know?
What I'd like to add to that is that, you know, kind of through some firsthand experiences, you know, yes, there's a lot of wetlands in a lot of these low-lying areas. Some of them are vernal pools, but that's still a wetland to a certain extent, but it's, you know, it's not wet for the whole season. And from time to time, some of the areas that, what we kind of brought us down there was the topic of there's wetland violations. Like, we're gonna call the state on our town and fine ourselves, okay? So in a case like that, you know, it got a lot of people down there to really look at an area that is low. There was water pooling in that. And then, you know, now that, you know, there's a lot more people with exposure to going and out there and walking, they're hiking the trails and they're not expecting their foot to get muddy. I'm always for improving the trails with maybe some of that crushed stone, like Paul was saying, in some of those wet lying areas. And maybe a puncheon bridge there is just the right thing. But one of the things that underliningly I always feel is of issue is that when anybody in the public or people here tonight may see some tracks on the ground or through a puddle or something, and they're like, oh my God, everybody's out here ripping it up with ATVs. Fish and Game was out here 2-3 weeks ago, but you know, because they had access to the woods. They might be making tracks out there. We're not going to know it because they're not going to ask. If they get a call, or even a local PD gets a call to go out there, they're not going to walk through all, you know, 20 acres looking for somebody. They're going to drive the machine they have out there to do so. That's why my thoughts in that area, if it's going to be something that's really continuously wet, then we make an improvement there. I would say that if there's other bridges that you're concerned about, we go look at the whole scope.
I would say so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And prioritize the bridges.
So, would anybody, my discussion would be, after walking out there, I would be in favor of a puncheon bridge on the left or to the right, not right in the middle of the trail. I noticed on the right side of that trail, if you're heading towards Dutton Road, it looks like somebody had placed step rocks there. And at the time we went there, you really couldn't get a good look at them, I don't believe, because there was a lot of water, but we just came off of 48 hours of torrential downpours. There's nothing we can do about that. But having gone out there since, you know, you can walk over those, but, you know, for purposes of, if you're interested, if somebody wants to make a motion to do a, you know, 2-foot wide puncheon bridge, or if you guys decide you want to make a motion for a 6-foot wide bridge, you know, please do so, and I think we could vote on that.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
is there any way that we can open it up to the public, this discussion? Paul, what's your thoughts?
Bob, my thought is, as Linda said, it's a wetland. There's a wetland on the right, there's a wetland on the left, and there's a stream that flows between the two wetlands. And that stream goes down by your land and goes right into Little Island Pond. We don't have to be rocket scientists to know that that's a seasonal stream between two wetlands. I think we just vote on a puncheon bridge. There's no real downside to that. We get all
Well, I'm
the
just wondering if
foot
there's
traffic out.
any of the neighbors or anybody that's in the crowd that wants to talk. And Heather's saying that they can't? Oh.
If anybody, I think that the group ourselves could make a motion on this.
I think we had a site walk. We got feedback from a lot of people. There were several
19
people who
people
thought a
there,
bridge
yeah.
was appropriate.
Yeah, I'll make a motion for the puncheon, no problem.
Yeah.
Would anybody like to second it?
I'd like to second that for the puncheon bridge, but well off to the side.
So do you want to clarify that motion?
I mean, it's rather obvious it has to go off to the right. I would say the right, but it could go to the left too. Actually, both spots aren't too bad.
Leave it up to whoever volunteers to build it.
Yeah, I think who installs it. Sorry, Dave, you can't say anything. I was just told that.
I don't think we're going to be able to do anything until somebody volunteers. We should vote. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm not suggesting we not vote because I'm willing to vote in favor of the motion. I think, but we'll need to put it on the agenda for somebody to do a little
Yeah.
digging, come back with a price and volunteer to lead the effort.
Right. I think this would be the,
But I'm all in favor of a punch on at that spot. I think it's the right thing to do.
I agree.
all vote in favor?
Aye.
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 Any noes? So that's 4-0. So what we'll do is, a motion was made to have a punch-on bridge installed in that area. For the next meeting, we will put out to get some bids on someone to give us a price on it, or multiple people.
Can, the other two bridges, I'd like to have those addressed somehow. Should we look into those?
I would be up for a site walk if others would be interested in it.
It's okay by me.
Okay by me.
Yep,
Linda?
yeah, fine.
All right, I would have to take a look at my calendar here. So this weekend is a holiday weekend. I don't want to take anybody away from anything.
Thank you.
Yeah. Could we, maybe go into next week? Early evening?
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yep.
Linda, would that work for you? Maybe like maybe Wednesday the 31st. I have something on Tuesday and I have something on Monday. Well, Monday's actually Memorial Day. But with Wednesday, May 31st,
It's okay with me.
5 PM work, or would you like something sooner or later or earlier? I mean, we're sunlight till about 8 o'clock right now.
I think 5's good for me.
Sure.
That works for me.
Good, Bob?
To me.
I mean, you don't have a long walk, so.
Are we going to meet at Nature's Way again?
Yeah, we can just access at the bottom of Nature's Way. I think
Yeah.
that's probably the easiest way.
Yep.
Okay?
What was the date?
It'd be Wednesday, May
Wednesday?
31st at 5 PM.
May 31st. Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to see the staggered rocks too, the way they did it.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. All right, so then the only other thing is, I don't know if we want to go further. Like I said, the rocks have been, there's one rock that has been moved. The other ones are still in the same place. That one boulder has been pushed forward about 6 feet. And if you drive down Nature's Way, as you're coming around, either side, you look down that way, you still see what looks like a line of boulders down there. I don't know, I mean, if somebody wants to make a motion regarding a gate, whether to add one or have no gate, or open it up for discussion.
I guess we should discuss it. We've got a lot of input that, this past couple of weeks from the people in the area, mostly in favor. There have been a few emails that we've received that are not in favor. They want it left open. Years ago, when this was a timber harvest area, the residents were given the option of boulders or a gate, and they chose boulders over a gate. If they had chosen a gate, we wouldn't be having this discussion at all. It would still be closed. So I think that their intention initially was to keep it closed off, and I think that they're the residents, and they're the ones that are impacted by it. Certainly, I don't think too many of us on the board are directly impacted by a gate or boulders or anything, so I would like to see a gate put up because that's what they've requested. And if we don't put one up, I think we should give them a really good reason why not.
Any other discussion? Mr. Lamro?
I still don't understand, I saw a lot of emails, I saw a lot of pros, a lot of cons on the gate situation, and then there's people here that want to talk about it. I can't understand, why can't we open it up to the public for discussion?
Well, we had open forum at the beginning of the meeting, Bob, and, that would have been the
But
time
there's
for
no
anybody to
rules,
come
there's
up.
no regulations for forestry because we don't have any yet. So I say, if someone from the public wants to come up and talk about it, they should be able to come up and talk about it. Now, when you give me bylaws, and you give me a bylaw, and you put it in front of my face, and you say, no, you guys can't get up and talk, and yes, you can. Not, but there's no bylaws in front of me right now, okay? I'm not looking at any bylaws, so I say we should be able to open it up to the public, Mr. Chair.
I think that we're working towards bylaws, and I think that our chairman, with opening up the meeting with some allotted time for people to talk, I think was very reasonable. I'm not sure if that happens at the end of the meeting, but I know that, you know, Heather's here as kind of some guidance for us as we establish these things, so that we just don't run rampant with public.
right,
I'm
well,
just
then-
putting my 2 cents in, Bob.
Well, I'm gonna put my 2 cents in. I got a lot of calls, and I got a lot of flack about gates, period. A lot.
Did you
And-
send any of us
and-
that information so we could look at it or review it, or?
Mike saw quite a few emails.
I forwarded all emails and correspondence I got from, from people
I
for
mean, I
and
know
against.
people that, I got, something here from Larry, who's sitting out back, that would like to talk but can't talk, who's been there forever.
He wasn't here at the beginning,
Stuff
Bob.
like that. I mean, they were supposed to know that they needed to talk at the beginning of the meeting
The
about it?
agenda was posted in all proper areas, Mr. Lamro.
Okay, well,
Ray?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to interject something on gates, in blocks, in rocks, because it's a big topic. It's a lot of reasons why there's been quite a bit of change, within the last, year or so with the board. There's a proponent in town that I really believe would like to see a gate at every single opening to the woods, where they can walk between it, walk around it, and whatever. I kind of understand it to a certain extent, but from my background in being in town quite a long time, a 10-year-old or 11-year-old or anybody that typically would live in town is not driving down Dutton Road, turning down Nature's Way, and going into the end of that cul-de-sac. The two abutters to that entrance said it's never happened, okay? My feelings are, if we could put gates, how about we buy 5,000 gates and put them everywhere?
Come on, Ray, can we be serious, please?
Yeah, no, Mike, what I'm
First of
getting
all,
at-
nobody's gone there because there's been boulders, so you couldn't go there. So let's talk about what's going to happen when you remove the boulders and open it up. That's what we're talking about, not what happened because we put boulders. What you're doing is thanking us for having kept people out because we put boulders. Now we're about to remove them. So let's talk about what you want to do at the end of Nature's Way once you remove the boulders. And that's being requested by the fire department. If you don't want a gate, fine, we won't put a gate. But we have to monitor it after that. And if it gets abused, we have to be willing to come back and do something. Exaggerations like 5,000 gates don't get us anywhere.
No, you didn't let me finish. My point is that the people that are in the woods, riding in these woods, from Gumpus to Costa, they abut the woods. They're not driving from Lawrence or somewhere down the road.
So then tell me, if the gates don't inhibit anything, why does Bob get so many calls that people want him taken down? Who's calling him? Who's going to benefit from taking the gates down? Because he just said it doesn't stop anybody.
I think
no,
aesthetically.
I didn't get a call from people
Aesthetically?
taking
Come on,
gates
Ray.
down. They don't want gates.
Okay.
That's the calls I'm getting.
But Ray just said they don't hurt anything.
And if the
everybody
public's
goes around them.
listening, you need to step up to the plate and contact forestry and let the town know that you don't want gates. If the public doesn't speak up, you're gonna have gates all over town.
Bob, you heard the public just now, and half of them said they wanted a gate. And most of the people that came up probably said they want. I'm not suggesting we put gates everywhere. We're just trying to have one discussion about one spot. And what I always get a kick out of is people say, and I'm not trying to throw Ray under the bus, but he just said that the kids get around the gates. Well, if the kids get around the gates, why does everybody want the gates removed?
Well,
There's been no benefit to removing the gates if everybody's getting around them. And don't give me an aesthetic thing. People aren't telling me it's the aesthetics. People want the gates removed so they can get access to the land. That's why they want the gates removed, and the reason we put them there was to try to protect the land. That's our responsibility. We can't be irresponsible with town land. We have to manage it for wood, wildlife, water, and recreation. That's what our job is. So I'm
agree.
okay. At the end of Nature's Way, it isn't a big deal to me. I agree with Ray that this is a small road. It probably won't get a whole lot of activity, and it may not be the right place for a gate. On the other hand, we had a bunch of volunteers who were going to put it in for free, and it was going to be like $200 or something to put it in, so it also wasn't going to be a lot of money. But if we don't want a gate, I'm okay with that. I'm not going to die on this hill.
Same here.
I just don't want to exaggerate to say we should take all the gates down around the whole town. This is not a discussion about taking all the gates down around the whole town. It's a discussion about one gate in one
spot.
place.
Yep.
If you want to talk about taking another gate down, I don't mean you, Bob, I'm sorry, anyone, we put it on the agenda and discuss removing a gate. But today, just to get something going, we just need to decide on Nature's Way, and I'm fine with Ray not wanting a gate. I have no personal problem with Ray not wanting it. I'm on the fence. How's that?
I'm on the, you're on the gate.
And I also spoke with, a couple of the abutters, on both sides today.
Well, I
I was there
think
today, and
to try
they don't want
to
the
move this
gate.
forward, if someone wants to make a motion to have a gate or not have a gate, and we should just take a vote on it. The boulders have already been, the one boulder has already been pushed forward.
Can I make a motion, Mr. Chair? I'd like to make a motion that we don't put a gate there. And if it becomes a problem, now mind you, this is contingent upon that we're not removing the rocks, Paul.
You have to. The fire department's requiring us to move the rocks.
They're already
The
moved.
rocks have
Not.
to be moved.
They want 6 feet.
Okay.
They're already
That's what I
moved.
was told.
Well, they got to be at least 6 feet. That machine is 72 inches wide.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
believe.
yeah, no, it's all set, it's all done.
so you've
the-
removed the box.
So they're not, no, there's nothing been removed.
Not removed, they've
They're-
slid.
It still looks,
Let's not use
same.
semantics. If a vehicle 6 feet wide can get through.
Yep.
Then the
Yes.
boulders, the effectiveness of the boulders has been eliminated. So that the forest is now open should someone with anything narrower than 6 feet choose to go in. That's all I'm saying.
but we do have a
That's
way to
fine.
address it. And
Huh?
there is a way to address that too.
What's that?
And like I had talked to you about, if there's a problem, it's a very simple solution. If there's a problem, we just put a piece of 10-inch PVC in the ground, and then you cut a piece of tree, and you stick that in that hole, and when they come, they throw it out. Deterrent, we talked about that. I don't want to talk too much about it, but it'd be a simple fix. We had bridges in the past that you don't want quads to cross, so there's a post in the middle of the bridge. In the wintertime, the post came out. The horses still made it by. Follow me?
That's fine.
So we have a motion on the board
I- the
for,
mo- Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that there's no gates.
anybody like to second it?
I'll second it. No gate at that entrance.
Thank you, Ray.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All noes?
No.
It'll be 4-1 vote. Any abstains? So it'll be a 4-1 vote. I think that covers everything on that way when we'll do a site walk for
The bridges.
the other two bridges. All right, next on the agenda is e-bikes. Discuss and decide if what, if any, types of bikes will be allowed on our trails. Ray, you was supposed to do a little bit of research. Please give us some results.
Mr. Chair, I reached out to the Pelham Police Department. I asked dispatch to who I should, contact and explore, either the frequency or calls they received regarding, e-bikes with pedals or non-pedals. And on follow-up, actually, yesterday, I called them back And they had, at this point in time, to date, no complaints of either pedaled or non-pedal type e-bikes, which would categorize them as Class 1, 2, and 3. Like we had talked before, 1 and 2 does 25 miles an hour, Class 3 does 28 miles an hour. And so at this point in time, Pelham Police Department says they haven't had any complaints either way on any of those.
Thank you. Anyone else? I know, Paul, you had sent an email out. If you want to elaborate on that a little bit?
Oh, I don't want to drag it out. You heard my point last time. Linda has provided me with a couple other pieces of information here. Here's one from the City of Lebanon. It says, currently, Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes are allowed to use on-road facilities, e.g. bike lanes, as well as bicycle paths and multi-use paths. Class 3 e-bikes are not allowed on any state or local bike path or multi-use path. Class 3 e-bikes are not allowed on natural surface paths. We have to keep in mind, we're talking about not only multi-use trails, natural surface paths. These aren't like bike trails that have been all paved. I stupidly didn't bring it with me. I don't know if you did, Linda. You provided me another one from, was it Londonderry?
Goffstown.
That's right, Goffstown. And it was the same thing. They basically allowed Class 1 and Class 2. They did not allow Class 3, even on their Goffstown rail trail, which is similar to this, which says then, this says Class 3 e-bikes are prohibited on the Mascoma River Greenway and Northern Rail Trail. I just think it's not a bad thing to follow state law, and the state law says Class 3 e-bikes aren't allowed on multi-use trails unless you vote to allow them. So that's still my position. I mean, if somebody's buying a bike that can go 28 miles an hour, are they really going to be riding it? Are we going to be really limiting anything?
I just don't know where you do
all
28 miles an hour on any of our trails, because they loop
Exactly.
and turn,
So-
and there's rocks
Right.
and roots, and...
So I don't know I know.
And then you have the enforcement part of it, because we can't enforce it. We can put signs up till the cows come home.
Correct.
But-
You're just looking for somebody to
Ray, would you like
not
to
do
chime
it.
in?
Go ahead.
A light bulb just went off. All of those towns have what Linda just said, rail trails. They're straight, they're narrow, they have
Go
people walking,
fast.
they have people rollerblading. We do not have rail trails in town. You cannot get to 28, 30 miles an hour in these woods on either class of all of those class bicycles. So, I think that the towns that have rail trails, they don't want a Class 3 bicycle whipping by people on these large paved walk paths, because they're coming up on they're coming up to a speed that like a moped would. Just like you can't have a moped on the Wyndham Rail Trail buzzing around, because you're gonna do 28, 30 miles an hour. We don't have rail trails, so if I would be hesitant to pass anything that doesn't apply to our situation, in addition to having no problem that poises itself to regulate something that we don't have a problem with at this point in time.
Okay.
Bob?
I'm agreeing with Ray as far as, I don't like crossing the bridge before you get to it, so to speak. Like, we won't have a problem. I mean, sometimes I believe in nipping it in the butt and doing something before we have a problem. I can't see why we can't address it when we do have a problem. So I guess my opinion at this point, I wouldn't like to make any decisions on these whatever class bikes at all at this point. Probably more, opposed to mandating things that aren't a problem yet.
Linda, any discussion?
I don't know, I think e-bikes are kind of cool, and more and more people are going to be using them, so we might as well just be proactive and decide. We've tossed this around for how many months, Paul? Have you been bringing this to the committee? And we keep, knocking it down to the next meeting. I say, like, make a decision now and let's move on.
I agree.
I'd like to make a motion that we do not exclude either 3 classes of electric bikes in our town.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against?
I'll be opposed.
So it'll be 4-1 vote that no classification of e-bikes will be excluded, but, again, that's the motion, and I do agree that if we all of a sudden have some kind of a problem, I think that's one thing we have the ability to do, is make quick changes on things.
Not a big deal.
Thank you, everybody. All right, Bob, moving right along. You would ask to add to the agenda to, about the Blueberry Circle land. You wanted to present ways to access it, fix it, grand opening.
Yeah, Paul, that property, that was with the cell tower, and what's the acreage now of the whole thing?
Somewhere around 50. I think we acquired 35 or 36, and it was 20-something before, so maybe 60, Bob? 50
Yeah,
or 60?
so it's possibly 60 acres, and I'd like to, there's a new trail that went in that goes past the cell tower that goes towards Cedar Pond and Peters Pond. Naturally, they're not going to be able to go in there now, but in the wintertime, you'd be able to get to Peters Pond when everything freezes up, that whole area. The Cedar Pond, there's no houses, no nothing around it, it's wide open, good fishing. Hardly anybody goes there. Very, very quiet. Peters Pond is very quiet. There's a trail that actually goes in, there's a bridge there that was put in that was just past fall, down the bottom of the hill. I mean, we have the landing area coming in off the other side of Blueberry Circle that we could have something at. I'd like to be able to, my thoughts are is fix the trails up, name them, mark them, whatever we gotta do, and then have some type of a grand opening like we do for all the other parcels. What do you think?
Would it be like a parking lot with a kiosk,
Yeah, the typical, I mean, it's a new spot, it's a new site. We could set up parking deeper in off the road, you know where I'm talking about. The South Tower Road's down here, go straight, there's an opening there, be easy peasy. And I think it, will just give us another access to some good, nice trails. And like you said, it's about 50 acres. And I'd like to have us do a grand opening type thing like we have in the past.
Any thoughts, discussion?
Is it
Ray?
walkable right now, or is it all wet? Is it like,
No, it's pretty, tell you the truth, a lot of it's kind of on a hill. A lot of it's high and dry except for down the bottom.
I haven't been out
So-
that way. Have you been out there? or?
I have, and it's a very beautiful area. I agree with Bob. There is a lot of wetland, to Ray's point, but
Down
the
the
trails that
bottom.
exist are largely on the slope, which is actually a good place for a trail. The old rule of thumb is keep the trail out of the water and the water off the trail.
Right.
So when you have the trail on a slope, the water tends to run across. I'm not opposed to what Bob's saying. It's just whoever volunteers to do this, just know that there's a little bit of work required. You gotta
Yeah.
get NRPC GPS the trails, get a trail map expanded, which is okay. We got a trail map that goes by, they expand it. You'd have to gravel in a road or something to get a little parking area. And yeah, I think a kiosk is appropriate at a parking area like we normally do. So
Yeah, it'd be
there's a
cool.
few steps involved, but hey,
Yes.
we did it at Merriam Farm last year. It took quite an effort by quite a few people, but we opened it up. It can be done. I doubt you'd be ready by this fall, but you could probably have a grand opening next spring.
Yeah,
Sounds
possibly.
great.
We
What
could
would
sh-
you,
We could shoot for the fall. I just want to be able to have the okay, we gotta get some numbers, we gotta scope it out, see what has to be done, do we need bridges, do we need this, do we need that, what do we need? And come up with a number and make a decision from there.
Well, Bob, if you want to spearhead that or ask some other people to help you out, that would be,
Yeah,
Okay
and I
with
mean,
me.
if
I don't
you
know
want to do a
anybody
site
else.
walk a little later on, let
yeah,
me,
I think it would be
let me
great,
get some opinions, possible numbers and opinions before we waste our time. If it's going to be a real expensive,
Yeah, sounds good.
you know what I'm saying? So let me,
Can I inject one thing? Maybe this would be a good area where maybe we could try some signs by Jimmy Fisher. You
yeah,
know, it'd be kind of neat to at least have an area that hasn't been, like, we could start fresh with that area with some nice wooden signs and, you know, might be something we can kind of lay out. That's just my opinion, but,
no, I kind of like that idea.
Yeah.
Make it a little different.
because I know a lot of the trails, you kind of have them set up with, you know, with older folks and things. Not saying that we couldn't make this an area that, you know, some seniors couldn't go to, but I'm not familiar with the terrain. The hills kind of scares me a little bit, but.
Yeah, it's a little steep.
This might be an area that we could, you know, if Mr. Fisher would be interested in, you know, making some signs and, you know, we coordinate it with, you know, the markings and things like that. But I know it's early, but I love the idea. Yeah. So,
All right, I just kind of wanted the blessing of the board, that's all. Thank you.
I don't think we need any type of vote on that, right?
Not now.
Okay. All right. Moving on, Linda. She'd like to discuss site walks at Gumpus and Cutter Spalding before and after timber harvest. So I received an email from Linda, and we correspond a little bit back and forth. I'd let you to talk about a little bit what you had said.
Now that we have some nice warm weather and we can walk at, 5:30 at night, I thought it was good to continue doing a site walk periodically. We could do the bridges at Little Island Pond. We could go back to Gumpus to see all the work that Tim has done. Cutler Spalding, before or after the timber harvest, as well as to see how the forest is regenerated after the fire. I don't really have one in particular. I just think that it's a good thing to have on our calendars to do, and that whatever
Kind of keep
everybody
refreshing
thinks-
ourselves with different areas and.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not familiar with timber harvest, coming into this a little new. I would be interested to see, the regeneration, of how that does work, because it looks so scary when they first start doing it, but when they pull the slash out and, it starts growing back, it is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So it would be something I'd be interested in, and maybe, I don't know if we want to set up something, but maybe, as the summer rolls around, or even the fall, I wouldn't want to do it in the middle of the summer with the bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe
Right.
something,
Yeah, I mean, every month, I think we should just, maybe let's talk about what site might be of interest.
Yeah, that's a good idea,
I
Linda.
think it's a great idea, yeah. Paul?
I only want to add to that Chris has already organized with Eric, and I think the guy's name is Mike Gagnon, no relation to me that I know of, who works for UNH Cooperative Extension, I think, and they're
I
doing
signed
a
up for that.
site walk
Yeah.
of the timber harvest on Sherburne Road.
Right, on June 7th,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
So there's a case where we already have one scheduled for a timber harvest that we've already done, so it would be worth, especially
Yeah,
for
I
some of
signed up
you.
for that, and it would be
Good.
good for, if everybody could make it, that'd be, I don't know, if-
Good.
I mean, you're pretty familiar with,
I've already walked that
Yeah.
timber harvest 3 times, so.
I would like to check it out, yeah, I've already signed up for it.
And I've walked the Spalding Hill one just the
More
other
times than
day.
not.
So I think
Yeah.
I'll skip this one.
Well, they have to sign up for it because there's a limited capacity of
Yeah.
people.
Right.
So,
Yeah. So I can shoot an email out to the forestry members and subcommittee members, and, it could be shared, and, like you said, first come, first serve. All right. And as far as site walks, I think we'll at least go with the one we have for the bridges, and then we'll kind of keep thinking of that moving forward.
Absolutely.
And I would be all for that. Anybody else have any discussion on that, or want to add? All right, moving right along. Heather Corbett, she has volunteered to help us out with, putting together a set of bylaws. I tried to print up the bylaws that she had already kind of outlined. They're very, rigid at the beginning. It's going to be something that we're going to work on as a group over the next, few months. And Heather, I don't know if you'd want to add anything to it, but I just think that, as, I'll forward you guys what she had sent to me, and then we can kind of start, chewing at some different ideas and picking out different areas.
Sure.
That all sound pretty good?
Yeah.
Sound good to you, Heather?
Say if anyone has anything they want added or they have questions on, just forward the questions to you, and then I can get one giant pile up.
Yeah, anybody has any questions, you can reach out to me, and I'll make sure they get over to Heather. And then, like I said, there's going to be certain areas that, we can talk about, verbiage and things that we like, don't like, and so on and so forth, which is kind of interesting and fun that we can, create this. It's fascinating to me that there's never been any bylaws, having been on some different committees before, but we can kind of put something as an outline, so we have something to work by. All right. And the last thing I have on our new business agenda is a discussion on existing gates and key codes. And, I ran into a situation last week that I would like to discuss. And Paul, you brought it up earlier a little bit about, some stuff that happened in the past, and, it was designated that, one person kind of handle everything. And so last week there was a tree that had fallen down on Spalding, I think it was in Spalding Hill. There was a tree that came across one of the trails, and I had reached out, and Mr. Spanos was, I think he already left, but he said he could get right out there and take care of it. And, where it was, he thought it would be easier. He could probably drive his truck right out there, or even, use his machine to be able to get in there, cut it up, move it out of the way, which he did. And, trying to get the key codes was like trying to get the nuclear codes for, the United States. It was unbelievable what we had to go through. So I would like to have other people's input on this. Personally speaking, I think that all appointed members of the Forestry Committee should have access to the codes. I think that the members of the Board of Selectmen should also have access to the codes. And of course, I think that fire and police should have, which I believe they already do have access to those codes. And any discussion? I would like to hear from people.
I personally don't want to know the code,
Okay.
because it's been there, done that, and we're only going back to where we were. And when you have that many people with the codes, something's going to happen. And I think most of the time when a tree falls, you can walk in with a chainsaw, you can cut it into small pieces and roll it out of the way. This idea that we got to get a truck in. First of all, most of our trails you can't even put a truck on. So 90% of our trails, you got to walk in anyway. On the rare occasion where it's on Spalding Hill Road where you might be able to drive in, only because we spent $5,000 to improve those roads can you do that. Prior to these gates going up, those roads were impassable anyway. So I think you're taking a one-off issue that could have been solved by just walking in, and you're trying to bring us back to where we were. I'm telling you the history. The Forestry Committee used to have the codes, and there were, for a while, it worked. But eventually, someone from the snowmobile, I'm not blaming anybody, I'm just telling you what happened. Someone from the snowmobile club gets the code, because, hey, you guys open the gates when it snows, that's perfectly fine, right? And then the fire department has to have them, the police department has to have them, and then you have, Eric Radloff had them, because he's the forester, and then you wind up with people who do work for it, like Brian Zahn had them, and I'm sure Mike Taylor would have had them. And the next thing you know, and then the residents all want them, the abutters all want them, and then you wind up with what we had. Somebody put their private lock on a gate, and then I personally went out there with Nick Murphy, and for those of you who don't know, I have to take a tangent. Nick Murphy has been assigned by the fire chief to drive the UTV on all the town trails and evaluate their ability to be driven on and to point out where there are safety issues. He and I met at the end of Gowing Lane. We got to the gate there, it was unlocked. The gate was, the lock was just sitting there. We drove, and I can't 100% remember, I think we drove down Tower Hill Road, but it might have been Spalding Hill Road, so I don't want to get misquoted, because I'm sure I'll
Okay,
get
yeah.
corrected if I make a mistake. At one of those new gates, that also had the lock unlocked. He reported that back to the fire chief, who was upset because obviously somebody had the gate code and wasn't being responsible again. And the fire chief took responsibility for the gate codes. I personally don't have a problem with that, but I'm only one vote.
Right?
I'd like to interject a little bit of that, into that topic, Mr. Chair. You know, within the last few years, I don't have years and years of experience with the board, but what I do know is that, you know, let's say, for instance, collectively with some of these parcels, towards 50 acres of trails. And I know that, you know, through, I'm gonna say decades of trail creation and maintenance didn't necessarily fall totally upon forestry or hiring people to do so. It was basically general volunteers, and, you know, with clipping and snipping, briars, you know, chainsaws, you name it, shovels, tools. Yeah, you could carry saws in. We're all capable to do so. But in the fall, you know, the Snowmobile Club takes a lot of pride in cleaning those trails and maintaining that, and that's for everybody. And you know, I always like that, because it's free labor, and everybody's kind of doing it for the wellness of the town. I think as this board's evolved, in me being as a subcommittee member, I saw some lack of trust. I saw some lack of trust. I saw some, well, now what are we going to do with the keys? And these people can't have them. We can't trust them, or this or that. And you know, it concerned me, and it kind of disheartened me a little bit. And I kind of saw that firsthand. So now we have someone that's not on the board, not elected to anything, having the keys like nuclear codes. And I still don't think that's right. I think police and fire, absolutely. I think
Which
it should
they have.
be, huh?
Which they have.
Which they have, but between the board trying to move into the future as one board to do the right thing, you know, there has to be trust there. And we have to do a good job. We have to protect these things. Why things went unlocked, shame on however that was happening. And, you know, if it's a key, if it's a code, I don't know, it's got to be signed out or something. I know you can't sign out a code. You know, the code's going to be there, and if you give it the code, you know, the number's out of Pandora's box. But I think there has to be accountability, and there has to be trust. And I think that was lost somewhere along the line. I'm not saying who, what, where, or when. There was trust lost, and it was like, oh, well, there was a little bit of, oh, we got the new locks, and we're not going to share anything. Oh, we're going to have him do it. We're not even going to tell who has a key. And it was like playing a shell game.
Ray, you couldn't be more wrong. It was exactly the opposite. The codes were given out to too many people, and somebody was irresponsible. It wasn't a question of keeping the codes too close to our vest. If we'd kept them too close to our vest, the gates wouldn't have been found unlocked. So
I'm
you
talking
wanna
about
go
just recently, not long back, about who's got the codes.
Recently, it hasn't been our responsibility, because the fire chief said it was a safety problem because the gates are unlocked. So just make a motion, let's do it. Go back, take the codes, tell the fire chief he doesn't have control anymore. You guys take them, you decide who to give them to, and then you're going to be responsible when there's locks unlocked. But that's okay, do it. If you think we were too controlling in the past, uncontrol it. Just go ahead.
Yeah, let me tell you what I learned. I met a couple of times over this situation with Joe Rourke, town administrator. He contacted town council, and town council basically says forestry is the one that controls it, not the police and not the fire. So I'm trying to figure out who is in control, who made the decision. And I'm telling you right now, if you look into it like I did, you're gonna find out that it's up to forestry. Forestry controls that type situation, the gates and whatnot, not the fire department and not the police department. Now, as far as the UTV and the safety equipment going out, that got prompted from that OHRV committee. The OHRV committee contacted the fire department and said, you need to look into this because there's a lot of safety concerns about getting out there for fire and rescue. That's what prompted that. There was a letter that was given to the fire department, and that's how it all got started. But I'm telling you right now, I can almost guarantee you I'm correct, that forestry has the control over.
Fine, just be
That.
careful what you wish for.
I agree with that. I'm just saying that, you know, if you want, I'll look into that too again. Whoops.
Linda had her.
Linda?
I don't know, I don't want the codes. I have no need to ever use the codes. I can't imagine why the Board of Selectmen would need the codes as well. I think that it's better, I mean, if we decide that it should be at the forestry, I don't think all 5 of us should have it. I think like one person should have the code. It should be something that's kept close, so that we don't have open locks and, you know, gates open all the time. I think the fewer people that have the code, the better it is to keep everything locked.
Well, you know, let's face it, I haven't found a gate that the quad hasn't made around yet. I mean, I'll show you, if you want, I'll take you for a ride and show everybody.
So then, Bob, I keep
exactly
asking,
where all these are.
if there's no problem with the gates, why do you want them all unlocked?
I didn't say I
Why
wanted
do you
them
want them
unlocked.
all
Don't put
removed?
words in my mouth.
Why
I
do you want
didn't
them
say that I
removed?
wanted them unlocked, and I didn't say I wanted them removed. Who are you talking to?
You said there were a bunch of people who call you who all want the gates removed.
No, I didn't say that.
You did.
They don't want them installed. They don't want gates. They don't believe in gates. They don't want the gates. It was mostly about the one right next door to me.
Well, let's
So-
wrap
so
this back
point
up
be-
with...
Point being is, you know, I'm telling you right now, you know, you got 2 problems. Number one, you got abutters out in Gumpus that I know for a fact should have those codes. Because when the taxpayers voted the Class A trails in, it's in the language. I saw the language. Jimmy Fisher right there probably has the language in his file right now. So you can't not give it to the abutters of those properties over there. You're violating the law.
The abutters have them. Mr. Fisher is not an abutter. His land abuts a Class 6 road.
Okay, guys.
So point being is, you know, that has to be addressed for sure. I still say my conversation that I had with Mr. Rourke about who has the power and doesn't have the power legally to control the gate situation. So, you know, if you want to get down to nitty-gritty, I'll make a motion that, you know, I can't see why every one of us board members can't have access to the gates and the codes. And no gatekeeper, like Mr. Zahn, the gatekeeper, that won't give it to anybody. I have an issue with that too. So,
He's not the gatekeeper. He was asked by the fire chief to put temporary locks on when jobs were being done. So for example, when Tim did the work on Gumpus, Mr. Zahn went over and changed the lock and put a temporary lock with another code. He's just helping the fire chief. Let's not throw everybody under the bus. It's not his responsibility to give it out. The fire chief told him not to give the code out, only to be the one who runs and puts a temporary lock. So if we had needed Nick to get in, we could have gotten a temporary lock from Mr. Zahn, who would have put it on that gate
Which he did.
till Nick got in, and then he would have taken it off. So why don't we just make a motion? Take the codes
I
back.
was in
Go
the
ahead.
process of it. I was making a motion that, you know, the 5 members here get the combinations to the gates and kind of, we should be the gatekeepers, not somebody from the outside. Now, I'll go see the fire chief tomorrow and go over this with him.
Good.
Because
I
I'll
would
tell you
feel
right
comfortable
now,
with you having a conversation with the
I
fire
truly
chief.
believe that we have the control from the answer that I got from town council. And I definitely checked into that because it was, I wanted to know exactly who has the power and who doesn't over the gates and over the lands. And I was told that it's not the police and it's not the fire department. I'm going by what I was told. So my motion is that the 5 of us get the numbers. As, you know, I don't want to make it too confusing of a motion. Somehow or another, you know, the abutters have to have them too. I don't know how to straighten that out. Do we need, you know, should we make another motion for that? Or, you know what I'm saying? Let me keep it simple. I make a motion that the 5 of us get the control of the gates.
Anybody second?
Could I add to that? Fire and police have, they have access to the codes.
Yes.
And so does.
I'm sorry.
So does the elected members of forestry.
I'm sorry, let me, you know, Mike, you're doing the minutes, so we should make sure that it's right. Basically, us 5, you know, voted and
access to the
appointed,
code.
have access to the codes, including the fire and the police. And that's it.
Just writing it down.
So I made the motion, I'm assuming, Ray, did you second it? Or you,
I will second that.
oh, okay.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
Who is going to decide who gets the codes?
So my input or my thoughts are that I would, if you're willing to have a conversation with fire chief, I am fine with at least hearing what the fire chief has to say before I agree to vote on this motion. And then maybe bring it up for discussion in a future meeting. I would like to hear what the fire chief has to say. I do think, again, based on my conversations with the town manager, my conversation with Brian Zahn, you know, if there's a situation that Brian Zahn is not available, and I had a conversation with the town manager that 2 weeks earlier, they were trying to get key codes, and again, this was the town manager saying to me, he reached out to the fire chief, and the fire chief's like, I don't know what they are, they changed them again. And in that again, that's not me making that up, that is a conversation, and I said, that's a big problem. And I'm like, how does the town manager not have the key codes? And I'm honestly just thinking, emergency situation. I just think that there has to be something that other people need to know other than one person. And if the fire chief had said, I don't know what it is, they changed him again and I didn't know it, maybe he was at home or something, but somebody else should be able to have the key code access. If there's an emergency situation, someone's having a heart attack, there's a fire, I mean, I would think that those guys would just take bow cutters and cut these things off and move forward and so on and so forth. But it just didn't make sense to me that there's one person. And even as the chair of the forestry committee, I thought I was pretty polite asking him I'm like, I just want a code, the key code, so he can go in, and he's like, I'm not giving it to you. So,
I'm not justifying it.
yeah, no, and I'm not trying to look at you like you
And I don't know
are.
who the
Yeah.
"they" is. I mean, if you called the fire department and they said they don't know who changed the codes.
That wasn't me.
Some
That was
mystery
just-
person
yeah.
somewhere who's changing codes, because it isn't one of the 5 of us.
No, I know.
I don't know what
yeah.
any of them are. I don't think anybody here knows what they are.
I almost
So
called
I don't know
you.
who this mysterious "they" is who changed the codes.
I mean, the only they I would think is Brian. If that's him, and I don't know, I wasn't given the
He
name.
doesn't change the codes. He
Yeah,
puts a
Paul, I'm not-
temporary lock
Okay, he had one lock at one
on
spot.
one gate
Paul, but
if
that's,
there's a
I'm
job
just
going
telling
on.
you a conversation. It's the only reason I brought it up in discussion, because I just thought it was it was just a very strange conversation. And again, talking with the town manager, and he's like, I don't have them. I almost called you first for it.
I wouldn't have given,
Yeah.
I don't have them.
No, I know, I mean, again, I'm new to this position, and then I reached out, and I'm like, okay, so we're appointed members from the Board of Selectmen in charge of the forestry committee, and none of us have access to the I found it perplexing, that's all. So,
Mr. Chair, so, I made a motion, we got a second. You're not willing to entertain the vote tonight, is what you're trying to tell me?
I would like you to have your conversation with the fire chief.
Well, I'm gonna have a
What his thoughts
conversation
are.
with the police chief also.
And the police
I'll be having
chief.
both.
Yeah, I would like to know their thoughts on things, and, table it till the next meeting if everybody would be in favor of that, but unless you guys want to go through with the vote, that's up to you guys. Right?
No.
I'd like to interject one more thing on that, is
Sure.
that what I think Bob's asking is that, obviously, we know that police and fire, most importantly, need access to this and should have the code.
100%.
Part B to that is that the elected board also be privy to the codes. That's as simple as it is.
Appointed. You
Appointed.
keep saying elected.
All right, whatever, appointed, that's all right. So, that's kind of like where I'm kind of trying to clarify that a little bit, because it seems very simple, and what I had mentioned earlier when, we were talking is that there was it felt as though there was breaches of trust and errors made, and, where we're headed of full disclosure on everything and out in who's doing what and who's responsible. We're in new times to do that right now. So if the board has the passcodes, and so does the first responders, and something goes really awry on that, guess what? It's gonna be on us. You know what I mean? Could someone else in the town make an error? Possibly. But, someone that is a contractor of ours being the gatekeeper per se, yeah, I find that a little odd, and that's all. I'm just interjecting. I know Bob rose it for a vote. That I just wanted to kind of...
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with the fire chief you said that he asked Brian Zahn to be in charge of it. So I wasn't familiar with that part of the conversation. I didn't know that he sat down with him and said, I need somebody, and he's the guy for it.
And my understanding is the codes are in every fire truck. This gentleman, Nick Murphy, has put maps together with where the access points are and
Yeah.
what the codes are at each of the gates. I think we're making this sound like it's out of control, and I wish someone from the fire department were here to defend themselves, because I don't think it's as out of control as you think, and I fear that it'll become out of control when we start giving it out to a lot of people.
I mean, I would also again, I agree with you, but I do agree town council should let us know if people who are abutting the properties or our own properties, they should have the codes. I mean, we got to abide by what's legal. And regardless of what we decide, if that's what town council decides, I think we should honor that. But we have no choice. We're not the ones that...
So let's table it and like
Okay.
I said, look into it more, that's all.
Yep,
Yeah, I'll get some answers, guarantee you that.
okay. So we'll carry that over. Walk-in items.
I just have one quick one. Shout out to the library for highlighting the hike challenge in the month of May. The next article in the Evergreen will be highlighting the hike challenge as well.
Awesome.
So they created a whole table at the circulation desk along with the spreadsheet and a bookmark that has a QR code on it that brings you directly to our forestry website so that anybody who's at the library can pick up one and join the hike.
Nice, that's great. Anything else?
Oh,
That's
that
it?
was
Thank you, Linda. Mr. Lamro.
Yes, walk-in item. I picked up a little trophy here. It says, "Special thanks, Tim Kennedy, Forestry Committee, 2023." The only problem is he's
not here?
gone. He left. And I tried catching him, but I missed him. And then he snuck out on me. So, Tim, if you're watching at home, we have your special looks like I don't know exactly what this character is, but he looks like a strong man to me. But anyway, that's about all that I have. Thank you.
Paul?
I feel like we should end on that note. That's such a high note.
Hold on, there is, I'm sorry, Paul, there is one other thing too, I forgot.
No, don't be sorry, I'm crediting you.
Or give that to him,
Complimenting
you know-
meeting. We'll just give it to him the next meeting.
No, the other thing, it just so happens that a friend of mine owns the trophy place. So the other thing that I looked at too is that I've been looking at perpetual type things that we'd have to talk to the selectmen to get the okay from the selectmen to put it in the hall. But I'd like to, and mind you, I paid for it, and I'll pay for the other thing too. I'm not worried about, but this perpetual thing is, I know nobody at home is gonna be able to see it, but it's basically a plaque that has, you know, the capabilities of having multiple names on it. And there's some people that I feel that should be recognized that put in years to forestry. And they need to be recognized and memorialized in the hall. I mean, my dad's out there in the hall right to the left for this hall. That means a lot. The bricks outside, that means a lot to me. So I just wanted to get the blessing of the board to move forward. And after the meeting tonight, I'd like to start, I need to have the names, I ordered the plaque, I just need to get the names on the plaque. So we have to make a decision, but I kind of don't want to do it in public because I want it to be a surprise. So,
I think one thing, Bob, is we would need to present it. Where do you want to put this?
well, I'd have to get the permission from the selectmen to put it out in the
Correct,
hall
yeah.
somewhere, you know.
Yeah, I think we should.
Where
I
it
mean,
could be
it's not
hung
bad.
for the future, and then, you know, there's enough empty spots so that as we start dying and stuff like that, we can have our name put on it.
Bob, you and I started dying a long time ago. We're just not done yet.
Order in the court, order in the court.
I mean, you know.
Couldn't agree more, and thank you for the trophy for Tim. I think that was wonderful, and I'll make a motion that we agree. I mean, we can't vote on an amount, we don't know the amount, but I'd make a motion that we move ahead with Bob's proposal. I think it's a great proposal.
Yeah, there's gonna be no expense to
Well, we'll need someone to
forestry.
represent us
I'll
at
take
the-
care of the expenses for it, but it's just something that, there's some people that I have in mind that should be on it. So, thank you. I'm glad that I got your support.
I know you have a lot more experience with chair. For something like that, would we ask the Board of Selectmen to be on an agenda, or can we write a letter asking them for the authorization to hang it?
Yeah, what you might want to do is just think it out a little more, get the right words, what is it going to say at the top?
Exactly.
And I'm not suggesting Bob
That's-
release
I need
the
the
names,
language.
but who the names would be, and then maybe you present it to the selectmen.
During a meeting, you think, or a
Well,
letter?
not reading the names again.
Right,
Bob's
just the
trying to keep
idea.
it a secret, but you could read the plaque, you know, what's it going to say in recognition of prior
Years,
members?
yeah,
I don't know,
decades,
whatever.
That's what we need to
Something
decide.
like that. We need to
Yeah.
come up
I
with
was
the
gonna,
words.
I was gonna hit you guys up after the meeting to start
Yeah,
coming
and
up
be able
with
to
some
show them the
language.
size of the plaque, or just have a little more thought out than
Okay, yeah.
this, perhaps.
And then present it in one of the
Because we want them to vote
Yeah.
yes, right? So the more we
Yeah.
can be defined, I think
There's
the
a
better
little more
chance we
space
have.
out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Hey, do you have any walk-in, either one of you guys?
I had two,
Oh.
but I'm only going to do one because we're late, so I'm
Yeah.
going to do a quick one. So you've approved spending $400 to submit the DES wetlands permit, which I did.
Yes.
And unfortunately, it got rejected for things I don't understand, like metadata, shape files, U.S. Geological Survey map at a scale of 1 inch every 2,000 feet, blah, blah, blah. So I've called Shane Gendron, and he said, just send me the state letter and send me the, you know, he asked me to send to him what I submitted to the state and what the state says they need, and he will tell us what it will take to
Okay.
meet the requirements. And it's going to be more money, but I just threw my hands up.
Have you been tracking the hours? Remember, not because of we're going to have a cost for it, but at least we
I
can
don't
look
know,
into the future
20
for
or
it.
30 by now,
Oh, Jesus.
yeah.
Paul, who's Shane?
Oh, I'm
Gendron?
sorry. Thank you, Bob. Shane Gendron, who works for Herbert Associates.
Oh,
So we would be
that's Shane.
hiring
Okay.
them as, since they have all kinds of experience with filling out DES. Yeah, they do this in their sleep, so.
Yep.
I just need somebody who understands
The language.
the language, thank you. I'll bring the other item up next month.
I have one quick thing, it'll take 2 seconds. So, I was talking with Mr. Fisher, and he was doing the wooden signs, and I asked him, I felt a little, sorrow about not chiming in on the work that Mr. Kennedy was doing over in I think it's the Compass area. And, again, I'm getting my feet wet with this, and, so I talked to Mr. Fisher, and I know it's a big project, and Tim, I do want to thank you, I wish you were still here. But I asked Mr. Fisher, and he was able to put together a plaque, which we're going to hang out in the woods, right over by his work, which does say special thanks, Tim Kennedy, because it is a big project, and, his name will always be recognized over that way. So, I thank you, Mr. Fisher, for making
Yes,
that.
thank you, that's beautiful.
Yeah, and you know what, moving forward, we can try to do, things like this. And again, it's got a nice look to it, and once it starts wearing down the patina, it'll look just right, so. With that being said, would anybody like to make a motion to adjourn
I'll make a
the
motion to
meeting?
adjourn.
All right, somebody like to second it?
Second.
All right, meeting adjourned,
What time?
9:28 PM.
welcome to the May 15th Planning Board meeting. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Tim Doherty.
Here.
Jim Bergeron. Here. Roger Montbleu. Here. Danielle Massey Quinn here. Joe Passamonte.
Here.
Bruce Balapka.
Here.
Charlene Takesian. Here. Jay Bergeron. Not here. Patty Colbert. Not here. Hal Lyde. Hi, Hal. Hey. Are you here? Okay. Samuel Thomas. Not here tonight. John Spottiswood. Not here. Scott Sartell.
Here.
Jen Beauregard.
Here.
And Heidi Zagorski.
Here.
Okay, let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, just want to make an announcement before we go on to the minutes. The first case that was going to be in front of us tonight is Cedar Crest Development LLC. They have asked for continuance to June 5th of 2023. If board members do not have a problem with that, I would entertain a motion that we date specify that to June 5, 2023.
I'll make that motion. Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Also aye, opposed, abstained. All right, that'd be a 7-0-0 vote. That will be heard on June 5th, presumably. So if you're here for that, you can come back then. The next thing would be, after I do the minutes, I want to take it out of order. I would be taking, if they're here and ready to represent themselves, would be under new business, it would be Robert and Cynthia Roy. So if you're here, after we do the minutes, we'll be taking that case first. That being said, we're going to move on to the minutes. We have minutes of May 1st, 2023. Does anybody have any opposed?
We can't hear anything out
Jeff, could you speak a little closer to your mic, please? I'll take care of it.
Yeah.
It was me. It was really bad.
Okay, so we are moving on to the minutes of May 1st, 2023. Does anybody have any suggested changes, alterations, additions to the minutes? Seeing and hearing no response? Okay. Entertain a motion that we approve the minutes as written.
I'll make that motion. A second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm also aye, opposed, abstained. That's 7-0-0 vote. Those minutes have been approved.
Mr. Chairman, I abstain. I was not here at that meeting.
So you're abstaining, Roger?
Abstain.
Okay, so that would be a 6-0-1 vote. Thank you, Roger. All right, so would Robert and Cynthia Roy be here to represent themselves? If you are, I want to take this case out of order. Come forward.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to read the abutters list?
Yes.
We have Gregory Stupak, 22 Bertha Lane, Pelham, New Hampshire. Robert and Cynthia Roy, obviously, 12 Bertha Lane, Pelham, New Hampshire. Mark and Sarah DeShane, 52 Honorable Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Alan and Maureen Pepin, 44 Honorable Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Greg and Jessica St. Jean, 27 Spring Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Joanne Morrell, 361 Hypen Road, Drake, Massachusetts. Pauline and Roderick Bulmer, Revocable Trust, 79 Honor Roll, Pelham, New Hampshire. Jennifer Searose and Zachary Rail, One Little Island Park, Pelham, New Hampshire. Carmen Sarno, Internet Ferio, P.O. Box 948, Pelham, New Hampshire. Susan Amy Spencer and Michael Bilby, 25 Honor Roll Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Philip and Ruth Thilberg, Revocable Trust, 25 Honor Roll Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. William and Janice Poltar, 28 Berthold Lane, Pelham, New Hampshire. Joseph and Lisa Parquette, 41 Honor Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Jonathan Cotelli, 31 Honor Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Holly Reed and Connie Sue Spencer, 68 Honor Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Kevin Cooper and Danielle LeMay, 24 Lilac Court, Pelham, New Hampshire. Robert Deegan, LLS, 141 Londonderry Turnpike, Hooksett, New Hampshire. Ooh, that is it. That was long.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
For the record, can you introduce yourselves? Tell us what you got going on.
My name is Robert Deegan. I'm a land surveyor. I'm here to represent the applicants, the Roys and the Stupaks. I didn't get a chance to check. Is Greg here tonight? So they are here. So this is a pretty straightforward application. I don't really have a ton to say about it, but it is sort of a unique situation. So they told me this thing was a projector. Yeah, that looks like it's working. Highlighters here. So the Roy property is this piece. I've marked in green. And the Stupak property is this piece. I've highlighted in blue. And the applicants own jointly this vacant strip of land between them. I've just highlighted in pink. And what they are seeking to do is just divide the land between themselves down the middle and make each half a part of their respective lots. And that's, really all that there is to it. It's a pretty straightforward lot line adjustment. No new lots are being created. No new development is proposed.
Is there a road on it or anything like that?
I'm sorry?
Is there a road on it, or is it just a vacant lot?
It's just a vacant lot.
Okay. All right. Does members of the board have any questions for the applicant? Hal?
Who owns the vacant lot?
They own it equally, the two parties next to it. He's asking who owns the vacant lot.
Yes, the lot is owned by the two applicants jointly.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to open it to the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this plan? Seeing and hearing no response, I'm going to close it to the public. Would a member of the board like to accept this plan for consideration?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 I'm also aye. Opposed? Abstain? Okay, that's a 7-0-0 vote. It's pretty simple. Does anybody have any more questions on this plan? Anybody like to make a motion to approve the plan?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Second. We have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I am also aye. Opposed? Abstain? Okay, that is a 7-0-0. You've been approved.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the order that we are in on the handout. So we have Pat and Kim Gendron, which is 579 Bridge Street. This is old business, so the abutters list has already been read.
Yes.
And when you get set up, Joe, for the record, just let us know who you are and
Sure.
what we got going on.
Good evening. My name is Joe Maynard. I'm with Benchmark LLC.
Good evening, Bill Reno Companies.
So, as the board knows, this project's been before you for about a year now, actually. It's primarily a couple of different things. The first part is a subdivision that'll happen between the existing house and this piece of land that would become the property where the apartments would sit. The existing house lot will retain about 14 acres with that. The new development on the other side will get just over 30 acres. Primarily, The subdivision, I think, is pretty straightforward. It's a frontage subdivision. There's no new road or anything associated with that. The second part of this application is the site plan for the 65 units. The 65-unit apartment building, there's a couple of things associated with that for the board to consider. The first one deals with a couple of the waivers that we have outstanding. The first waiver deals with number of parking spaces in a row. Primarily, the only spot we're asking for a waiver request for is along the southeast side of the building. There's a long strip of parking directly up against the building itself. In that area, we have one row with 21 spaces and a second row with 22 spaces. The second part of the waiver request that we have is actually about pipe cover. It deals with the cover, primarily where the intersection is of the driveway with the main access road that would come in. The cover requirement in your ordinance is 3 feet. We have like 2.7 in that location. Third thing to consider for the board, we do have a special permit request before you. It's to impact the WCD for construction of the driveway and also temporary impacts associated with grading along with the driveway. Back in November, we were in with our landscape architect. He prepared an extensive plan of revegetation for the entire slope along that side of the driveway. That is part of this application. And then the last thing we need to talk about would be the site plan and approval, or however you want to handle that. So I can answer any questions you might have or concerns.
Okay, thank you. Board members have any questions or comments?
I got a question, Mr. Chair. Joe, do you have the alteration of terrain, sorry, I have a cold.
Yep.
Permit from DS?
Yes, we do. Yep.
Do we have it in our files?
Yeah, I brought a copy if you need it, but we have both alteration of terrain and subsurface approval for the subdivision. The permit that's still hanging is DOT, so.
Yeah, could I take a copy for the file? Because we don't have one in the folder here.
So.
Yeah. You get them both with you?
Yeah, I got, there's one more here, hold on.
And that would be the septic approval from DES?
There you go.
That's all I have for now.
Okay, anybody else? Moment. Let's get the, open to the public then. I'm going to open this to the public. Any members of the public like to speak on this? Come forward to the open chair.
Hello. My name is Lisa Corbin, and I live at 655 Bridge Street, Pelham. So I wrote myself some notes because it's just easier. So I just want to talk a little bit about my concerns for the project. Initially, I had been approached about a lot line adjustment. And after seeing my name on the December agenda and coming to the realization that now I felt like I was being associated with this project, which I really didn't feel comfortable with. I felt like I was kind of, betraying my own principles. I don't want to be involved. I feel like I couldn't really speak up about my concerns, so I felt like my hands were a little tied in that December meeting. When the board asked if the public wanted anyone to speak, it seemed like a conflict of interest to me if I was doing a lot line adjustment and then saying, oh, hey, by the way, I really don't want this thing to happen. So I didn't come forward. I do not really understand all the ins and outs of all this business, nor do I understand all that is being said sometimes at these meetings. It can be overwhelming and intimidating. It's not my line of work, so I can only go by what I'm told and hope people are being transparent about everything. Bill has an entourage of professionals working with him. I do not. I rely on my friends, my family to give me advice. At the end of the day, I need to do what makes me feel good about myself and stick to my principles. I really don't want this project behind my house, nor do I feel it's in the best interest of the town. When Bill first took over as a developer, he did reach out to me about a lot line adjustment. I really appreciated him being willing to work with me about buffers and landscaping and to maintain some of my privacy. But at the end of the day, for me, it means now having 200-plus new neighbors directly behind my house, 120 or so parking spots, about 10 feet off my property line. And this has been a concern for me all along. Adjusting a lot line is not going to give me any more peace of mind that my privacy will remain intact. It may allow for a slight adjustment to be moved back, but I feel like I'm really the only butter that this is really seriously impacting. I felt a bit pressured to make my decision regarding the lot line adjustment, not just from Bill, actually the conservation as well. At the conservation walk, one member referred to me as that lady and basically said that Mr. Maynard should be able to move the road closer to the lot line because it would not impact my land in any way, but it would keep it out of the wetlands. Or I should sell that piece of land in question, to which Joe Maynard replied, it's her land, and there's a 15-foot variance that we need to adhere to. And then two things that had been said to me by Bill when we were talking. I had talked to him about, where he lived. He told me he lived in Drake and he had built a home there, and he said that one of the best things was that behind him was conservation land, and it couldn't be built on. And I thought, well, isn't that nice? When I moved and was trying to think about, moving to Drake and find a place to live, I was told by the realtor at Sunlight Realty, when I was deciding to purchase my home, that behind my house on Bridge Street, there was a 100-year flood zone in wetlands, and it could not be developed. I was under the impression that a flood zone was federally protected, and I thought I would have no worries. I grew up on Bridge Street in Drake, and I know what it's like to be on a busy road.
Lisa, can we keep it on Pelham?
I'm sorry?
Can we keep it into Pelham?
Keep it what?
Keep it in Pelham.
Well, I was just creating all right, whatever. I mean, I've sat through these meetings for hours. I just feel like I just want to have my little say. Anyway, fast forward 20 years later, and I've been attending these meetings for 2 years. When we're talking about lot line adjustments, one of the reasons Bill wanted to do the lot line adjustment was so that he could kind of appease conservation and avoid impacting the wetlands. This also possibly allowed him to move the building back approximately 10 feet off my property line. However, he did state that most likely this is going to be approved regardless of lot line adjustment, but by agreeing to this deal, he could possibly move the building back. Bill has a real air of confidence, and I'm sure it serves him well in this business. And again, it's not my wheelhouse, so when a comment like that is made, that the project's going to get approved regardless, it made me feel like I was a little kind of my back against the wall, and I needed to just, be nice and try to work things out with the new neighbor, potential. But at the end of the day, I just want to preserve what I feel is my right to quiet enjoyment and privacy, as well as the availability of water from my well. I worry about the aquifer being impacted and my well. The traffic and heavy equipment alone could very well disrupt the aquifer below and even just when they're paving the roads. At the last meeting, Mr. Keish recommended an irrigation system to be added. I'm not sure where that water's coming from, if it's coming from the aquifer. Last year, according to the drought.gov, Pelham was in an extreme and exceptional drought for most of the summer and into the fall. If we add additional usage to the aquifer, this will further impact the water supply to the homes in Pelham. Mr. Genren has the right to sell his land and to have it developed. As an abutter, I have a right to my concerns based on the development of the land. If they were building single-family homes or a business that had less impact, I could be more understanding. The impact to the wetlands, the wildlife, water supply, the infrastructure of the town, police, schools, and having only one access road in and out of the development are all very concerning. I just hope that the board will take everything into consideration before agreeing to such a large development in our town. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to submit that letter?
I'll take it.
Good evening, people. And like the last speaker, I don't want to be here, but my stupid cell phone would show me your meetings, and I'd wind up getting drawn in.
Lee,
Here I am.
Lee, for the record, we need you to know who you are, yeah?
Lee Kavanaugh. I live at 54 Local Circle. I'm a former member of the Conservation Commission, and I want to just explain some of the things that are going on in layman's terms for everyone. I've got a few things to hand out. I'm going to try to be short, okay? But if you could pass those around, I'll give some to Joe, too.
Thank you.
So I'm not in opposition of the project, I'm just concerned about the safety of the aquifer. The town does have some water problems in certain areas of the town. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is nitrogen, nitrates. Thank you. There you go, okay. So this is an instance, his project, where the regulations are a theory, and the reality of the site conditions don't match. Theory says he's got 19.8 acres of fine sandy loam group 2 soil to absorb the effluent from the sewage discharge. In reality, that sewage is being dropped on 3 acres of coarse sand group 1 soil right on the northwest side of the housing that he's putting in. And I've got a lot of things here I should probably read so that the public knows. The goal of the board and of my involvement is to ensure a healthy environment for our new neighbors and our current residents. The beginning of the subsurface regulations and the subdivision.
Lee, I want to interrupt you for a moment.
Sure.
Can you introduce yourself as Lee Kavanaugh?
Yes, I did.
Did you also announce that you are Oliver Environmental LLC?
I did not.
Because we're reading something here from...
Yeah, from me, Oliver Environmental, that's my company. I'm a septic system designer and installer. That gives me a little bit of knowledge about what's going on here. And like I said, I want to try to explain it in layman's terms so everybody knows.
All right. Okay, I just wanted to know what I was looking at here, and that this,
sure,
you're not just a neighbor that's speaking.
No, I'm not a neighbor at all. I'm just a resident.
Okay.
Okay, and a former Conservation Commission member. So a lot of people don't know there are 2 types of pollutants that come out of a...
One more thing I got to stop you on.
What's that?
When you say former conservation member, you're not speaking on behalf of conservation
I'm not
at
speaking
all.
on behalf of anybody but myself.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So there are 2 types of pollutants that come out of they're generated by a septic system. And this first paper addresses the non-metal chemical element nitrite, which they're not broken down in the treatment of sewage. They're handled by dilution as the solution. That's where your 2,000 gallons per day per acre regulation comes in. It's to make sure that you don't get a high concentration of nitrogen in any particular area. And people should know that high levels of nitrogen cause health problems with infants, pregnant women, and elderly. I don't feel the interpretation of the regs is sufficiently protecting the aquifer in this case. The project's its projected development has a potential to generate what would amount to 4 triaxles of water sewage not treated for nitrogen per day being dropped 50 feet from the wetlands and the aquifer, mostly in the northwest corner, as I said. No one would want that much untreated sewage dropped near any of the ponds in the town on a daily basis. If we use the designer's rate of 3 minutes per inch for the perk rate in the leach area, that effluent is going to be dropped 50 feet from the wetlands, That's 600 inches. If you divide by the 3-minute perk, it's going to take 3 hours and 20 minutes for the first pollutants to enter the wetlands over the aquifer from the time they start operating. So that's the nitrogen side of things. Is there any questions about that?
Board members have any questions on that? Seeing no response, Lee.
Okay, then I got a little paper on how...
Roger put his...
Now, just for clarification, you're saying that it takes, according to this, is 3 hours and 20 minutes for the first pollutants of nitrogen to enter into the wetlands. Is that out of the, like, the discharge of the,
Oh, sure,
the water
yeah,
into the...
because he has a coarse sand, according to his design, doesn't hold water. So as soon as those leach beds fill up, they're going to start migrating
and it takes,
by gravity down to the wetlands.
So you're saying that 3 hours and 20 minutes is what it'll take to fill up?
No, this is how long it's going to take, once it fills up, to get to the wetlands. And that's going to do it every day. In a concentrated area, again, that regulation of, where he's saying he has 19-something acres to fulfill that 2,000 gallons per day per acre requirement, he doesn't have that. That's 14 acres of that's on the other side of the wetlands. It's never going to see this discharge. And the reason for that footprint of an acre for 2,000 gallons, since nitrogen doesn't break down in the system because it's a chemical, they rely on it to be taken up by vegetation. Most of your your private septic systems are built within about 2 feet of the surface. So that nitrogen gets drawn up into the grass, the trees. That's why they say the grass is always greener over the sewer system. That nitrogen's being brought up. But in this case, it's in a sand. It's not going to get brought up. It's going to just be delivered straight into the aquifer.
The pavement won't do it, Lee?
Clarify that?
The pavement won't do it?
What?
The pavement above the leaching areas won't suck it up and like the grass?
I've never seen pavement suck up much of anything.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
Yep.
So then my next thing is just to explain to you how a septic system works. I have a brochure from Clean Solutions, which is a godsend, wonderful product. But for this is just, I'm going to use his drawing on the back for you guys to understand the sewer system. There you go. We'll pass these around here again. And so on this one, all I want you to do is take it and fold it in half so you have the picture in the back. I want to explain how a normal system works, which is good for you guys to know because if you know how they work, you can make your system last longer. And then the comparison to the clean solution down at the bottom. So in a residential system, you have a sewer tank, which is a quelling chamber. When you flush the toilet, run water, goes into that tank, it settles. The size of that tank is pretty much 2 to 3 days capacity of the water generated by the house. And in that amount of time, the solids drop to the bottom, the greases rise to the top, the clean water goes out into the leach bed, and that's where, on the stone and pipe system, the aerobic bacteria will digest the viruses and pathogens. And both of these parts of the system, they rely on things trickling in at a slow rate for the bacteria to do their job to clean the viruses and pathogens. Clean Solutions, they do the same thing. water should go into that tank. It says in the brochure, the tank functions the same as the regular sewer tank, and that should be a quelling chamber again. Then the solids and greases separate out, clean water goes into the bio chamber. That acts like the earth. They inject oxygen into it, so aerobic bacteria is in there to digest the viruses and pathogens. The liquid from that goes out into a settling chamber. The fine particulates drop out, and then a clean water goes out into the receiving area, and that's similar to the water you'd buy at Demoulas in a jug. You can pour that on the ground forever. It's not going to develop a biomat. Both of these things are wonderful. It's like perpetual motion machines. If you keep them healthy, they should always work. You know, pump your tank out every 2 years and don't flush anything bad down the toilet, and things work well. And so that's how the clean solution system works. But again, it doesn't denitrify the sewerage, as my first paper I was talking about. So now you guys know pretty much how your sewer system works, and you can read the rest of this at your leisure. Any questions on that part of things? And that, I'm just presenting that so that when I move into the next phase of what I'm going to talk about, you have a little bit of knowledge.
I have a quick question, Mr. Chair. Lee, thank you for coming in front and
Sure.
talking with the board. I appreciate that, because when I was researching on this as well, the clean solutions, I saw it more of a benefit for a single-family home and not for a big project that's being proposed.
They can be used on big jobs,
Okay.
big projects, but they still have to be set up to function the same as they would work in a small project. And the important thing is hydraulic overload, which we're going to talk about in the next paper.
Okay.
And that happens on the bigger jobs. And the system can be overwhelmed because there's always anaerobic bacteria, which is in the tank, which causes your biomat that clogs your sewer systems in a traditional system. When you walk out in your backyard, it smells bad. That's the anaerobic bacteria. Aerobic bacteria, which is normally in the leach bed, does not smell. The anaerobic guys, they're always in that water stream because it's always moving out. And there's a battle in the leach bed where the aerobic bacteria, if their colony is healthy, which by not overloading it with water, they will be, they devour the anaerobic guys as they leave the tank. And it's the same with the clean solution. That can get overwhelmed where the anaerobic bacteria is too much going into the biochamber. And then the water leaving the biochamber can develop a biomat, and that can clog the interface to the earth, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we got a little bit of idea how things go. So now I'm going to critique poor Joe here. So here we go, some critique stuff. And I could be 100% wrong on this, but I don't think I am. Here we go. Pass some of those around.
Again. Oh, second.
And so this is just four questions about, and what he's proposing is nothing but a bigger version of the system you have at home. So I've got a question about the perk rate. Everything is calculated on his part with the Canton fine sandy loam. That's what the soils map says is there. But he picks out a perk rate of 3 minutes per inch to do his minimum leach bed size for the state. That's a stone and pipe bed. That's a minimum they want you to design to. And unfortunately, you know, if he didn't go with the 3 minute an inch perk rate, the nitrogen would be confined a little better, held in the soil, if his design was to the sandy loam, but that would have thrown off the footprint of what he's got to work with. A Canton, there's a chart here that's from the the college in Minnesota, but the different perk rates for different types of soil. The 3 minute an inch, the 3 minute an inch, that's a group 1 soil, that's sand. That's a glacial outwash. It's just a sand or a gravel pit type of soil. And I don't deny he probably has a lot of it there, because there is quite a bit of sand to the north of that. And those esters always run northwest to southeast, so he probably runs into a lot of that. But there's a good possibility if you go to the middle of the chart, a Canton is 6 minutes to 15 minutes an inch for a perk. That's a sandy loam. And so if you were to go to the chart on the very far right is your pipe and stone, the bed size. If he had a Canton soil, his minimum bed size would be 1.4 times bigger. Now, I noticed a lot of his water tables and bed bottoms are quite low. There's a chart down in the middle at the bottom that is what a Canton soil profile looks like. A water table in a Canton is usually between 30 and 60 inches down. At 60 inches, you hit the parent material, which has a lot of fines in it. They're very clayey. So a lot of his bed designs are like 9 feet, 7 feet below grade. So that may be in the parent material, and that perk rate would be somewhere between 45 and 60 minutes per inch. And if you go over to the far right on the chart, that would make that minimum bed size 3.5 times bigger. That's just a question of why that's like that. And I didn't see any soil data in the paperwork. Did you have any soil data?
Yeah, I had a full SCS report done on the property by Nancy Rendell.
In where?
Nancy Rendell, she's a wetland soil scientist. She did a complete SCS analysis of the property.
Okay, but why wasn't it in this package so we could read it?
It's in a separate report as part of the application.
Okay, good enough. Good enough. Again, just questions. So then a major question I have, I was laying in bed, like I say, watching my stupid phone keep me awake, and the clean solution bed sizes, you got 2 bed groups. You got a system 1 and a system 2. System 1 is 1.14% the size required, and system 2 is 1.2% of what's required. And I heard you say you were going to, each one of those handles half of the design. And I heard you one night, someone was concerned about the saturation of the soil, and you said you were going to switch from one bed to the other, so each bed would have a day off. And I didn't know how that was going to happen, since you would actually need 200% capacity for that to happen. So I didn't know what you meant by that. So that's my second question. Let me go down to the third question is what that's the tank size. I talked earlier about how the tank's a quelling chamber in a residential design, And it should also probably, even though his math works out on the tank size, there's not going to be any time for the sewage, the raw sewage, to separate out between the time it leaves the apartments, goes into the tank, and goes into the clean solution chamber. The tanks are just one day's volume of the sewage that's produced in the building, whereas your home has 3 to 5 days capacity to allow for that settlement. And again, he complies with the regulations. My first paper talked about how the regulations aren't really, for some reason, I guess they never thought of this type of situation to take place, but they're not really beneficial to protect the wetlands, since that can cause the clean solution system to be overwhelmed. It's not meant to devour solids or sewage. It's meant to, of the sewage, it's meant to devour the viruses and pathogens. And then I just had a question about the estimated high water table. Had you dug down to these depths to find the water table, Joe, or you had? Okay.
I did it with Paul Zarnowski, and I did it again with Keach Nordstrom.
Okay, so I apologize on that. I just didn't have that paperwork available.
You did it with who? I didn't hear that reply.
That's because he didn't go through the chair. He just looked at the applicant and asked a question. So Lee, when you're asking a question, you should face forward into the mic, because you asked the applicant a question of which none of us heard because you didn't go through the chair. You're supposed to ask questions to me, and if the applicant hears them and can answer them, but we can't hear you if you turn.
Okie dokie,
You have to talk into the mic.
No, I just asked him about the estimated seasonal high waters and why they were called estimated.
Yeah,
And
I
he
heard his question, I didn't hear Joe's answer. So how did Joe answer that? That's what I'm...
So I can give you my answer. I was writing everything down too, so I can respond. But we've done test pits out here numerous times. The first time was with Paul Zarnowski.
Okay.
The second time was witnessed by Keach Nordstrom. Giff Coburn was there for the test pits. So all of the pits have been witnessed by both town officials at the time that we were doing work,
So I can get that and see how deep you went, right? Because they do reach to where your bed bottoms are going to be. Okay. Okie dokie. And then the thing on the side here is, on the bottom right, is just that lot loading calculation again, and the banner across the middle just states that everything I think should go back to that regulation 1001.01, which says all of these regulations are to protect the surface and groundwaters of the state of New Hampshire. And I know dropping all that sewage load in what amounts to about 2 to 3 acres next to the wetlands is not going to cleanse that effluent flow. So, any questions before I get out of Dodge?
Members of the board have any questions for Mr. Cavanaugh? Roger?
Okay. Being a layperson, I have a little hard time following the technical parts of what you were saying.
Okay, sorry about that,
Hold on.
yeah.
So if you can, through the different points, can you just kind of summarize it in your professional opinion? Okay, at this point, I mean, you've said that you don't think that they can take the load there. So, but you haven't seen the reports that they have either, right?
Those reports don't have to do with the sewage load on that small percentage of the lot where he's designed the systems within 50 feet of the wetlands. That's where all your sewage is. The regulation in the spirit was that 2,000 gallons per day per 2 acres would be dispersed over that 2 acres. And now what you do is he's multiplied, he's come up with 19.8 acres to process that effluent but it's all just being dispersed on a very small footprint, as the chairman said, under the pavement, so it can't be treated. It's just too much in one spot. Okay?
Okay, I understand your points now.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, thank you for coming up.
I just have a question. So
Oh,
what you're
go ahead,
saying is it's about 14,000 gallons too much?
Yes, I guess so. I'm not doing the math in my head, but I'll agree with anything right now to go away.
Well, 14 acres short, rather.
Yeah.
Joe?
Yeah.
Mike?
Rather 14 acres short.
All right, thanks, Lee.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Is
Have a
there
good
anybody
evening.
else from the public that would like to speak? When Lee gets up, you can take the seat. And before you speak, Joe, could you respond to some stuff that Lee
Sure.
was saying?
So, you know,
While he's packing
I've
up?
known Lee a long time. You know, I just have to say, from my perspective, I do a lot of high-strength wastewater septic designs across the state, all right? And I do probably about 100 septic designs a year in the state of New Hampshire. Now, when we start doing large systems like this, it's not just myself who has to design a system like this, it's also a professional engineer has to be able to stamp this plan that shows that we meet the rules. In addition to that, before I even started this project, I went to DES and I sat down with them and went over all of this application, where the systems were going to be, my theory for how the systems were going to be. And DES agreed with me 100% on this. Subsequently, I was told to get the systems approved. I went through alteration of terrain, I submitted them to DES. I don't 100% agree with Lee's kind of technical breakdown of what he's giving you here, but I can say for a fact that there's been a lot of review of this plan by people smarter than me, from a standpoint of the nitrate setbacks, the way the fields are sized, the loading on the piece of property. Now, when we start talking about how I've set up this system to be a dosing system, so my conversation when I stated that, it's not that each field is going to get dosed once per day. It's primarily that in one system there's 6 fields, and the other one I think there's 7 fields or something like that. And each system has its own pump, and they cycle through each one. So ultimately, it means that one of those systems, you're going to dose one, it'll go to the next one. That first one's going to get almost a 7 or 8 hour reprieve, so to say, before another cycle comes around to it. So that timing of what can be infiltrated into the ground in that area, it's kind of a break for the system, because we're only sending smaller doses to each of these fields as we go through them.
You're talking about the fields.
The individual fields.
Lee was talking about the size of the tanks. If the tank gets pumped too soon, then the clean solution or aeration system doesn't have a chance to actually work before the effluent is then pumped out of it, giving gray water instead of clean water.
Right. Well, the septic tank sizing, the state of New Hampshire has a standard when you talk commercial or over 10 bedrooms. These systems are both over 10 bedrooms, and so the sizing of the tanks is associated with a calculation that they have for that. I think it's almost 9,000 gallons of septic tank capacity. The clean solution tanks are all 4,000 gallons each. There's 2 Biocon. Biocon's a chamber that does the aeration breakdown of the effluent. And then the last tanks for each system are just a settling tank for more suspended solids and things like that to break out of there before it gets pumped to a leach field. So the whole thing, including, let's talk about nitrates, right? So when we start looking at nitrate setbacks, prior to 1984, the state of New Hampshire did not have loading calculations. That came in the 1980s. So prior to 84, you could have a 1 acre lot and you could have a 200-seat restaurant on it pushing 20,000 gallons per day. When they changed those regulations in the mid-80s, anything prior to that was grandfathered, but they kicked in to do loading calculations and you use your entire property. It's not just a matter of where the septic systems are sitting. The other side of that is that there's nitrate setbacks that come into place, and therefore these nitrates, if they overlap each other, they impact each other and they compound. So in this design, none of these overlaps are in place for any of the nitrate setbacks associated with it, each of the individual systems. DES reviewed this. Again, AOS reviewed this. We had a PE review this. H. Nordstrom's office reviewed this, both from the standpoint of Steve did make comments about it in his response memo, but also the reviewer in his office reviewed the plan before it went to the state for compliance with DES regs. Everything we did meets the rules or exceeds them.
Okay, thank you. All right. Lee, could you step down so somebody else can come up?
Yeah, I agree with Joe. Most everything, I believe that almost everything he has goes along with the state regulations, and my point is the regulations weren't written with this type of project in mind, so they're not capable of protecting the aquifer. So he complies with the state regulations, but the state regulations don't work to protect the aquifer in this case. That's, I guess, my point. Okay?
Yep, thank you. That's it, yep.
Hi, my name is Christine Kamal. I live on 3 Renee Lane, Pelham. And I'm here as a resident of the town. When I first learned about this project, and I learned how big it was, and I learned that it was going to be 130 bedrooms were going to be placed on 5 acres, I thought to myself, wow, that seems like an awful lot to put on 5 acres. So I did some homework, and I wanted to learn more. So I contacted the state, and as Mr. Main had mentioned, that they did, the state came up with lot size requirements, and that was in September 1989, because I have that right here in front of me. I have a copy of the State of New Hampshire Code of Administrative Rules. And how I learned about this is the gentleman that I spoke to in Concord, he was an engineer. There was actually several engineers who said the same thing. I was told to refer to this because you cannot include wet soils, very poorly drained soils in your calculations. My understanding was that Mr. Maynard was including the whole entire 30 acres in his calculations for septic loading. The key word is it has to be a suitable receiving site. The land across the 15 acres of wetland is not the receiving layer of soil. It is the 5 acres that the building is going to be put on and their EDAs. So with that said, they actually have a formula. And and he told me, he says, make a copy and give it to your board members. And it says it right here in F, if you want me to give you the exact number. It was 1005.02 lot size. And if you go down, it says, he told me to read this and make a copy. He says, refer to F. It says, the following year shall not be included as available land when calculating the minimum lot size, even though the lot's boundaries might include these areas. And he told me to look down to very poorly drained soils. They cannot be included in your septic loading. Furthermore, if you go down a little further, it gives you a formula for anything that's beyond a residential project. And it says there that the septic loading calculation, there's a formula, and that's under, it's still under that 1005.02. It says K, the minimum lot size for all other commercial and residential subdivisions shall be calculated by dividing the estimated daily flow of sewage in gallons per day by 2,000, and then multiplying the sewage loading factor established in Table 5, and they're talking about the soil. Based on my calculations and based on the lot that Mr. Maynard is proposing to build on, my calculations came out to that he can only have 25.65 bedrooms on those 5 acres, for that 5 acres to be able to tolerate that much septic load. And that's my biggest concern, especially being with the wetlands and near the aquifer. And that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to come forward? Seeing nobody responding, I'm going to close it to the public, bring it back to the board. Board members, have any comments?
I've got another question. Mr. Kavanaugh made a great point when it came to the clean solutions. Joe, what happens if the power fails? What's going to happen to that?
Mr. Keach asked us to put a standby generator on the property that would be sized to be able to handle not just the clean solution system, but emergency systems in the building. So that was added to the plan with the last revision.
Okay.
So it's been on the plans for a while.
Joe, can you respond to that lady's claim on the loading package?
The last meeting, we went over that quite a lot.
Yeah, I don't think she's
Make
heard.
it brief, Joe, because we covered this on the last.
I know, I'm sorry. So when we start looking at the calculations that you see on the plan, they do not include the very poorly drained soil. It's not in there because you can't use it. There's no quantity for it in the site loading calculations. There's a factor for a poorly drained soil that you can use it as part of your calculations for how many gallons per day the property can support, but very poorly is not allowed to be counted, and it's not counted as part of this math that was used to determine the site loading. So DES uses your whole piece. They don't care if there's a wetland in the middle of it, so.
That's the bottom line with that. So does anybody have any other comments? Because if not, I want to say something. I don't like to lead the board, but I wrote a statement. I want to read it into the record. This is several reasons to not support or approve this development as proposed. It's possible the land has been in front of the planning board for an extended amount of time now. We've worked with the applicant to give them as much time as they need, but throughout all their delays and plan changes, one problem remains unchanged. That would be the applicant has continued pushing forward with versions of the plan utilizing only the small portion of the property, which is approximately 5 acres, with the parcel being roughly 30 acres. Using only 5 is unacceptable. Our zoning on page 1, 3072, purpose clearly states, D, prevent the overcrowding of land. E, avoid the undue concentration of population. The applicant does not have the applicant does have the ability to use a larger 14-acre portion of the 30-acre parcel of land. This parcel has adequate area to both avoid the undue concentration of population and to prevent the overcrowding of the parcel, but the applicant has chosen not to cross the wetland to get to that portion of the lot. Instead, they have proposed to spend their money on dragging a water line up under Beaver Brook and up Route 38, creating their own financial hardship to get at the backland. Bringing in this water also creates a situation where almost 20,000 gallons of water that does not come from this parcel would be released onto the parcel in a treated septic discharge loop around the building. The building could be built on the large area of the lot and the discharge from the septic on the small area portion of the lot with an on-site well for the potable water. The overcrowding of this design is so intense that all of the disposal fields have been proposed to be under the tenant parking areas, which would have to be dug up when in failure, or if in failure. This overcrowding is also due to a detention pond for water infiltration of the roof, road, and parking lot, which further saturates the soil. This overcrowding leads to the road being proposed to be a one-way in a counterclockwise direction around the building. In some overcrowded cities, the use of one-way travel is quite common. The difference is in the city that the sewage pipelines take the human waste out of the area to sewage treatment facilities. Here we have a proposal to put the building right in the middle of the waste treatment and discharge area. Joe, it's overcrowded. Okay, we're supposed to not overcrowd our land according to our zoning. Repeatedly, I have asked you about doing the wetlands crossing. I've even suggested maybe just pushing the sewage back there. I suggested putting the well back there. I'm going to hold you to the zoning then, Joe, because this is just wrong, to take and put a building down on 4 or 5 acres of land, wrap it in sewage, pave over it, and expect this planning board to think that that actually meets the purpose of our zoning, on page 1 of our zoning. It just doesn't, Joe. And, I don't want to be that person that has to say what I just said, but apparently, you board members aren't speaking up. You're speaking in little rhymes and riddles, but the reality is, this just is wrong for our zoning. It's wrong for our town to put this on the postage stamp. You have the ability, Joe, to put it over on the 14-acre parcel, and you're not doing that. So that's clearly going against our zoning. I've said my piece. Charlene?
So I haven't been involved in this but for 3 months, so I didn't get a lot of the back testimony from you guys. But when I look at this and I hear what you're saying, you're using the backland in your calculations for the soils or for the discharge of the septic, and yet you won't agree to leaving that backland vacant. So I guess I kind of look at that as a two. You're saying, well, I'm going to use this land in the back as part of my lot because you're calling it a 30-acre lot when it's really only a 5-acre lot, and you want to cram all this building onto 5 acres, but you don't want to leave the 30 acres, or you won't make a commitment to leaving the 30 acres as vacant land. And I see that as you're going to cram all this onto 5 acres, and at some point you're going to want to come back and develop that 30 acres. And that would be my one concern about you putting all of this on 5 acres, claiming that it's 30 acres. The other thing, I'm on the Board of Selectmen, and we have been approached by the state of New Hampshire. They're coming down to redo the bridge on Main Street, and that bridge is going to be out of commission. It's going to be gone for 2 years. They're going to take it down and put it back, but it's going to be gone for 2 years. So I'm not sure I understand how the water from Pennachuck is going to get from that side of Main Street to this side of Main Street and up 38, because the bridge is not going to be there. So I guess those are my two comments.
So the water main will be bored underneath the brook. We weren't going to hang the water main off the bridge. It was going to be directional bore underneath.
They're going to be working there for 2 years. How is that going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to bore underneath on the side.
Have you talked to Pennachuck? Have you talked to the town? Have you talked to the state? Like, does anybody know that you're going to be doing this?
Yeah, we've been talking to them for about a year now. And we've gotten the, Pennachuck we've dealt with the fire department for a while, and Pennachuck is okay that it's feasible, it's doable, we've run the numbers. But yeah, we've been dealing with everybody for about a year.
So you can work in conjunction with them redoing the bridge at the same time boring under?
I have no idea what the date is on the redoing of the bridge.
Well, they're doing it in 2 years.
It's the first I've heard of it.
When are they starting doing the work on the bridge?
I believe they're starting next year. They're having a hearing in May, and then they're having another public hearing in October.
So, we'd work with whatever schedule we have to, yeah.
So I have a question. Under our zoning in 30713, it requires the leach field and then an alternate site. Where's the alternate leach field?
So let me grab 30713. When you start looking at 30713, a lot of those recommendations deal with lot size as they apply to single-family and duplex lots. There's also a section in there that talks about workforce housing, but this is not a workforce housing project. Typically on commercial projects, we don't have a reserve area.
Mr. Chairman, could I say something about that to Mr. Maynard, please?
Go ahead, Jim.
Mr. Maynard, I know you're trying to distance that requirement for an alternate leach field in our zoning regulations. It's in 30713, but it's in the spirit and intent. And because we specifically may not have mentioned multifamily homes, the spirit and intent is clear that an alternate leach field area is required for replacement. But better still is 105.02, the lot size requirements. Do you happen to have a copy of the Code Administrator's rules with you?
DES or?
Yeah, DES. If you don't, I have a extra copy I made for you here.
Got my own.
Very good. So if you head up to 105.02 in the lot sizing area.
Yep.
We'll go, this is just for Mr. Passamonte's question. I have a multiple, I have a lot of notes that I'm going to be reading shortly. So, Mr. Chairman, I beg to differ with you. I've got a lot to say yet. So let me just ask you about how this stacks, because you just made a comparison to our zoning ordinance and telling us that it's not related. And I'm going to show you that the state does the same thing. When you start out to read this, you see that the state starts out with the small lots first. This is under lot sizes. And what they do is they build a case. They go with the 20,000 feet at a minimum, and then at least the 4,000 for the K area, right? And then they say in 3, they say for lots, which the primary use is not a single-family residential, the area required shall be A2, with A2, if you refer back to the table that it's referring to, 108, that's the 150 gallons per day, shall contain one or more areas on which one or more EDAs designed to accept the proposed flow can be installed. So my comment here is this. You've covered everything on this site. There's 24,408 square feet of building. There's 10,500 square feet of parking. Those are off your own notes. Pavement, I'm sorry. And then you've captured all of that underneath the parking areas with no alternate leach field areas. So that's my point that I'm going to be making for the denial of the special permits and the waivers, because you're not conforming to not only our regulations asking for you to supply an alternate leach field area, you're not meeting the DES standard. Now, you can say to me, and I can understand that as only not a graduate engineer and just a licensed person in the state, that sure, we can replace in place, but that's not what we require from the beginning of a build, on a new build. That's something that you do on an old lot or something where there isn't the room where we didn't have these regulations. These regulations have been revised and rewritten many, many times over the years. And they've come to the wise conclusion that it seems to me like they say this has to happen. Maybe there's a waiver you can get with the state, but you're not going to get it here from the town, at least not from me on 30713, that you do require an alternate leach field area. That's just simple. And because you're putting, and I'm going to get to the loading part of this in a little while, I think, I'm trying to build on what Mr. Passamonte is asking you. How do you make an exception for that? How do you expect us to reason with that? You don't have an area to build a separate leach field. When there's a failure there's going to be displaced residents, displaced pavement, and it's going to be catastrophic, and septic systems fail, particularly hybrid septic systems like these. You know that as well as I do. So there's a timeline for everything you engineer. So why is it unfair or unreasonable for us, and unlawful in any way, to ask you to conform to 30713 and to what the state is telling you need to do, which is to contain one or more areas on which one or more EDAs can be, of the proposed flow can be installed. Can you help me with that?
Yeah, so let's start with 10503. That's minimum lot size is required by DES. That's the section you keep referring to.
No, I'm on 105.2, Joe.
105.2, which subsection?
I'm on 3. Well, what I did is I introduced you to how they stack this. They start it with the residential lots. They start with the 20,000 feet, then they go to the 4,000 feet K area, the K areas, which are typical in the 1 and 4 bedroom designs. And then and then it jumps into the commercial designs, which is what this is. This is not a residential, this is commercial. And this is the equivalent, by the way, of 32.5 4-bedroom houses on a 5-acre lot, and I'm going to get to that later too.
But I want to talk to you about Mr. Passamonte's question about the alternate leach field area.
Right. Well, like I said, my position on the state's regulatory stuff is that, first off, these are all lot size requirements, so I'm trying to create a lot that's under 5 acres in size. Ultimately, I've got a 30-acre piece of property here, so therefore, this subsection in DES rules really doesn't apply from that standpoint.
Okay, that's your interpretation, so I'm going to go with this, seeing you brought this one up. You're taking the entire calculation of two separate upland soils, a 15 and a 5. We'll just use those numbers for now. And you're saying, combined with both, I have 19,500 gallons of potential loading in a perfect world, Group 1 soils. Disagreement?
I think I actually have more than that.
Yeah, okay, all right. So that's not the point. So then you don't want to proportionally load the property, you want to put it all down here. And what I'm going to say to you is that because of Pelham's regulations, again, with contiguous receiving areas, you have two separate areas, and you cannot tell us that you have a total load of 19.5 or more, but I choose not to put it proportionally spread it out. I'm choosing to put it all on a 5-acre parcel. And that, to me, is an unacceptable design, and it's an overcrowding of that piece of land, and it's definitely going to be a threat to the Aquifer Conservation District that's below it. Now, you've come in for quite a while with different people, and you've come in way back in the beginning with this one, and this is a plan where you use both sections, you use both parts of the property. Everybody remember this one? Oh, there's a good picture of it. So you use both sides. It was a different applicant, I think, but you had units on both sides, and you proportionately loaded the property. Probably not the number of units, but it was probably the most logical design that you've come in with. Subsequently, since then, you've taken everything and you've said, I want to put it all here, even though I'm using the entire calculation of the two non-hydric upland soils for my total loading, I want to stick it all over here. And the state does say, I think we had Ms. Kamal come up and say that the state does say that the following areas shall not be included, even though the lot's boundaries include those areas, and those are the poorly drained soils. So you've got an area of hydric soil that separates those two, so the functionality of the system design cannot work as proposed in the DES regulations, and certainly as the town of Pelham determines it. Joe, we saw this problem happen 25 years ago, 30 years ago, and we fixed it when John Tucker was the planning director. We added the language, it's in the spirit and intent, there has to be contiguous receiving soils. If you want to take this load and spread it out and go across that wetland and get sewerage up there, I'd be fine with that. I want to work with you to help you. But the way you're proposing it here, you're making this package, you're overloading the land with a septic design that's not, that isn't in compliance with our spirit and intent, not only ours, but of the Department of Environmental Services, in my position, I mean, in my opinion. So I'm going to not say anything more for a while, but I'm going to have some more to say, additional reasons why I'm going to be not in favor of the special permits and the waivers, and they're going to have to do with more of your design. And I'm going to point them out to you.
That's fine.
But only when they come up. I want the other members to have their, to ask you some questions. So, is that your answer to the alternate system, the alternate area?
Again, I don't think we're ever going to agree on the way it's written.
No, we're not.
So it's.
But we are going to agree that the Town of Pelham zoning regulations.
I have to disagree with that too, but that's not my position.
Guess who gets to interpret that? This board and the Board of Adjustment, and from there on, whatever you want to take it, you can take it wherever you want. But we ran into this problem a long time ago. It doesn't make sense. I can make this third grade logical. If you have land on the other side of a lake, you can't use that calculation to put the load on this side of the lake. You've got a lake, you've got a hydric soil area that comes right through and breaks this and stops the functionality of this system.
For the record, we do have a letter since the last meeting from Conservation Commission that should be read in, and we also have a letter from the fire department on behalf of the highway safety that should also be read into the record.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to read them, if you want to read them, if Danielle wants to read them.
I'll read them, I just got to find them, I
Well-
just had them.
Bruce was trying to make a comment for a while now. So before we read those into the record, I want to hear from other board members. Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, at the last meeting, there's a question I asked Steve Keach, our peer engineer, and he made a statement that the site was maxed. And I still can't wrap my head around the fact that you're putting this many units on that small of a parcel, whereas if it was a conventional, one house on 1 acre of land, you're talking a 4K area. There's backup there. There is no backup here, as far as what I'm seeing, how I'm looking at this. And I also feel as though that also under general provisions, under 307-2, that I think the main thing is the land is being overcrowded. And I just can't see with the wetlands down below, everything has a potential to fail. We all know that. I mean, nothing's perfect. It's not the perfect world, whether it's a mechanical thing or it's a man-made thing, where you are maxed right there and you have the wetlands right down below, yet you have the parcel on the other side that Mr. Bergeron stated, and I think a few of us have stated, that if you used the whole parcel and you separated the septic loading on two different parcels, and even if you wanted to put the buildings out back and separate with the septic out partially up front and partially out back, but the way this stands here, I just can't wrap my head around 4.7 acres with 65 units.
Roger?
Okay, I'm going to start with something upbeat.
Go for it.
I've visited Mr. Reno's other site. I know a lot of board members have not. He's done some great things with his rental properties. He's invested in Pelham. He's not like building them to run and, just let whatever happens. He wants to be here for a long time. His second proposition was this building, and if you look at the design, the build-out, it's upscale, and it's got some innovative issues that go with it. But I really, in all due respect to Mr. Reno's, being one of us in Pelham, I have to say that what the chairman read into the minutes here a little while ago, his statement, I have to agree with. And I appreciate the stuff that you do, but with the amount of land that's left over, and I think the statement you made about putting a well on the property and then pumping the effluent to the excess would eliminate having to get water under the brook, and then he could end up with his project. I think Jim would not be opposed to that. So I kind of agree with a lot of stuff Jim said, and I agree with what you read into the record, Mr. Chairman. But I didn't want the night to go by without saying that Mr. Reno does have, great intentions for the town. That's my statement.
And the design of the building is really nice.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
Roger, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I mean, if it was on the 14-acre piece instead of the 5, if the land was flipped over, you probably wouldn't be in the situation where, but we are supposed to try to prevent the overcrowding of land. That's one of the number one things of why you have zoning in the first place. Daniel, did you find out what you were going to read into the record?
Yes, yep. There's one letter from Chief Midgley, did I say that correctly? So it says, Planning Board, Chairman Doherty and members of the Planning Board, on November 29, 2022, Mr. Reno met with the Highway Safety Committee to discuss the proposed apartment complex located at 579 Bridge Street, property map 22, lot 885, 8-85-1. In attendance were Fire Chief Jim Jim Midgley, I hope I'm saying his name right, Stephen Toom, road agent Jim Hoffman, planning assistant Kerry Zalonis, taking minutes. Also in attendance was Joe Maynard of Benchmark LLC, as well as the applicant Bill Reno. Am I pronouncing that correctly too? Reno. The project was presented to the HSC using conceptual plans. Discussion began with the trip generation report from TEP LLC, a plan showing more than adequate site distance in both directions from the proposed access point, and a letter from SFC Engineering regarding fire department access to the proposed building. The fire department had no issues with the access road length, or width as proposed, due to the fact that the project had a short access road of significant width, underground utilities, and one more singular building with access around the building. There was no need for a second access. The HCS on the 3-0 vote endorsed the project, and we requested a road name from Mr. Reno for our next meeting. On January 31st, 2023, we were there, provided the road name Hudson Way, and it was accepted by HSC 3-0 approval. There was further ongoing discussion on several fire department issues which needed to be addressed, and I will go through them and provide you with the information that is current as of the date of this letter. The most pressing issue for the fire department was, that's not me, was the water, okay, where was I? Was the water supply and fire protection. Mr. Reno stated that he was working with Pennachuck Water to extend the water line from Main Street up Route 38 and into the project. I've spoken to Pennachuck Water, and they have informed me that with an upgrade of a 40-foot section of Main Street and bringing the water line up Bridge Street, they will achieve 1,500 GPM water flow at the proposed project at 18 PSI. I actually understand that, but I get it. The second part of this was the fire protection flow calculation from a fire protection engineer. This week, I was provided a fire flow calculation from SFD Engineering. The report states that the NFPA required fire flow calculations for this building are 1,375 GPMs for a sustained 2 hours, and quick response heads are used. I have spoken to the project owner, and he has already planned for quick response heads in the fire suppression system. This required GMP and is below what Pennachuck will be able to provide to the site. As a part of this requirement, there will need to be a pressurized hydrant within 100 feet of the building. We have already worked with the project owner to select a suitable location for the hydrant. Other issues that were discussed were suitable fire lanes, access ways to the building, and height of building, location of the congressional something areas, fire alarm panel locations, and sprinkler standpipe locations. Many of these issues will be further addressed in the final detailed plans as this project moves forward, but we are satisfied with the discussions so far. Mr. Reno is eager to work with the fire department to complete this project and obtain his occupancy for the building after final inspection and meeting our requirements. It is our expert opinion and our respective disciplines, the Highway Safety Committee, per its guidelines, and the Pelham Fire Department have no problem to this project, and we will work with the project owner as the project moves forward. As always, if you have any questions, please contact me. Respectfully, James Midgley.
Before you move on to the next reading.
Yes.
I don't know who wrote that, but somebody used the word project over and over and over again. This is a high-end development. This is not a project. Okay, this makes it sound like the applicant is proposing to build a slum or something. I don't know who wrote that, but I wish this board would stop using the word project, and anybody else that writes letters, and if I use the word project, reprimand me on it, because this is not the projects.
I agree.
All right, go ahead. Sorry, I just needed to vent. I just couldn't.
No, that's
can't
okay. You vent
handle
away, Mr.
hearing that
Chair.
over and
No
over
worries.
and over. Did anybody besides me notice that?
Yep.
It wasn't her words, it was...
I know, it wasn't her words, but whoever wrote that needs to think about things before.
You got a
they-
bad thing about projects.
I've worked in some cities. This is not the city. This isn't the projects.
That's where I spent my time.
Okay, go ahead.
The next letter comes from the Conservation Commission. Dear board members, the Conservation Commission reviewed this case on September 14, 2022, and October 12, 2022. In addition, the Commission took a site walk on the parcel on September 24th, 2022. These meetings focused on the building plan, WCD impacts, drainage, septic design, and road construction. See letter dated October 20th, 2022. The commission reviewed this case again on November 9th, 2022, and December 14th, 2022. The subject of these meetings was mainly the planting schedule and the landscape and design for the project. See letter dated December 17th, 2022. The commission reviewed this project again on May 10th, 2023. At this meeting, a letter from Mr. Maynard's wetland scientist, Nancy Rendell, was discussed. The letter proposed the applicant place an easement on the main wetland that bisects the site and to add a 25-foot wide buffer to the existing 50-foot buffer for a total of 75-foot buffer on the rear side of the wetland. The easement proposal indicates to commission members that we would be agreeing to a future crossing and impacts for drainage in the buffer if we agreed to the easement. Members were not satisfied with the proposal in the letter from Mrs. Rendell. Members have reviewed this case multiple times and have been consistent on our opinion about the back land on this property. The applicant has requested 65 units for this roughly 30-acre lot. Calculations for this development have been done on 30 acres. The commission feels the applicant has used all the land in their calculations. Therefore, there is no more land available for future developments regardless if zoning regulations change. The commission wants an agreement from the applicant that they will develop no further land on this lot. The applicant has consistently refused to make this agreement. Members understand the applicant's position, but cannot support this project with the possibility of future developments in the back land. The commission voted 7-0 in opposition to this proposal for an easement on the wetland and to add 25 feet to the buffer on the rear of the wetland. Thank you for your consideration of this matter. Karen Mackey, Secretary, Pelham Conservation Commission.
Okay, thank you for reading that into the record.
Trying to keep it together here.
Board members have any other comments? Jim?
We're going to be discussing waivers and special permits, so I've condensed some things into a couple of pages. So rather than listen to me all night long, I know they're probably not liking what I'm having to say, but I would like to, Mr. Chairman, I would like to just make a couple of more points that kind of parallel things you said, things that the other members have said, and some of the testimony we've heard from the public. So I'd like to start with the special permit. So in regard to the WCD impact, the Wetland Conservation District impact, the applicant has proposed a parent parcel that has approximately 44 acres, but he has positioned the access road and the utility structures within the Wetlands Conservation District. This parent parcel is located on and adjacent to an aquifer conservation district that is responsible for and supplies the water-bearing strata, recharging the aquifers that are Pelham's main source of potable water, which makes its way into Golden Brook and subsequently into Beaver Brook. There are thousands of private wells in this town. I believe there's 4,800. 4,008?
It was about that, yeah. I don't
4,800 private wells, and they're dependent upon these aquifers. And we have a particular section of our zoning ordinance that is the Aquifer Conservation District that we're asking you to be reasonable in understanding why the board takes the position that they do with this loading in the WCD district. So it's reasonable for the Pelham Planning Board to not issue a special permit for an impact of such magnitude, where it is the applicant's choice not to comply with the purpose and intent of 30 Section 37, 30740, and 30741 of the Pelham zoning regulations. The building being proposed is 24,408 square feet per floor, with approximately 360 feet in length. Am I correct with that? About 360
Something like that.
You add up all the little lines, it comes out to 360. Your building's at a bit of an angle at the end. I gave a little bit plus or minus, so it's 360 feet long. It's 75 feet in width, and it has a continuous circular access road that passes on the northeast side of the building within the boundary of the Wetland Conservation District. Your road is in the WCD district. Your utilities and light structures are in the WCD district. So this road completely makes a circle around the building and between proposed parking spaces on both sides of the access roads. So when you get to the south side, this road passes between double rows of parking. So Section 303 of the Town of Pelham's Land Use Regulations, B1, titled General Requirements for Site Circulation, states that individual non-residential and multifamily residential structures, associated parking, and service drives shall be afforded internal access by way of driveways having a minimum width of 24 feet if intended for two-way travel, and a minimum of 20 feet if intended for one-way travel. Where the circular access appears to be between 900 and 1,000 feet, would you agree with that? In the length around the building? 360, 360, 75 twice? Depending on
Roughly
where
900, yeah.
Yeah, wherever you draw the line, whether you draw it on the outside of the circle or the inside. So between 900 and 1,000, that's acceptable. And it passes between, I said this, it passes between parking spaces on both sides of the access road on the east and southern sides of the building, and single-sided parking on the northeast side of the building. It is apparent that limiting residents and traffic unfamiliar with the site to one-way circulation is both unenforceable and impractical. And along with that, I want to say possibly dangerous, and I'll get to that. And not allowing room enough for vehicles to back onto the narrower access road, 20-footer that you're proposing, from both sides of where the double parking is. This opinion is also supported by Keach Nostrom Associates in 2 technical reviews. One's dated February 20, 2023, it's item number 20. And the other technical review came later, it was April 5th of 2023, it was item number 9. And in that section, Mr. Keach implores you to reconsider the 20-foot that you have, but you don't seem to want to do that. In addition, Section 303 of the Pelham Land Use Regulations, Design and Construction Standards, 303(1)(b)(2), general requirement states, all non-residential and multifamily residential sites and structures shall be equipped with fire lanes and emergency vehicle access accommodations sufficient to satisfy the Pelham Fire Department. Since no provision for fire lanes have been made on this application, it is in the interest of public safety to require a minimum 24-foot access in lieu of any independent, no parking fire lane. So we're not asking you to do anything more than what's in the regulation. We're not telling you you have to, we're forcing you to do a fire lane. We're just asking you to keep the road wide enough and safe enough for vehicle traffic to go in either direction. The applicant shows a 24-foot access road making into the site and then narrowing to 20 feet. The 20-foot section being more than twice the length of the 24-foot section portion entering to the site. So this appears inconsistent with Section 303 of the Pelham Land Use Regulations and contrary to the logic where one would expect fire safety lanes to be wider rather than narrower around the entire building. So that's what I have to say about the WCD district impact. It's impacting because you can't fit the building in the space that you're trying to get it in. There's too much in one spot. So it just lends, to me, it lends credibility to what everybody's saying here about too much in one place where you could proportionally load it out like you did in your first. It's not like we can't say that you didn't do that at one time. You showed a load spread out. So I'll be quiet for now because my mouth dries out and I have to run and get water if I keep talking.
So I just have a question. So to Joe's point, last time you were here, I asked about the fire lanes and the letter from the fire chief, but he says he's going to design it later. I want to see that designed first.
Joe, the site's already overcrowded as it is. It isn't going to fit.
It's not going to fit.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Huh?
If I may?
Go ahead.
I have actually wrote up my own findings in reference to this as well, and bear with me. If I cough, let me go. So,
Could you pull the mic 2 inches closer, or?
is that working?
You keep leaning back.
Okay. So I did my own little facts of finding or written findings. So just for my own notes, I wrote down, the applicant seeks approval to subdivide 44.65 acre parcel situated at 579 Bridge Street to create both a 14.5 acre residual lot to keep an existing house on, and a 30.60 out parcel. The applicant's proposing a 65-unit with 2-bedroom multifamily residential building to be built on less than 5 acres of, less than a 5-acre parcel of land, totaling 130 bedrooms, leaving 25.60 acres undeveloped out of the 30.60 out parcel. The 30.60 out parcel consists of 2 upland parcels separated by a wetland. Based on the calculations below, and you all have a copy of my stuff, in accordance with the New Hampshire Code Administrative Rules, under 1005.3E soil, the soil group comes up Group 2. Correct, Joe? Group 2 for that, right?
Some of the site is Group 1.
According to the web survey. I went on the web survey.
Yeah, the web
so
survey's
that's
not 100% accurate, but
Well, that's what I utilized to get my Group 2, according to the state requirements. So 65 units with 2 bedrooms is 130 bedrooms and would equal 300 gallons per day per unit. In accordance with the New Hampshire Code of Administration Rules, Table 1008-1, unit design flow figures to dwellings, to apartments, 2 or more bedrooms equals 150 gallons per day. Bedrooms, you got 2 of them, so 300 gallons per day. Correct, Joe?
yes.
So 65 units times 300 gallons per day is 19,500 total gallons per day.
Yes.
All right. If you look at the formula below, well, they have it in the thing, you're allowed 2,000 gallons per acre. In accordance with the New Hampshire Code of Administrative Rules, under 1008.01, lot loading A, unless otherwise allowed by this section, the maximum allowable loading of sewage for subsurface disposal shall be 2,000 gallons per day per acre with the best soil and slope conditions, with loading for a specific lot determined based on soils and slopes as specified in 1005.03. And also, under the New Hampshire Code of Administration Rules, under 1005.03, minimum lot sizes, letter K states, the minimum lot size for all other commercial and residential subdivisions shall be calculated by dividing the estimated daily flow, Q, of sewage in gallons per day by 2,000, and then multiplying by the sewage loading factor established in Table 1005-1, and indicating in the following formula. Lot size equals gallons, Q, gallons per day. So with that, therefore, 19,500 gallons per day divided by 2,000 gallons times 1.3 Group 2 soil per acre would require 12.675 acres for the above proposed plan of 65 units with 2 bedrooms. It is important to note the applicant is proposing to build on less than 5 acres of land. Also, the 10 to 12 acres to the north are not contiguous and are separated by 4 to 15 acres of wetlands. Based on the formula below, if the applicant's proposing to build on 5 acres, it'd be 5 acres times 2,000 gallons per day equals 10,000 gallons per day. Take 10,000 gallons per day and divide it by 1.3 soil type, divided by 300 gallons per day for each unit. The applicant can build 25.64 units on 5-acre land. 25.64 units times 2 bedrooms is 51.28 bedrooms total. According to the Conservation Commission meeting minutes dated 9/24/2022, and approved on 10/12/2022, Mr. Maynard states, quote, "The soils on site are Group 1, 2, and 5," end quote. When referring to the grading and utilities plan for Bridgeway Commons dated September 29th, 2020, the plan shows a WCD district with very poorly drained soils. That's what I have right here. In accordance with the New Hampshire Code of Administration rules, under 1005.03, minimum lot sizes, under letter D states, quote, for the purpose of determining minimum lot sizes, soil groups shall be as follows. Under number 5, Group 5 soils shall be poorly drained soils, and 6, Group 6 soils shall be very poorly drained soils. Furthermore, under 100502 lot size, under B1, in all cases, the lot shall contain a minimum of 20,000 contiguous square feet of soil suitable for a receiving layer. And under letter F, the following areas shall not be included as available land when calculating minimum lot size, even though a lot's boundaries might include these areas. Number 2, very poorly drained soils. In addition, in accordance, excuse me, with the Pelham zoning regulations 30713A, lot size states that it has to have contiguous square feet of non-wetlands, and the following shall not be counted in computation of the required 35, I might need a drink here, I'm going on forever, 55,217,800 contiguous square feet of non-wetland requirements. Number 1, land areas containing poorly or very poorly drained soils. Number 2, land areas that would be flooded by a 100-year flood. Contiguous, by definition, means being in actual contact, touching along a boundary, or at a point in touching or connected throughout. Therefore, the wetlands cannot be included as available land when calculating the minimum lot size calculation. Because 1, the soils are poorly and very poorly drained soils. 2, the land is not contiguous, for it is separated by 4 to 15 acres of very poorly wetland. And 3, according to FEMA, bless you.
Thank you.
579 Bridge Street is located in a 100-year floodplain, and the flood zone goes through the center of the land, which is also noted on the applicant's plan under notes number 5. According to the Nashua Regional Planning Commission, the aquifer transmissivity map, 579 Bridge Street sits over, excuse me, one of the town's larger aquifers with the highest transmissivity of 8,001 square feet per day. I do have a copy of that somewhere here. 579 Bridge Street is also subject to the Wetlands Conservation District, no shocker there, in the Aquifer Conservation District. According to the approved planning board meeting minutes dated April 17, 2023, Mr. Reno explained he respectfully disagreed with the Conservation Board's opinion. He explained the project will have 26 acres of open space and they will be developing less than 5 acres. According to the Nashua Regional Planning Commission's GIS mapping, geo mapping, you go to parcel viewer, LiDAR, which stands for the light detection and ranging, and it defines wetlands and removes the wetlands to see what's buildable land. 579 Bridge Street's wetlands and maximum acreage at 40-foot mark showed the front parcel at 4.7 acres. The lines were then set up to show 125 feet between the topo lines that are 10 feet. So it's what, 110 divided by 10 divided by 125, well, you get your 8% slope, correct? The lines, if the soils were calculated as a type 1 soil, the 4.7 acres would be less and or equal to 3 acres of land on that front parcel. According to the Conservation Commission meeting dated May 10, 2023, Mr. Maynard states the front lot is now just under 4 acres. And, well, as submitted in a letter from Nancy Rendell, a wetland and soil specialist with Blue Moon Environmental. And I video timestamped that at 59:27. According to the New Hampshire DES under subdivision, New Hampshire DES regulates the subdivision of land into 2 or more lots if the proposed lots will not be served by municipal sewers, and 1 or more of the proposed lot is less than 5 acres. Subdivision approval is required for lots under or being reduced to under 5 acres, leased land, campgrounds, and condominium creation for both residential and commercial developments where septic systems are or will be used. Subdivision applications require a permitted septic designer and a licensed land surveyor. Multifamily residential housing, by definition, means a multifamily home is any residential property containing more than one housing unit, such as a duplex, townhome, or apartment complex. On sheet 2 of the plan, number 24, the applicant is requesting a waiver under the land use regulations under section 302, parking requirements, letter A, general parking requirements. According to the planning board meeting minutes dated April 17, 2023, the town's engineer, Mr. Keach, of Keach Nordstrom Associates, Inc., stated, Mr. Maynard indicated the earlier plan saw a waiver section 303-A4, which permits a maximum of 20 parking spaces in a single row without the benefit of interrupting green space, and stated, quote, he cannot support this waiver request, end quote. In accordance with the land use regulations under 303-2, parking requirements, under letter A, general parking requirements, number 4 states, all sites containing 20 or more on-site parking spaces shall contain 1 or more islands or peninsulas of green space situated within the interior of the paved parking lot. The cumulative area of all interior green spaces provided shall be equal, not less than 5% of the total area of all contiguous paved parking lot and driveway surfaces situated on the subject parcel. In order to qualify as interior green space for the purpose of satisfying this minimum green space requirement, an individual island of interior green space must measure at least 300 square feet in area. It continues, but if you refer to Mr. Keach's letter to the planning board dated February 20th, 2023, and April 5th, 2023, under Planning Design Matters, number 11 and number 4, he states, quote, we do not support the approval of this request, end quote. In accordance with the land use regulations under 303-1B1, individual, not residential, and multifamily residential structures, associated parking and services shall be afforded internal access via driveways having a minimum width of 24 feet if intended for two-way and a minimum of 20 feet if intended for one-way travel. According to the planning board meeting minutes dated April 17, 2023, the town's engineer, Mr. Keach, stated, the next remark deals with the matter of vehicle circulation, quote. He stated his concern about the one-way clockwise pattern, and, quote, asked Mr. Maynard if he would consider a counterclockwise circulation pattern, end quote. Also in his letter, dated to the planning board on February 20, 2023, under Planning Design Matters, page 6, number 20, he states, quote, we are concerned the corresponding reduction in the minimum aisles width, 20 feet for one-way versus 24 feet for two-way travel, may result in several unintended and undesirable outcomes for residents and guests, end quote. He further states in his letter dated April 5th, 2023, page 4, number 9, specifically, it would seem doubtful all residents and guests would adhere to one-way circulation pattern, which requires travel around the full perimeter of the building to reach the majority of available parking spaces. And we strongly recommend the applicant rethink this proposal from a safety and management perspective. The applicant is also requesting a special permit under Article 7 of the Pelham zoning regulations. The project will have a wetland conservation impact, district impact for the entrance road and association parking. According to the Conservation Commission meeting minutes dated May 10th, 2023, Mr. Maynard states, quote, the way zoning is written today, I could put 65 units on 30 acres, end quote. It is important to note that 65 units with 2 bedrooms will not be built over 30 acres of land, and will be built on the front parcel of land, which is less than 5 acres. According to the Conservation Commission letter dated October 20th, 2023, the proposed 30-acre lot is roughly divided into 5 acres of front land and 14 to 15 acres central wetland and 10 to 12 acres of back upland. Mr. Maynard has calculated the 30-acre lot has the capacity to support 65 units with 130 bedrooms. All development is proposed on 5 acres of land. The plan discussed on September 14, 2022 had 6,000 square feet of wetland impact for the driveway access to the site. The project will have 27,100 square feet of WC impact for the entrance road and associated grading, and there will be approximately 750 square feet of WC impact for the directional bore for proposed water line extension from Main Street under Beaver Brook then up to Bridge Street. And Commission members are concerned about the intense development on a 5-acre corner of this lot. And the Commission voted 7-0-0 in opposition to this development as presented because of the 2/3 of an acre of the WCD impact with too much impervious surface on a 5-acre section of the lot with no mitigation by locking up part or all of the back land. According to the Pelham Planning Board meeting minutes dated April 7, 2023, Mr. Maynard stated as part of the site plan review and the special permit, the neighbor withdrew their support for the sale of 1,000 square feet they were looking to purchase, and, quote, the design moved the 28,000 to 29,000 disturbance in the WCD, end quote. According to the Article 7 Wetland Conservation District, under 307-37 of the Pelham zoning regulations, the purpose and intent states, the purpose of this ordinance is to protect the public health and safety and general welfare by controlling and guiding the use of land areas which have been found to subject to high water tables for extended periods of time. It is intended for this ordinance shall, A, prevent the development of structures and land uses on naturally occurring or wetlands which contribute to pollution of surface and groundwater by sewage and toxic substances. B, prevent the destruction or significant changes to natural or wetlands which provide flood protection. C, protect unique and unusual areas. And then we have the letter E, D didn't qualify, so E, protect potential water supplies in existing aquifers, water-bearing streams, and aquifer recharge areas. And according to the Nashua Regional Planning Commission, aquifer transformation map, I've already said this, 579 Bridge Street sits over one of the town's larger aquifers with the highest transmissivity of 8,001 square feet per day. According to the 2002 Pelham Master Plan, under Summary of Recommendations, Natural Resources, it is recommended that development of wetland areas continue to be restricted in the future through the town's wetland conservation ordinance, and consideration is given to the protection of surface water and groundwater supplies within the town's boundaries as they are the lifeblood of the community. And according to the 2023 Pelham Master Plan draft, page 64 states, in Pelham's case, natural resource protection appears to be the high priority. On page 86, water supply states only 9% of Pelham's population is on public drinking water supplied by Pennachuck Water Works. The other 91, approximately 4,809 properties of Pelham's population is on private well water. So 91% of Pelham's residents are dependent on groundwater aquifers to supply the potable water or safe water to their wells. And then finally, in accordance with the 30741 special provisions out of the Pelham's zoning regulations, letter B states, no building or structure may be located within a wetland conservation district area. So with that, I also support, Mr. Chair, your choice on the matter and decision on the matter, as well as the other members of the board.
Okay, thank you. Hal?
Yeah. Mr. Maynard, I have a great deal of respect for you. But my take on this thing is your hands are tied. Your owner refuses to make any give on this, and it's the only way this is going to be, you're going to be able to do anything. So I admire what you try to do, but you're not going anywhere. And if you, I don't know if this gentleman here is a member of the ownership. I hope you take this to heart. I mean, we're just going to keep going back, and you're not going anywhere. So, like I say, respect you, but you know where we are.
Gotcha.
The board members?
got one
Questions,
more.
comments? Jim?
Joe, do you have sheet 14 with you?
Maybe, on a smaller scale, yep. No, wait, 14.
On these sheets, Joe, I think what you've done for us is you've given us an accurate rendition of the setbacks from the EDA areas to the very poorly drained soil areas. I'll let you get to it.
I might not have it, Jim, I'm sorry. I have a package with me
Jim's
here.
telling me I'm not talking into the mic. Should I say it again?
I'm looking for page 14, I'm not sure I have it with me.
It's sheet 14.
Yeah, I might not have it with me.
Well, I'll give you one, I've got one. Because I pretty much know what I'm going to ask you. So, can everybody hear me? Yeah. Joe, this is the 120 scale, and I think I'm... All right, I'm sorry. So, it's a small matter, Joe, but I just wanted you to be aware of it, because our peer engineer didn't seem to pick it up. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm not. So on that sheet 14, if you look at 2A, is it 2A, your EDA area?
Yep.
Your 2A, system 2A, I scaled that for you. Can you see the lines I drew on it?
Yep. And I see 25 and 35 foot dimensions that you're giving me.
So your bottom of that is 141 or 141.5. You have it at. You have your outlet at 145. It's 2.5 feet where your water goes out.
Mm-hmm.
See that little circle thing? That's the top of where your water goes out and dumps into the wetland.
Yep.
Goes across the street and hits the wetland. That EDA area is not in compliance with the Code of Administrative Rules. That is a non-intercepting, it's not intercepting a seasonal high water table, I would think.
No, it doesn't.
So it gets the benefit of the doubt, but it has to be set back a minimum of 35 feet. You're well within range of that. So that septic system is going to turn that water into a septic lagoon. You're dumping, you're less than 35 feet, the minimum required distance for a setback for that EDA area. Am I wrong?
I don't have all the supporting data in front of me, but your dimensions look correct.
Thank you.
Need a section?
So, Mr. Maynard, there's a lot of stuff just got read. Do you have the ability to respond to any?
I really don't have a lot of response to this. I know we've all talked about this project. We've talked about all these issues that you have brought up again. You know, from our standpoint, I think we want you to vote, right?
Yeah.
So, and I think if we could break it out into the 4 different portions of the application, we can start with the simple one of the subdivision, then possibly the waivers. I know where they're all going, but for the record, if I could have that put into motions, that'd be wonderful.
Okay. As far as the subdivision of the parent parcel into two parcels. Obviously, both parcels would meet the criteria. They're both over 5 acres. So that should be a vote that could be done. Jim?
Yeah, I just want a point of order on that. I wanted to ask Mr. Maynard, and the applicant or the owner, whoever, you're looking for a lot line change? You're looking for a lot line change?
No, he's looking for a subdivision of land.
A subdivision.
Subdivide it into 2 lots.
He wants to subdivide the
So,
parent parcel.
Then, Mr. Chairman, do we need to discuss the access, which doesn't meet the tangent requirements of site plan review regulations?
Mr. Keach commented on that, and he actually said we didn't need that waiver, and we withdrew it at the previous meeting.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that, because what I'm going to point out to you is that Mr. Keach wrote the land use regulations that he is speaking to you about, and I'm going to draw your attention to the definitions that Mr. Keach wrote in our land use regulations, and I'm going to take you all the way down, if you want to, I'll give it to you in sections so it's easy. This is in the definition section. It happens to be on page 13 in my set of definitions, and he talks about the definition of roads. Because we deal with black letter law here, we deal specifically with strict language interpretation. We don't go outside the box, we don't try to, at least I don't. So a road/street arterial is explained. I'll let you get to it. So you're going to be in the Pelham Land Use Regulations, latest edition, definition section, way up at the beginning. My copy is page 13. Let me know when you find it.
Oh, I don't have the site plan regs. I'm sorry, I had your zoning regulations.
Well, I see you have your representation in the audience, so it's important that they take note of this, that in Mr. Keach's own definition, in his own site plan review regulations that he wrote for us, for this board, he specifically does a very good job of providing us with definitions. So he's got road/street arterial, road/street collector, road/street local, and road/street private. So if you're proposing this multifamily building to have a private road, according to Mr. Keach's own definition, it needs to meet the design criteria for that road standards. So where we have, or at least I feel, where we have a road exiting onto and entering onto and coming from a 50-mile-an-hour state highway, we need to have a minimum road tangent that meets design standard. And by definition, it needs to meet that standard. So I'm going to call Mr. Keach wrong on his opinion. And his opinion, Mr. Maynard, is only advisory.
What was the last thing you said, Jim? His opinion is what?
Advisory. So is the Conservation Commission, so is the Fire Department, so is the Highway Safety Committee. Unfortunately, we're stuck with making the tough decisions and the interpretations. Otherwise, what a mess it would be, right? So, now, back to my question, whether you agree or disagree, do you want to go ahead with a lot line, a subdivision, where the access, with the waiver that you're requiring, could possibly, I'm not sure what the rest will do, but could possibly be denied?
I think I do want to move forward with that.
Okay, I needed to ask you that.
Yep.
I want to try to work with you.
What would the waiver be, Jim?
Well, no, Mr. Keach was, Mr. Maynard was he's looking for a waiver. He's saying he doesn't need a waiver for the tangent, Mr. Chairman. So if you read our site plan review regulations on the design section, I can get to it.
We can't keep asking for votes.
It's the tangent section, Mr. Chairman. Do you have your land use regulations with you? No?
I'm reading the potential waivers, and the first one says the length of the tangent in from Bridge Street
Right.
is...
No, what I'm saying is Mr. Keach has advised us in his second letter of, do we have that letter, Mr. Maynard?
I do have a copy of his second letter.
He said that they don't have to meet the tangent requirements, Mr. Chairman, for road construction design standards. And what I'm saying is, in Mr. Keach's own words, in his own definition, he puts that road, private or otherwise, in with all the other road criteria. And that makes good sense. Do we want to create roads with hazardous entryways off of main state highways? We made the guy on Wyndham Road had a very slight tangent waiver. We gave it to him, but it was very slight. This is I think this is down to 22, just down to 22 feet.
It says...
Probably about 22 to 25 feet.
Yeah.
It's 22-foot tangent at the slope.
From the right-of-way, not from the edge of pavement.
So, right, so but we require 100.
Right.
Yeah.
So, you want to leave yourself in a position where you're subdividing a lot that may not be granted a waiver for a tangent requirement. I guess that's my question, trying to be fair.
I think I do, because honestly, there's no other way into that piece of property. Even if I was to meet the tangent requirement, I would need a dredge and fill permit to get into the property at that point.
Well,
so
again, you have a parent parcel of 44 acres. You sure that's the only way in?
That is the only way in without crossing wetlands to that side of the land.
So we need an unsafe condition to get into a piece of property that is naturally restricted by its own self, right?
Well, we're not saying that it's unsafe. District 5 will make that decision, and we've been working with them on a driveway entrance.
Well, again, and I don't like to hop on it, but they can say, they can do it all. The legislature is very clear that the local authority can have standards that are better than the minimum standards required by those agencies. So you're building a street, it's private, but it's by definition a street off of a road.
So you're using that definition?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Yeah. So using that definition, you're saying?
You need the land use regulations.
Yeah, we got, Jen was kind enough to give it to us.
Very good. And if you go to the page 13.
Under definitions, yeah?
You got road, street, arterial road, street, collector road,
A
street,
local road or
road, street, private.
Not intended for public
Then you
dedicated
go
anymore.
up into this area, into this section of the land use regulations that deals with design construction standards for streets and driveways. You'll see that a street can be arterial, collector, or private.
Yeah, so you're connecting
So
to the
then
definitions.
you go to what it requires, the tangents, and the tangent has to be not less than 100 feet. Now, we can vary that, but you're down to 20. I think the first proposal you came in with when there was a potential property purchase from an abutter, I believe you were at 50. Am I correct?
Yeah, right about there. But without that purchase from the neighbor, there's no other way to get into this side of the land.
Without the disruption to the wetland.
Correct.
I don't get how this is a big...
So,
it's in the definition.
do you understand, Mr. Chairman, what I'm asking?
I understand. I see what you're saying, but I still don't see the connection between, because it's in the definitions.
You don't?
Yeah. No, I don't, but, I mean, again, Jim, like a lot of things, I think
Well,
we'll
that
agree
slash
to disagree.
means the word in front of it is the same as the word behind it. So if you read the definition...
I understand that, Jim. Again, I think you're making a connection that we just don't agree with, that's all.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, listen, again, agree to disagree, right?
Right.
We have a lot of those in this project.
Oh,
but-
that's
Yeah.
unfortunately the way of the world, but we get stuck with the interpretation. So if the rest of the board agrees with that,
So whether or not it's private or public, it's still getting driven on, and it's still coming out onto a state road.
200-plus vehicles a day coming out onto a 12,000 car per day count highway at 50 mile an hour. Do you want a safe exit and entrance?
All right. So the discussion is as to whether that relates to a public or private. And I would think it would be obvious that it relates to all roads, not by the name that public or private, but by design, what it's doing. It's an entrance into a development, so it's a road. It's not a driveway.
Talk to the mic, not to me.
Yeah, it's not a driveway, thank you. It's a road.
Right.
It's a private road.
That's the way I see it.
It's a road.
Okay.
And it enters a
We
development.
understand the point.
Yeah.
We're going to,
Okay.
I don't want you to do something you might, might have another way to configure, trying to help.
Yeah, there is no other way into that piece of land without a wetlands permit to do what you're asking, so.
Well,
I mean, we went out of a way
could
to
I
make that
say,
point.
I'm not going to design it for you, but you could come in with a minimal disturbance and get off the WCD and use that portion, and go to the back and use the back. Those were some of the first proposals. Again, I don't want to, it's not for you that I'm doing this, I'm doing it for the general public, and I think you got two guys in suits out there that look pretty important. I'm doing it for that.
Different projects, different.
No, I get it, but I don't remember that. This was Mr. Reno's. This one was Mr. Reno's. I think that was your brainchild for a while, right?
I don't remember anybody being gung-ho about us going to the back, but now all of a sudden, we've been told multiple times that why don't we just go to the back?
No. Hang on now. Because of the loading, because you're taking the calculation of the entire non-hydric
Correct.
area.
I mean, that's the definition of multifamily. It is certainly a denser with open space.
Yeah, but you can't put, on a town that relies
I got
on
you.
soil-based lot size calculations, you can't put 32.5 houses, which is equivalent of 4-bedroom houses, big houses, 130 bedrooms on 4.7 acres without.
All right, let's go back to the waiver.
I'm going backwards, and I don't want to go there.
My fault.
You took me there.
Right.
Like I said.
So, is it the consent? Let's get a consensus of the board to see if the board feels that they need this waiver or they don't need this waiver. Guess we go around the room. Jim says yes. I would say that they would need the waiver, would be yes myself. Bruce, do you think they need that waiver?
Yes.
All right.
I'd be a yes.
All right, so there's 4 right there, so that's enough that we would need that waiver. All right. Then, has this waiver been accepted for consideration? Have any of them been accepted for consideration?
No, none of them have been
The way it is
accepted yet.
Okay.
Subdivision first?
So you on the site plan right now, or you on the subdivision?
We're on
We are on the
subdivision first.
subdivision.
And these waivers are relative to the subdivision or the site plan?
So it should be subdivision, then waivers, then special permit, then site, if I'm
I
correct.
thought Jim was saying that he felt that that waiver was necessary for the subdivision of land because we would be creating a lot that was not a viable lot if it had no way, if it had no access.
Yeah, but the subdivision regulations don't specify the tangent length. That's a site plan or regulatory thing. So from a subdivision standpoint, the lot meets the acreage, it meets the frontage requirement, it meets the uplands area that's required under the rules. So the subdivision should be clean cut. There's no waivers associated with it, except for, we had a waiver on that for not to do the topography because we had extensive plans already submitted.
I would tend to agree with you on that, Joe, just because it doesn't have to have a road. It could just be a driveway to a house.
It could.
It wouldn't necessarily have to be a road, so that,
If it became a driveway,
so that, right, so
Right,
that,
but again, the subdivision doesn't contemplate what the use is. It
Right.
just says, do you meet the minimum land sizes and the areas, and it does, so.
yeah, just
It'll be a waiver.
bear in mind that I think there's a consensus to forewarn you that your access will be tough.
okay. So as far as just the subdivision of land and not needing that waiver, shouldn't need any of the waivers that are requested because it's just a subdivision of land with no intention of doing anything on it as far as the subdivision of land goes. simple subdivision of land.
Oh, we got,
Both viable pieces in size-wise, acreage, frontage.
So I agree with that. I agree with that, but this, on our plan, our material here, it says, seeking approval to subdivide into 2 lots, the existing house will remain on 14 acres and a 65-unit apartment building is proposed on the remaining 30 acres, for which a separate site plan application has been submitted. So does that affect the subdivision?
So separate application, I think is the key, right?
No, I don't, it doesn't. I think Carrie just wanted to clarify on the agenda that it was related to the
Okay.
same parcel.
All right, thank you.
2 separate applications we have.
Okay, thank you.
So I still think we can act on the subdivision of land. If somebody wants to make a motion to act on that, we could. We have already acted on the plan for consideration, I'm quite sure, a while back. So therefore, we should be able to act on it and do the subdivision of land. Does anybody disagree with that?
Can you repeat that?
We've accepted the plan for consideration a while back. As far as acting on a subdivision of the land, it's just a subdivision of the land. Both lots are in excess of 5 acres. They both have the proper frontage. So this is acting on a subdivision of the land. So therefore, the property could be sold in 2 separate pieces. Regardless of what it's going to get used for, it could be sold as 2 separate pieces.
Just to be clear, it's the 14 from the 30, right?
From the 45, roughly.
44. So 14 and
44.
14 from the 44, yes.
Right. There's a line drawn on the drawing showing the size, and that would be staked out, correct, Joe?
Yeah, we'd be setting monuments at all the corners.
Everybody following this now? It's just to subdivide this land so that the owner of the property can have his single-family house on his 14 acres, and the applicant can have their 30-plus acres.
First map is which?
Thank you, Joe. All right. So, I guess I'm entertaining a motion to make the subdivision of land happen. Nobody?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the
Second.
floor. We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm aye. Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? Okay, so that would be a 7-0-0. So you can subdivide your land. Next order of business would be anybody want to work on the special permit? Special permit would be for wetland crossing. And this is where you don't have me on board. Because that would be condoning the overcrowding of land.
Mr. Chairman, could you
I do
please
not-
read that waiver in complete?
That's not a waiver. The special permit is not a waiver.
Oh, special permit, I'm sorry.
So we'll do the.
Do we have that, in verbiage?
I don't see it in verbiage.
The special permit request?
I looked for it
Spelled
earlier.
out in the application
It didn't make my
packages.
packet. What's that?
Yeah, it's spelled out in the application package that you received back in December, and then it was subsequently, when the plans were revised, it's a total of 29,000 square feet of WCD impact, 10,500 was pavement, and 18,500 was grading disturbance that was being replanted. So that was the special permit request.
That request is contained in the file.
It is in the file, yeah.
It came with the original application.
All right.
Did you correctly say 10,500 of payment? I thought that was the entire coverage. That's just the road?
Just the WCD disturbance for the road is 10,500.
So, okay. I'll
That's the number
ask
you've
you a
had.
question later, but...
No,
That's
that's,
the number you've had,
yeah, we've had, it's varied anywhere from 27,000 to the 29,000. It went to 29 when we lost the ability to work with the neighbor to buy the triangle of land. So,
I think if you could just clear this up for me, I think in your notes where you say you're using your, proposed pavement, 10,500 square feet.
that's WCD disturbance, though.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Yep, clear as mud. Thanks.
Okay. So, I'm going back to the overcrowding of the land as far as the WCD impact special permit. But I'm still not going to prevent the board from making motions. Anybody wants to make a motion that we approve or disapprove the special permit? I would entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair, to disapprove,
I'll second that motion.
Motion to what?
to deny, disapprove,
Deny the special permit?
special permit, yes, sir.
I'll
Mr. Chair.
second that motion.
And what would your denial be based on?
Mine would be on overcrowding of the land.
Okay. Danielle, are you also on board with that in your
Absolutely.
motion?
What was that?
With overcrowding of the land.
Want to have some discussion on this, where it's,
Could you repeat
the
that?
motion is a denial of the special permit, and where it's a denial as opposed to a motion to approve, I think you should have discussion on it.
I'd like to enter my written findings in as well, if I could, Mr. Chair,
Yep.
for denial of that special permit.
Mr. Chairman, if I also could, I have it in longhand, but I can convert it to type for you folks. I spent a good deal of time on the WCD impact and why I said earlier why I would not vote in favor of it. So I'll convert this to type, and it'll be part of the official record that you can use, and the guys back there can deal with it.
The letter that I read into the record earlier is also on the record. You have that, Danielle, so...
Yes, yeah.
That can be supplied to the applicant. All right, so we have a motion on the floor and a second to deny the special permit. All those in favor of denying the special permit, say aye.
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 I am also aye. Opposed? Abstained? All right, I think we should do a roll call vote instead, where it's a motion for denial. Could you read the roll, Danielle?
Yes. Caught me off guard there, sorry.
What's that?
Roger Montbleu,
Aye.
Joe Passamonte,
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Jim Bergeron,
Yes to deny?
Shalene Dekejian,
Yes to deny.
Bruce Belapka,
Yes to deny.
and Tim Doherty.
Yes to deny. All right, so that is a 7-0. The special permit's been denied. Do we want to, there was a couple waivers that haven't been acted on. One of them is the landscape areas. I'm going to read it. It says landscape areas and parking where more than 20 spaces are proposed, section 303-2, parentheses 4. For this waiver, we have two places where we would like this waiver. The main area is along the southeast side of the proposed building. This would allow the maximum number of parking spaces in close proximity to the building. The other area in the southeast side of the proposed parking lot. And for this area, we are proposing 23 spaces. I personally don't have a problem with that on a plan. I never did. I think for plowing purposes, especially in a tight area, I don't condone that this is an overcrowding of land, but where it is, the last thing I think you need is to have those obstructions in the way. So I would be more than happy to allow that waiver, but I would fully deny the plan, but I'm not opposed to the waiver. That's just my opinion.
Small wins, Tim. Small win. Small wins.
Well, I mean, it's a tight, very, very tight spot, tight lot.
Well, I absolutely disagree with that, Mr. Chair.
You're entitled to your opinion,
This
Danielle.
being, I do think it's confirmed now less than 5 acres. On top of that, now less than 4 acres. So I think I would not support this waiver.
She's holding you to your miss.
Anybody else? Roger?
Yes.
Joe?
No.
Anybody have any opinions on it?
It's up for discussion.
Sure.
I'm kind of obvious that I'm not going to be voting to approve this waiver. I think this one, Madam Secretary, that Keach also,
Correct, yes.
Steve wanted this waiver to not be given.
Correct, yes.
To not be
Correct. And our stance was
Yeah.
I'd rather have a few extra spots.
he wanted
we
it
have
not to pass, right?
On the
He
specific.
wanted the green space.
Yeah.
He did want the green space,
So-
so he did not support this, correct.
There's one place where I'll agree with Mr. Keach.
All right, so I would entertain a motion then, one way or the other? Motion to approve or a motion to deny?
I'll make a motion to deny the, what number are we under?
If you're going to make a motion to deny, you need a reason, and then it would be a roll call vote.
I'll make a motion to deny the, what waiver is it, though? That's what I'm trying to look for. Section. All right.
Based on Steve Keach's opinion?
Correct, and I was going to go with that. So that would be the landscape parking 303-24. All right, so I'll make a motion to deny the waiver of section 303-24 in support of the town's engineer's feedback from his.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Danielle, would you do a roll call vote?
Okay. Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Yes.
To deny.
Yes, to deny. Roger Montbleu?
I abstain.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes to deny. Joe Passamonte?
Yes, deny.
Charlene Takesian?
Yes to deny.
Jim Bergeron?
Yes, to deny.
Tim Doherty?
No. So that would be a 5-1-1. And it's been denied. Okay, pipe cover. We have a waiver request for pipe cover from section 203-5B3. 2 sections of pipe where we need this waiver. The request is to allow 2.5 feet of cover where 3 feet is required. Primarily, this is required since we have some long pipe runs and there is only so much available depth at the proposed detention pond. Does anyone have any discussion on that?
Could you repeat that? We're having a hard time over here.
The last waiver is a waiver for pipe cover, section 203-5B.3. We have 2 sections of pipe where we need this waiver. The request is to allow 2.5 feet of cover where 3 feet is required. Primarily, this is required since we have some long pipe runs and there is only so much available depth at the proposed detention pond.
May I offer some discussion on this? I guess my question is, if I feel the lot's small to begin with, and the plan could change, wouldn't this not even be relevant to it? Because maybe the pipe might go to the back lot as opposed to this little lot in the front?
Basically.
So what's the
But
point
this,
of?
this is what we have in front of us.
All right, so I'll make a motion to deny that waiver.
You would make a motion to deny that waiver?
I'll second that motion.
All right, you have a motion and a second on the floor. Do a roll call vote, Danielle?
Roger Montbleu,
Deny.
Joe Passamonte,
Yes to deny.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes to deny. Jim Bergeron,
Yes to deny?
Charlene Takesian,
Yes to deny.
Bruce Belapka,
Yes to deny.
and Tim Doherty.
No. That would be a 6-1-0. Okay, can anybody think of anything else that we could act on?
The tangent length, Mr. Keach said we didn't need, but it was in the original request.
He said you didn't need a tangent.
Mr. Chairman, I don't understand that question. Could you have Mr. Maynard explain that?
The original waivers had a length of tangent in from Bridge Street. Number one, it says length of tangent in from Bridge Street under section 2034B4B3. A minimum tangent length of 100 feet is required where one road intersects another. The regulation states that the tangent is measured from the edge of the right-of-way. Since Route 38 is such a right-of-way in this area, if we hold a 100-foot tangent, this will push the road into the wetlands. Our request would be to allow a 22-foot tangent at this location. So they're requesting a waiver of the tangent of 100 feet, so they don't have to push into the wetland.
Could I ask a question of the engineer?
Yeah.
I can. The right-of-way width here, it drops down to 66?
I think that it's 66 further up. I think this is full width through the middle section of the lot here.
Are you sure? That'd be 100.
Hold on.
Do you have the,
You say right on the plan how wide it is.
it seems to drop back, that 100 feet doesn't run very far up there. I had those road plans, I didn't bring them.
100-foot wide right-of-way, Class 2 road in front of the property.
Okay, so there's a potential there for widening, so I'm going to be I'm going to be voting to deny that waiver.
The tangent, Joe, would be off of the...
It's based on the edge of the right-of-way, the way it's written in the ordinance. So typically, if it's a 100-foot right-of-way, that means I can't start my tangent for 100 feet past the right-of-way. So ultimately, from center line of the road in this case, you end up with 150 feet straight back before you go into a curve.
Yeah. There's a design capacity problem with 38 now. Everyone knows we're up to 12,000 cars a day. There's going to be some, that whole stretch of highway is running way over its maximum design criteria. They were 100 feet there, then they narrowed down to 66. So it gets pretty dangerous. There was a pedestrian fatality there years ago, so I just have to vote against it for public safety.
Right. The road could be pushed further straight in with some dredge and fill, correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay. Would anybody like to make a motion? In regards to the tangent?
Yeah, my motion, I'll make a motion to deny the tangent request for that.
Is that
Tangent
on-
waiver request.
And now, is that on the grounds that we could issue?
I'm not going to speculate what they can and cannot do. That would be.
So you're going to
that would be
make a
bad
motion to
move to
deny
make.
with no reason, other than it's just a 22-foot tangent, it's 1/5 of the amount they need?
It's incredibly less than what they need. If it was
So you-
something more than that, I'm not sure if you were the designer of, we have granted tangent waivers before, but nothing to this.
You have, I'm pretty sure.
Not this planning board member.
All right. So are you making the motion for safety reasons?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion to deny on the floor for safety reasons of not allowing a 22-foot tangent at this location. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Danielle, would you do a roll call vote?
Bruce Palapka,
Motion to deny.
Roger Montbleu,
Deny.
Danielle Massey Quinn to deny, Joe Passamonte,
Deny.
Charlene Tukisian,
Aye.
Jim Bergeron,
Deny.
and Tim Doherty.
Deny. That's a 7-0-0 vote. That waiver has been denied. Okay. Joe, I hate to ask you this question, but is there anything else that this board can act on at the moment?
Site plan.
The overall site plan?
Yeah.
That's, okay. The applicant would like a motion to approve or deny the site plan.
Tim, could you speak up, please?
The applicant is looking for us to motion to approve the site plan. The actual plan, the 60,
Yep, the whole plan,
the whole plan, right.
in its present configuration, right?
Yep, in its present configuration.
On that lot size.
Yep, yep, what you see, what's in your packet, yep.
A point of order, isn't it, if the WCD impact, its special permit has been denied, is it a moot point to deny the site plan?
No, we have no choice but to deny the site plan because of everything that's
Okay,
been denied.
So for everything stated previously by Danielle Massey Quinn, the notes that I have that will turn into type, Mr. Balapka, Mr. Passamonte, I make a motion to deny this site plan as presented.
Second.
So the motion is going to be denied, to deny the site plan. All right, and that is because of all of the denials that have already been done on the waivers and on the special permit.
The letter from the Conservation Commission,
Yep.
your letter, Mr. Chairman, that'll be entered into evidence, mine, Mr. Quinn's, and
Yep.
anybody else that has, we need, Joe, we need now to be
Everything
very
was-
thorough with findings, written findings. We've been made aware by legal that we got to put all this in writing for you, so you guys can look at it. So I'm just saying these things
So
because you're going to see them all in type.
This motion is on everything that's been submitted tonight to, and your motion is to deny the plan. It's been seconded. Danielle, roll call vote, please.
Bruce Palapka,
Motion to deny.
Roger Montbleu,
Deny.
Danielle Massey Quinn, deny, Joe Passamonte,
Deny.
Charlene Tukisian,
Yes to deny.
Jim Bergeron,
Deny.
Tim Doherty.
Yes to deny. That would be a 7-0-0 vote. The plan has been
Thank you.
denied.
All right, guys, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Is that? Yeah, you want to take a 5-minute break? We're going to take a 5-minute break. Yeah. Okay, we're back. And we are going to move on to case PL 2023-00014, Triple Crown Estates, Canal Ave, conceptual discussion of a proposed 10-lot subdivision. Do we have anybody here from Triple Crown Estates? And I see people coming forward. That's good. Okay, this is a conceptual, so do we have a butters list on this or not? Did they notify a butters?
No. It says no.
Okay.
Nope.
All right. So Canal Avenue is just up the street from my house, but depending on where your conceptual 10-lot subdivision is, are you coming in off the, where are you coming in off of, and like, where is it going to be? Because I want to know if I'm like really close to this or not, so I can potentially step down.
We're coming in off Canal Ave.
So is that where the surveyor's markers are, on the right-hand side, where it was a 3-lot subdivision already?
I'm not familiar with that plan, but we are planning to tie in on a secondary cul-de-sac that's coming off of Canal Ave.
Okay, so Canal goes up, and then when it gets to the top, it branches and has 2 other different roads now.
Yeah, we're tying in before that point.
So you're tying in on the right or on the left?
On the right.
And how far down towards the pond would you be potentially going?
How far down towards what?
The pond.
Pond?
Yeah, Canal Ave, there's a lot of woods, there's a long, narrow strip of woods there. How far in are you going? Because I don't have anything on it really that I could tell from the plan. Good.
I'm just confused on what you're asking, I guess.
I want to know if I'm a butter to your property.
He'd be on the list.
Huh?
There's no butters list.
There's no list, Jim.
There's no butters list.
Oh. Got a tax map?
We are map 23, lot 12-98, 12-99-4, and 12-99-5.
All right, so I'm going to rephrase this for just the planning board members. Would the planning board members like me to step down off of this where we don't know if I'm on a butter and have Jim take the chair, or just stay here where it's just a conceptual?
You could stay.
I should stay. I'm fine. Yeah.
In my opinion, Mr. Chairman, this is a very light conversation concerning conceptual. We're not going deep with you. And I would think you should stay.
All right, Roger, what's your thought? Should I stay or sit down?
Should we what?
Should I stay or let Jim chair it on this?
Oh, I think you should stay.
Charlene?
I think you should stay.
All right, I will stay then. Okay, go ahead, start your presentation with your name and what you got in front of us.
Okay, so my name is Tim Laporte. I'm from the Dubay Group, and we are proposing to do a 10-lot subdivision, a new cul-de-sac off of Canal Ave. All of these lots are going to be conventional. We're planning to meet all of the regulations, and they should be pretty well designed houses, all the garages on the side, and we meet all the criteria as far as we're aware.
And Jen, this does look like the one that would have, we approved one that was just for 3 lots.
Yeah, if you look at your comment sheet.
And it was a driveway,
If you look at the
right?
front sheet where I did your comments, I gave you a little history. They did receive, this is a total new reconfiguration of those lots. But yes, they were before this board back in 2021 for a 2-lot subdivision and a lot line adjustment. But now those lots are part of this subdivision that it was never developed.
Okay.
Tim, do you remember this was Mr. Bisson's land? He was going to build two 5-acre lots up here for his daughters. Remember it? You talked about it. There was some question about the access. It was about 3 years ago, maybe?
Oh, yeah.
2020 and 2021. They got a variance in 2020, because one of the lots was landlocked, I think.
So, yeah, look, if I go by the locus map, I'm probably 600 to 800 feet away, I would guess. And the old Webster Ave extension would be between where I live and that, so I probably am far enough away. All right. So your lot 1, you're saying that you're meeting all of our subdivision regulations. That's a really odd shaped lot. That starts right at Webster Ave, goes up Canal, and then follows along the side of your proposed road. So it has like I don't even know what I call that shape.
Polygon.
No,
That's the true name of it. It's a shape without a shape.
Shape without a shape. What's the proposed size of that lot?
That lot would be 77,000 square feet.
Okay, so that's a substantially large lot, all right. So if the part where it says lot 1, if you were to just draw that line straight up, is that roughly an acre in size, minus the handle that's over on the side of Canal?
Probably, I'm not entirely sure of the size of that specific piece of land. But our intent with that lot is not to develop that L shape you were referring to.
Not wide enough.
It's kind of obvious.
Exactly.
Mr. Chairman, it's 10 o'clock. Can I make some points?
Anything you want, yep. Make
All
any
right.
points conceptual.
I'm not sure how the rest of the board members are going to look at this, but I looked at this very quickly, and this is only conceptual, so what we say here is not necessarily going to be a for or against, but it's going to tell you where at least where I think you made some errors in your design. And I'm going to start with, if you take your sheet, who's the engineer? Are you the engineer, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. So the town of Pelham has lot size by soil type requirements. You're fully aware of that?
Yes. Well, isn't it a 1 acre for lot size?
Nope. Could be 10. You may end up needing 10 acres. I have a neighbor, let me put myself in perspective for you. I have a neighbor who had a 3-lot subdivision, and at the time I wasn't on the planning board, and he got 1 extra lot he had a 10-acre parcel. He could only get 1 house on it, because it only had enough non-hydric upland soil that met the criteria that you will find mostly in our land use regulations. To the planning director. So first thing you're going to do is every lot that you have a house proposed sitting on a 4K area, change it, because I won't support that. You have 5 of them. So
what is your question again? Because
it's not
every
a question.
single lot meets the criteria.
It's not a question, it's a point.
Okay.
The point is, 4,000 square foot building, 4,000 square foot 4K area is for a septic, not for a house. So every place you've shown a house on the last page overlapping a 4K area is not going to be an acceptable, in my opinion, only mine, is not going to be an acceptable design, period.
So that's incorrect, sir? No. The 4K area is for you actually see the houses on here on the grading utility plan for each house?
You have little houses drawn on the last page, second last page, on the last page. And underneath the houses, you have your 4K areas that are shown on the first page, correct?
If you look at the grading plan, you see a house. It's a standard house. You can have a 4K that overlaps the house, but show me where that is occurring. On what page and what lot?
First of all, on the first page, and again, we're not supposed to get too technical with it because this
Well,
is conceptual.
we're here, we might as well get into it because we're very careful about this, sir, and the lot sizing works as well, all criteria.
So, first of all, you've got these little dotted lines, your 4K areas on the second sheet.
Those are not 4K areas.
All right, where are they?
The 4K areas are where I told you, and that is on the grading utility plans.
I need a sheet number.
Sheet 9 and 10.
I'm just going to cut you all off for 1 second. Can you, for the record, say your name?
Oh, hi, my name is Carl Dubay.
Yeah, from the debate group.
Yeah, so the lotting criteria, as you know, is the big rectangle, 15,000 square foot, that needs to meet all the setbacks. We also have the wells that meet setbacks.
The 15,000 square foot area, Mr. Dubek,
Yeah.
Carl, is the building envelope. Correct. That's all that is.
Correct.
Okay.
And then you have 4K areas, which is a separate, it's a separate variable. And those 4K areas cannot exceed over the well radii. The well radii all meet on the lots, they meet the setbacks.
Or the house, where you propose to put the house.
The house is in the building area, allowed setbacks, and that meets the minimum upland criteria as well.
So-
we have no WCD impacts on this project, no wetland impacts. All the uplands are hugely more than what we require. These are very large lots, and this is going to be a very, a high-end subdivision.
So again, you're going to have to help me because this is in a very good set of drawings. I'm sorry to say that. They're reduced scale. I don't like reduced scale. You saw me earlier. I think you sat in the back and I brought a scaling ruler down to the engineer.
Yeah.
And this is, so tell me.
It's a conceptual.
I'm a very simple person. Tell me where your 4K areas are and what sheet.
I don't think you have 4K areas drawn here. You actually have...
We do, and you're allowed to have 4K areas over your houses. I can show you many, many subdivisions in Pelham that are approved and built that way. That's not in the regulations, sir. I'm just telling you.
The design intent of the 4K area is for the location of the septic field. You agree or disagree?
No, that's not correct. The location of the septic field in Pelham is your septic location plus the reserve area, and those are separated, and those meet all the setbacks. The 4K area is intended to have good soils and meet the sideline and front and rear setbacks, and also the setback to the well radii. They have nothing to do with the buildable portion of the lot where the house sits. Nothing. I can show you subdivision in Pelham that's been approved and built that way. And if you need more clarification on it, I can get you the information. These lots you're going to see when you get to the full-size plans, these are very large lots and very large homes that are very well appointed, and the grading is all done on these. We've done test pits, we've had the witnesses, all of that. We're not asking for any waivers, we're not asking for any relief. This is an outstanding cul-de-sac subdivision. The extra land you see in the front is going to have a covenant on it, no cut. It's just trees along the front of the road. And we don't need to be in there. That's just extra land that is residual to the project.
None of these are dimensioned down in acreage on these sheets?
There is actually a table on sheet 2 that tells you the lot number, lot area by square foot, the buildable area by square foot, and the frontage in linear feet.
Awesome.
Mr. Chairman, this 4K area has got me hung up. I'm not agreeing with Mr. Dubay here.
So Jim, if you want to look at your land use regulations, it's on page 27.
Land use?
You want to see what it says.
Yep, I'm heading there.
Not that I want to jump on that bandwagon, but Kyle, did you...
Page
You didn't
27.
draw 4K boxes, you drew actual septic
20313.
systems where the leach
E3.
fields are and where the septic tanks are, right? As opposed to 4Ks?
We're showing everything. We're showing where the septic systems would be located. We're showing every septic tank. We're showing all of that.
Yeah, I see
As a matter of
that.
fact, the regulations do not require those systems to be in the 4K area. but we show the 4K
I see
areas
that,
as
but
well.
You actually have boxes that say 4K on them in the plan?
It's one box that shows, and it's just labeled as a typical 4K.
Okay, so you don't show individual 4Ks in all the lots?
We show individual 4Ks on every lot. We show the septic systems in every lot. Every septic system has been pre-designed already with witness test pits that meet all your criteria in state.
Must be really...
This second last page, Tim.
Carl, can I ask a question,
Doesn't
Mr.
say
Chairman?
4K, but it shows it on the second last round.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask questions of
Go ahead,
Mr.
yeah.
Dubay?
Yep.
All right. Looking at the plan, and I think that's where the confusion's coming in. So this is a conceptual. So you're showing the locations of the houses, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's within the box, and the box is for where you could move the house somewhere within that box. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. So the 15,000 square foot rectangle,
Yep.
that rectangle has to meet all your setbacks. You do not have to put the house in that rectangle, but you have to prove that.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah. Usually on a regular plan, they show the setbacks.
Right.
Not this way, but.
We're showing you everything. We're showing you more than what you normally see.
Yeah, yeah,
So-
well, it's a different format than we're used to.
Yeah, so if you want to go to the yield plan, which is basically what you normally would look at, oversimplifying.
Sheet 2.
That's on sheet 2. Those show you the setbacks that you would normally see, the well radii, the 15,000 square foot boxes. The table that Tim talked to you about needs to have 35,000 square foot of contiguous upland, uninterrupted, buildable area, and those meet that criteria, all of them by almost double and sometimes even triple that size. There's also 15% criteria slopes, 20%, 25% criteria slopes that only portions of those sections of the buildable areas can meet, and those are all in our compliance as well. We wanted to make sure that, we've seen you guys work on subdivisions, and we take notes, and you guys ask a lot of good questions on a yield plan, on a simple yield plan, even a final plan, and you're looking at it, and to Mr. Bergeron's point, you're looking at it and you go, wait a minute, that lot 3, that doesn't meet the criteria. Well, we're trying to get the lot in. We're not doing that. We want to prove everything out clean and go before the board with a conceptual that actually works and meets the criteria. We're not looking for, a little extra and seeing if we can work the board down. We don't want to waste your time with that. We want to make all the criteria there, everything that you require, and put it in. We've got the road grades, the profiles, the platforms, the slopes, everything.
What's your diameter of your cul-de-sac?
It's,
Does that need a waiver?
That does not need a
No,
waiver. That
no.
cul-de-sac has been designed per the town standards.
yeah.
Okay.
It's actually a large cul-de-sac. It just have a lot of character that way.
Are you
We
planning?
have a landscape area in the middle of it instead of just pavement.
That's what I was going to ask you. You're going to have a landscape area in the center of it? Yeah.
Oh,
So
sure.
what I'm hearing them say, it's going to be upscale houses. So that's why I asked the diameter of the cul-de-sac, because usually in a subdivision of upscale houses, you're going to get, some type of plantings or something, pleasing in the center of the cul-de-sac. A lot of people just pave them. So that's a plus, I like that.
Yeah, we'll have plantings, and we also are actually, retaining trees, existing trees in the middle of the cul-de-sac. It's big enough for that. But, to your point, we will put more information together on these 4K areas and go through those with a fine-tooth comb. You can assure we will absolutely do that.
we'll be pulling a very tight comb, right?
Now, what's your smallest lot?
That's what I was going to ask too, yep.
Are you talking in lot area or in buildable area?
Both,
No, it's square footage.
whatever way you want.
39?
Lot 2 would be the in lot area and actually in buildable area. The lot size is 50,783 and it has 35,009 square foot of buildable area.
So we have over 24 acres on this project and only 10 houses.
You know your soil groups are? Are those been determined?
We're putting to the final...
That whole area is not
You're
group one.
right, so more of a type B or C soil, and our test pits all are very consistent, and they prove that, and that's not a bad thing, actually. We have very large drainage areas here that were probably over-designed. We're also keeping the backside that goes towards the lake. That backside, we could look at like a covenant, a conservation covenant or an easement, because we have a lot of extra land that we don't need to be even touching. So we would put wrap that around and put a no-cut zone in that area.
Yeah, you'll be taking a visit to the Conservation Commission, so they'll have a piece here, because this is a major subdivision, so you know you fall under some strict criteria. Second question, I think it's along with, parallel to Roger's question. I'm looking at all your well radii, they all seem to be the same, so you have no duplexes proposed?
Correct, we have no duplexes proposed.
You have nothing over 5 bedrooms?
No, we
Yes or
don't.
no?
We don't, but I'm just thinking out loud. The last 2 lots could be duplex lots, but we're not proposing them to be. We just want single-family homes, and if you need to restrict that, we can certainly do that.
We can't restrict you from what you can do.
Yeah, well, those 2 lots, I think, if we're doing a high-end 10-lot subdivision, with really, you drive down the street, and the way we're setting these up is that you're not looking at, garages are not presenting themselves with cars and driveways and everything. What's presenting themselves is the houses as you go down the street. So if you go into the subdivision, every house is very nicely aesthetically laid out. And by the time you get to the end of the subdivision, the buyers in this subdivision aren't going to want to really be knowing that there's going to be a duplex in the subdivision. We probably want to keep this one as a high-end community and just keep it single-family homes, and we can do a voluntary restriction on that.
Public street?
Yes, all to the town standards as well. Yeah. Closed drainage, meets all the grading criteria. We're not asking for any platform waivers or grade waivers or widths or anything.
Fire suppression in each unit?
We don't know. We would like to go meet with the fire chief through the Highway Safety Committee and ask for their opinion on that. I mean, we can do cisterns, or we can do NFPA 13D, whatever they'd recommend.
Well, in the value-added portion of it, the contained sprinkler system, if you're really going high-end, that's what they want.
Yes, I think you're probably correct with a 13D system, yes.
Carl, do you have, there you are, over here.
I had to look around too. I was looking.
I know you guys we know you guys are tired too.
I didn't know if you had eyes over here. On the main road, you have sight distance out there?
Yes, so we are proving that out right now with the details that the road agent would like to see, and also Mr. Keach for the site distance coming around that corner, and we're on the outside of the corner, so that really helps a lot.
What's the road speed out on the main road?
I think it's the default speed, but we always put that information on the plan. I think it's 30.
30 miles an hour.
I think, but we'll check. If it's 25, then that just helps us, but your minimum at 400 still needs to be met anyhow, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, I just was wondering if it was kind of like when we looked at with 50 miles an hour when you hit the main road, so.
And Roger, you always jump the good questions. Do you know the distance from the road to Webster?
No, but we will put an overview plan that shows that for the community, the neighborhood. Are you talking about to the next intersection?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
well, back to Webster. You're right off of Webster. It's just a tad off of Webster, right?
Yeah, it's I don't know the exact number, but it's within the 400, but it's actually greater than the minimum required for intersection offset centerline distance.
It's greater than?
Yeah, it needs to be, yes, and it is. I just don't know what the exact
you said earlier, no waivers.
Well, we're trying, no waivers. Yeah, I want to be able to have a bet with you on that, but We really wanted to. I
can tell you who'll win.
With no right, yeah, with no waivers. I mean, it might be some administrative thing or something very, very small, but our team in our office and our client is saying, all right, if you want to go in and no waivers, you better do it. But we absolutely want to try very, very hard not to ask for any waivers, just because it's just a thing. I know it's a thing with you, and it's important. So, you know, if we don't have to rely on 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 different waivers to get something in, and, you know, it just feels a lot better, and I think we can do it.
Well, you understand the history of this lot, how it went from just barely a lot to 2 lots, and now it's 10 lots. So,
but
we know that history.
Yeah. We have extra land. Our client has, you know, assembled this lottage, and it was, you know, not accessible, landlocked, and now it's accessible, and it works really well. We believe it works super well. So,
any problems with water up there?
There's water. There's a cross slope through the whole site, and there's
Chairman's
water.
smiling.
There is water, and that's why we have a huge. If you look at
Down on the bottom where he was saying he's
2
going to
huge
leave it
areas.
open is where you might have some water, but it's not really going to stand there, Jim. My observation was in...
Not that kind of water, to
from
drink.
lots-
I'm sorry.
If you look on sheet 2 of 10, lot 7 and 5, see those amoeba-looking things? Amoeba-shaped? Those are the...
Wetlands.
No, those are ravines. Those are the steep slopes, like going into the cul-de-sac, like your 20 and 25% steep slopes, aren't they, Carl?
Yes, sir, right there.
Right
And,
where your cul-de-sac is?
So, in that area, there are some sections of steep slopes, but, we
Used to
can
be
work
great-
around those.
Used
We
to be
have-
great for deer hunting before they put the canal housing development in, because that's where all the deer would travel up in those ravines right there. It is pretty steep. Are you able to just fill that in and
We have
change the water flow?
cut on one side of the cul-de-sac, fill on the other. We're not impacting any wetlands. We did all the test pits. We had them witnessed by the town.
Yeah.
We're way above seasonal high.
Definitely wouldn't be wetlands, because that's
Right.
all pitching down.
So, one thing, if you look on sheet 1, the project has in the middle of it a big feature, that blue feature. That's a huge pond that we're building. And we don't think that has to be that big, but we oversized it for extra to put most of the project water into, and then the
that's a
drainage that's
detention
downgraded
area?
in that, we have another pond also in the middle of the woods there that would catch that.
That's a proposed detention area?
Yes, sir. And we're trying to create it, you know, as a feature, so the roadway wraps around it, and we wanted to have extra capacity for everything on this, and even before we went to this board, we wanted to make sure that, I don't know, we've done, I don't know how many, like 1 million test pits out here, so, and we had them witnessed already. We didn't do 1 million test pits.
You keep talking about the witness. Who's the witness?
Paul Zanowski, your health agent.
Carl, are you aware of the natural resource management part of our ordinance that's been adopted this past March?
We are aware that something got adopted. We don't know how to interpret it, but if you can
Yeah.
interpret it for us.
There's some issues in here that we probably want to discuss before you come in with the full plan. We should talk about that, right?
I would, have we talked about it?
We have talked about it.
You talked about it with
Legal?
legal and the BOA?
We have.
You might as well tell them.
Yeah, so there's an unintended consequence
Yes.
of this ordinance. If you look at 307-125D, there's a criteria here that says a 50-foot parameter buffer of all parcels shall remain undisturbed with the exception of the entrance into the property. It's not quite what it was meant to do, but that's what it says. So right now, in order to waive that requirement, it does require a variance from the zoning board.
So we are, does that include house lots on a standard subdivision? Okay, I think we
Unintended.
might, I understand that.
Yeah.
We might be able to avoid that.
Okay.
I think that I'm looking at, there's probably, and now it's the exterior perimeter, right, of the project?
Yes.
Not every single lot.
The exterior perimeter.
I think we can meet that criteria.
And that's if you want to keep that, I mean, indefinitely, if you...
I don't want to go to
jump-
ZBA.
Okay. Well, the ZBA, I mean,
I think we could do it.
Yeah, I think in this particular case, it wouldn't necessarily be,
Kyle, I don't
part
want
of
to hurt
it.
your feelings, but we're going to change that.
right, right.
But it was drafted that way, we have to adhere to it. So the ZBA has been conditioned to condition that, should you find you need to do it.
Yeah, I think we can, I think we can work, there's only a few areas, I mean, we're showing a detention basin that's, you know, closer than 50, but we don't have to be, that's just a placeholder.
Yeah,
We
so
can
if you
make that-
can avoid it, and then you wait a year
Yeah.
till we fix the zoning, you may be okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Wanted to make sure
Nope.
you knew that that was there.
No problem. We didn't know what actually passed and what didn't when we saw the list, so we're,
Yeah.
or how you were going to interpret it, so, yeah, that, I don't think that's going to be a problem at all.
So a question, when you come back and you have a full set of plans?
Yes, sir, we'll have a full set of plans and big ones and...
Big ones?
Meaning, yeah, this is just a, yeah. But we didn't think we'd get on tonight, but appreciate that. We want to work extra hard to make sure that you don't find anything, so...
Or suffer any consequences.
Yes. And Tim's done a great job on this, by the way. When you see the full-size plans,
It's your
I was
organization,
gonna-
right?
Yeah, I was going to ask, is he related? Is he the son taking
he's
over the business? Is
part of
he
our company. He's
Part of the company?
engineer,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, welcome.
So
Don't
50-foot non-disturb all around the exterior perimeter except for the main entryway.
Right.
Okay.
And no cutting can begin. No cutting can
Oh,
begin on
don't-
that parcel until you,
Don't cut any trees.
until you have
No.
all federal permits. So
You heard that? Yeah.
Question?
We need an AOT permit anyhow, so there's going to be some time there.
Carl? Hello? Have you flagged the center line of this road through the cul-de-sac?
No, we haven't yet, but we could.
Okay, no, so we're going to want to walk it probably, yeah.
Do you have a timeline?
We're ready now, if you'd like. We can flag it. Just tell us what date you want to be out there, and we can have our wetland scientists there and everybody, and flag it, stake it.
There's a nice trail that you could just about drive a vehicle down if they move the rocks into this development quite far, right? Is that trail still pretty open? Coming off a canal, you could almost drive down that.
With the rocks.
Yes?
Yeah, so it's fairly walkable, Roger.
Walkable, yeah.
So you guys don't have to decide now if you don't want to, but we'll get it ready for that and work with Jen and her office.
Are yeah, but you're going to, I think we're going to need a full set of plans first, though, right?
Yes.
Right, yeah, that's why I'm saying it would submit first for the full everything.
Oh,
and then-
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
This is just to get started.
Yeah. Well, the fact that you don't anticipate any waivers is a good thing.
We don't expect any.
Just pay attention to your loading, your well radii, and...
In the 4K areas, yeah, we're going to check that.
Looks like a good plan.
Yeah, I don't see any red flags.
No? You live there, you should know the property best.
Oh, I know it real well. I walked it a lot. It's a nice piece of land.
It is.
People will enjoy living there.
Very private.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, do you need anything else from us?
Did you want to say anything that you're going to be developing and building?
We're good.
Yeah, I mean, I built in Pelham on Mayflower. I did that development, like, we finished it 2 years ago. And then, yeah, we found this parcel, and I'm thinking possibly building my house there too, so.
Okay. Yeah,
Well, thank you so much.
so far it looks
Thank
good,
you.
yep. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Carl.
All right, we're going to move on to Donald Jr. Garcia, 7 Spalding Hill Road. It would be PL 2023-00015. And do we have an abutters list for this one, Danielle?
We do, and I'm trying to pull it up. All right. We have Eric Warwick, 14 Spalding Hill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Thomas and Doreen Lynch, 8 Applewood Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Donald R. Garcia Jr., 15 Spalding, right here tonight, 15 Spalding Hill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Amanda Sarah, 13 Spalding Hill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Christopher and Gretchen Brunel, 12 Applewood Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Mario Crystal Silver Jr., 18 Applewood Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Jason and Dina LaRoche, 6 Spalding Hill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Jason and Joanne Modeski, 8 Nicholas Lane, Pelham, New Hampshire. Michael and Rebecca Dorr, 4 Applewood Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Michael and Nancy Bevins, 8A Applewood Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Ann Courier, 9 Spalding Hill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Robert and Michelle LaRose, 178 Spalding Hill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Craig and Jennifer Reed, 14 Applewood Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Bruce and Audrey Ilmash, I don't know if I spelled it correctly, said it correctly. 5 Slave and Ride, Pelham, New Hampshire. Robert and Jamie Lindsay, 4 Spalding Hill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Jones and Beach Engineers, P.O. Box 219, Stratham, New Hampshire. I don't know why they're on the list right there, but okay. Matilda House Family Trust, 6 Applewood Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Donald Ray Roy, 5 Spalding Hill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Michelle Mary and Michael Dalton Jr. for 11 Spalding Hill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. John Nelson, 10 Applewood Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Robert and Catherine Allen, 16 Applewood Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. John and Michelle Golden, P.O. Box 778, Pelham, New Hampshire. And Donald Jr. and Alana Garcia, 15 Spalding Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. You.
Okay, for our record, could you introduce yourselves and tell us what you have here?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Joe Coronati. I'm with Jones and Beach Engineers. I'm representing Don and Arlana Garcia. Sorry.
It's Garcia.
I never done that before. But so they're the owners of 7 and 15 Spalding Hill Road. They live at 15 Spalding Hill, and they recently purchased 7. And so they've came to us to have the property surveyed and to do a lot line adjustment. They want to adjust about 19,000 square feet of land from their existing lot at 15 Spalding, which is, I don't know which plan's the easiest to see, but 15 is the odd-shaped lot with a
Do you have
long driveway.
a copy of this plan with you? Do you have a copy of the plan?
I do, yes.
Could you stick it underneath the projector in front of the gentleman? What? Yeah, but he can draw on it.
All right. Don, do you mind putting that under the, I think that's the...
It's a really odd-shaped lot.
Yes.
So it would be better if you could point at it so we could actually see.
All right, and
So-
do that with
So
this
where is the
thing, too.
existing houses that you have now?
There's 2 existing homes, so there's a home at 15 and at 7 already. There's no proposed structures.
Could you use lot line, lot
Right,
numbers instead?
there's no street numbers that we can see on these plans. It's not easy. If you go by street numbers, we
Right.
don't know what you're talking about. So if you go by lot numbers, or if you point and trace it, so that lot there,
Yes, so, sorry, 15 is lot 133-1, and 7 is lot 131. So, yeah, 7's on the bottom of the screen, and
Yeah.
15's on the top, bottom of the page, and 15 is at the top of the page.
okay, so is 133-1, where's the driveway to get into that? Is that up and, it loops up over another lot?
Yeah, it loops up all the way around that thin area. This is a lot that was created years ago by Kuko and Cormier, and they purchased it, built their home on it, and they have that kind of long driveway.
Okay, so that's where you have your home now.
Yes.
And then the lot below that, that's got frontage on Spalding Hill Road, is the
Yes.
other lot that we're talking about?
Correct. That lot's getting larger,
Okay.
and then the lot that they live on is getting smaller.
All right. So is the proposed line, I think I'm seeing it on this, can you trace your finger onto where the
it's that.
proposed new line would be?
It's that pink line that I have highlighted, but it's also right where our Lana is
It just
pointing.
went away. Can you get the camera back on the plan instead of me? Okay,
So it's this line here. That's
pink line, okay. That's the new proposed line?
Can't do it on that. Oh, I can do it up there.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And the green was the old line, all right.
So it's a fairly simple lot line adjustment. It'll make Lot 7 have 2 acres. It still keeps their, Don and Arlana's lot at 2.77, so both lots are more than conforming.
Did you just
So
say
it's-
lot 7 or lot 131?
131.
Lot 131.
Okay, so,
I do keep switching between, street addresses are easier, but yes.
but we don't have that. All right. And the duplex is on which one? Because it says existing single-family residence where you live, right?
Yes, and there's,
Other one that has the frontage on Spalding Hill is the one that has the in-law apartment,
correct,
and you want to make it a official duplex. All right.
correct.
And that says existing residential structures, plural. Is one unit in one and one unit in the other building, or are they connected together? What is,
No, both units are in the front building, closest to the road. The back building is a garage.
okay, all right. So there is not any contemplation of having the residential structure in that garage in the back?
That's correct.
It can, it's a duplex now.
What's that?
It's a duplex now, right?
Right, but we can't have a duplex that's two separate
Right.
buildings.
Right.
Currently, it's
Not
a
a
single-family
duplex.
home, yeah, it's a
Yeah.
single-family home with an accessory dwelling
Yeah.
unit.
Right.
131.
Right.
That-
But they would like to convert it to a legal duplex, since they don't reside in either property
Okay.
of 131.
Okay.
All right.
That's correct, right?
Yes.
All right, following it now.
So 131 is going to convert to a duplex.
And is the septic large enough for that currently?
We're working on that.
Hmm?
We're putting a plan into place for that.
Okay. All right, so tonight we're just going to work on the lot line adjustment, and then when you want to convert it over to a duplex,
That they would do in our office. Once you've given the lot line adjustment, before they can get an occupancy permit to be an actual duplex, they'd have to provide the state-approved septic design.
okay.
So I just have a question, just to be clear. On 131, it's a single family, you're going to create a duplex.
It's 131 is currently a single family with an accessory dwelling unit.
Okay, so that's going to remain as is.
Yeah, they're going to, yes, they're basically going to basically turn it, there's no change to the footprint of the building. It's just going to become a duplex.
The house.
Yes,
And is the garage in the back going to remain a garage?
yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, is that the one that's being rehabbed right now? Ah, okay. So I used to know the families there, but it's been years since I've seen them. I think they're all gone now, right? Yeah.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion that we accept it for consideration?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And also aye. Opposed? Abstain? All right, that's a 7-0-0, accepted for consideration. I want to open it to the public. Any members of the public want to speak on this plan? If so, come forward.
On that one? All right.
We can get another chair.
Thank you. You can stay here. He brought me a chair. Thank you. Hi, I'm Michelle Dalton, 11 Spalding Hill Road. I live in front of them in this little section. Where am I? I have a lot to say, probably. There's no water in this whole town. So how are you going to put a second family in a house when there's no water?
They're already there.
Or can you see me? No, there's nobody there. Right now, if you put one family in this house, that would be what is already there. But if you split this house and you put two families in there, how are you going to do that?
You're saying it's not an in-law apartment now, is what you're saying?
There were two people who lived in that house before. However, we can talk about that. Now, can you see me?
Keep shaking the table, we can't use them to shake the table.
Okay. A little farther. So I was here a couple of years ago when you guys wanted to split the property across the street. Like it was across the street over here at number 14. It was a 4-acre lot. So when that one was split, that was split into, it wanted to be 4 separate lots. And you guys denied that because it was an odd-shaped lot like this one. This was brought up as a reason why we wouldn't split that lot. You ended up splitting it into 3 lots. You brought up that there was water, and then an emergency situation happened, and those 2 new houses down at the bottom now have no water. Our entire neighborhood is in a crisis right now. You cannot put more families here without letting everyone know that there is no water. Adding this house right here has a already odd-shaped house, odd-shaped lot, which was approved as one of the last odd-shaped lots. Now you're going to take this lot, and you're going to now approve an odd-shaped lot. After you did not approve the odd-shaped lot last time. What is it?
That was
Approve the odd-shaped lot or don't?
No, that was a subdivision of land that you were talking about across the street. This is a lot line adjustment, not a subdivision of land.
Yeah, it
It's the
doesn't matter
complete-
because you're going to
it's the
take the
complete
lot.
It's the complete opposite. This is not a subdivision of land. We're not taking a piece of land and subdividing and making lots out of it. That's not what's proposed.
And so it's odd-shaped still.
That's not what's proposed here.
Unusable.
What's not, what is proposed here is a lot line adjustment, not a subdivision of land, so you
So that
can't-
you can add a second
can't
family
compare
here.
the two.
A second family. And now I'm gonna add in one more comment about what that feathered-haired gentleman just said, and how he wanted to put a very upscaled neighborhood into the bushes somewhere in this town. And he said that in this upscaled neighborhood, that no one would want to come in and see a duplex, because it's very upscaled, and you can go right back in the record and look at it. Well, I lived in Manchester my whole life, and I know what it's like when people come in. I don't know anybody who would want to come in here. I don't know what their plans are to either rent or sell, but I know what it's like when people come into a place and they don't own it. If they're going to rent this out, people don't own the land, they don't care about it. Nobody wants to come here and live next to people who don't care. And that's a fact.
Okay?
This matters. The water matters.
Yep. Jen, is this a in-law apartment and a house?
It is.
What is the status of it?
It is an in-law apartment, so I don't know who actually lived in it and for how long. However, during, the last few months, our code enforcement officer has researched this property and determined that there has been an accessory dwelling unit there. I believe we estimate it's been there since about 1975. So it has been there. My understanding, and you'd have to check with them, is that they're not going to change the outside of the house. It's going to look like it looks now, I think, but they'd have to confirm that. But we have determined that there has been, since at least going back quite some years, an accessory dwelling unit already there.
Raccoons lived there, and 2 people, for the past 20-plus years.
Yeah, and that may be true.
Yeah, I'm just saying. That doesn't matter to me if you change the inside or the outside of the dwelling. It's about the people who live there and the people in my neighborhood. You might be doing something that you think looks good on paper, but it's about the actual living space and who lives there and the quality of the things that are happening in the neighborhood. On paper, everything might look good, sound good, but then when you live in that space and you hear my neighbors talking about the fact that they have to take their laundry out of their house because they just can't do it. You are going to approve this lot line adjustment, and they don't know if the septic works. They don't know if the well works. How can you pre-approve that so that they can test the well? Do you not think that that should be done first? The well should work, septic should work for that amount of people first before you approve whether or not the spacing should be done for that amount of people?
You're still referring to all different things that have to do with subdivisions of land.
Oh, I
which is
meant
not
a
in
lot
front of-
adjustment.
Which is not in front of us. This is still not a subdivision of land, so we don't have that type of jurisdiction over that. And then when we do have a subdivision of land in your neighborhood, we hear the same things over and over again. Everybody wants to come up and talk, but then when it comes time to try to resolve any kind of problem up there, then nobody really wants to get together and do anything about it.
Okay. So the solution that's been put
So
forth
have you
before
been-
us
Have you
was
been
that
paying attention to the planning board meetings over the last
every
year or
time I'm
so?
looking at the planning board meetings, I'm the only one watching.
Yeah, so the last
Be
year or so,
honest.
every time a problem development comes up here in this area, and there's going to be a lot more of them coming up,
Yeah,
and then
that's right, there is, isn't there?
for some reason, the neighborhood just doesn't seem to want to get together and do anything.
Seems to be the way, doesn't it? Now, the last thing that we just came upon with the neighborhood was that a developer said that he would come in and instead of 12 buildings, he'd put in 54 and give us water for free. But why would we want to add 54 possibilities of people with no water in exchange for our water? In what way would that be? Like, how could we do that? How could we say, yes, we can have water, but then potentially put 54 families in jeopardy of having no water? What kind of deal is that? What kind of compromise is that making?
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
Oh, we were given multiple options to talk about.
I believe you're talking about the Sherburne Road development,
The
correct?
Sherburne Road development.
Can I add something? Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Water is a very valid concern. I understand where
huge.
you're coming from.
This is huge for 2 families to come into one space.
Right.
Without knowing whether the well works is really the number one concern here.
Yep, and I understand that. I do just want to let you know that because this is an existing approved accessory dwelling unit, we cannot, this board is not acting on whether or not they can continue that use, because that can continue. It's already existing. So what they're
Okay.
asking to do is add acreage to their lot in order to have a different type of ownership.
Right,
that-
so double the families. Splitting it from having a family with like a in-law apartment to having 2 separate families come in.
It potentially would be 2 different families, yes.
Right.
It could be 2 different families now.
It could be, right.
Correct.
It could be, because right now, by right too, you can rent out accessory dwelling units. They're no
You
longer
can't
in-law
You
apartments.
can't sell an accessory dwelling unit, you can only rent it.
So
If this
why
were-
does it need
if
to be
this were-
bigger?
If this were a duplex, it could be sold to 2 separate families that they would both own half of it, because
That's
it can
right.
be in ownership. Right now, it has to be rented. Right?
But-
It can't
but one
be-
side has to be
It can't be sold and
owner-occupied.
owned the way it is now.
So if it's bigger, it could be sold as
What they're proposing to do
2?
is to make it so that it can be sold and owned. What you're proposing is to keep it so that it has to stay rented. You want
Ownered.
you want
Owned.
rental in your neighborhood as opposed to owned in your neighborhood, is what you're saying.
I want it to stay one property
That's not
to
what you
be
said a little
owned.
while ago. A little while ago, you said you don't want it being rented. You
I don't want it to be rented, I would prefer it be
But it has to
owned.
stay rented if it stays the way it is.
They could not sell the house to be owned?
A in-law apartment, ADU has to be rented. It can't be owned. You can't sell an ADU. You have to rent it.
Okay, this is not the information that's here.
What's
We
that?
got a letter a couple of days ago that just said they wanted to change the lot line.
They want to do
That
a...
is what they want to do. They want to
wanna
change
do
the
a
lot
lot
line
line
to add
adjustment.
acreage.
To add acreage to make it a single, a two,
So it could be
Yeah.
a legal duplex,
A
that's
du-
correct.
a duplex, right. So a duplex can be sold, each side can be owned and owner occupied, whereas an ADU has to be rented.
okay, good
And
talk.
and when you shake your head, it doesn't change it. That's the way it works. You can't sell an ADU, but you can sell half a duplex. You can own half a duplex. It's called a condex, and it's just a form of ownership. And I'm not looking to argue with you, but that's just the way...
I'm not arguing
that's the way
either. I'm telling you,
things
there's
work.
no water. So if you put two families versus one, it's still wrong. It's just wrong.
The amount of people that would be in the building wouldn't change under a lot line adjustment or form of ownership. It still has the same amount of bedrooms regardless of the form of ownership or whether it's being rented or owned. It still has the same amount of bedrooms, the same amount of capacity to be used.
I can hear what you're saying.
Can anybody...
That's not true.
What's that? What part of that's not true?
The bedrooms.
What's that? You can't just go start adding bedrooms unless you have more capacity in your septic.
And well radius. So when my turn comes up, I'll be...
You can, if you want to talk to Jim, talk. We don't get turns.
Sir, the engineer, I missed your first name.
Sorry, Joe Coronati.
Joseph?
Yes.
Joe? It's okay to call you Joe?
Yes.
All right, Joe, my name's Jim.
Jim, we
Says
still...
it right here.
Jim.
Yes.
We still have an abutter we're doing abutters right now. right?
Yeah, I'm going to talk to him.
Okay.
I'm going to question it by way of the abutters, I'm going to question the engineer by way of what the abutter's inputting, but if you don't want me to, I'll wait.
No, go ahead.
Doesn't matter. 131 has an accessory dwelling within the built structure now.
Correct.
133-1 is proposing to take a single family, convert that to a duplex.
No.
Incorrect.
Incorrect.
That's staying a single family. That's where they live.
That's staying a single family?
Yes.
Okay, okay. You're showing the well on that. That's staying as it is. 133-1 will stay as it is,
Yes.
as far as the housing unit. Is that clear? So on 131, converting to the duplex from an ADU now, I don't see the well on that.
That's a good point. We did not find it initially. It turns out the well was inside the existing shed. I just learned that tonight. So
Okay.
We will change that, but the shed's been removed and the well is located there.
So,
It should be here.
I'm sorry?
The shed has been removed
Like, the well's here.
from the property. They've already removed the shed, which exposed the well, so now we know where it is.
There's a drilled well there,
Yes,
Yes.
and that's a deep well, right?
yes.
Year drilled?
I don't know, the house has been there at least since the 70s,
So pre-'89.
1962.
So, okay,
1962.
okay. So this board has an existing condition that doesn't change, otherwise the well wouldn't work, but the well was put there before the change in the regulations, so it can stay there. The lot's enlarging by some, so that he has an adequate buildable area for a duplex.
We're not even changing the footprint.
Right, but so you'll have an adequate area of land, of soil, for the duplex.
Correct.
There'll be a new septic design that'll accommodate the increase in bedrooms.
I don't think there's no change to the bedrooms proposed.
So then
Five bedrooms
it's
now.
a 5.
Yeah.
But your septic design will have to be for 6.
Yes, the state will require that we design a pocket plan.
And because you're doing this, and it's a change, Mr. Chairman, can you make the well radii work?
For the 6 bedrooms?
Yeah.
Yes, the well radius doesn't bump up till you get over 1,000 gallons per day. In 6 bedrooms, it brings you to 900.
Stays at 75, Jen?
If it's a 5-bedroom, well, I guess if you're talking gallons per day, yes. If it's 900 gallons per day would be under the threshold of what's typically a 6 is usually more than that, isn't it? 1,000
Right.
typically?
Yeah, correct. Once you get over 1,000 gallons, your radius increases to 100 foot.
Right.
But below that, which we'd stay at 6 bedrooms for the design. The house is currently proposed to be still just 5.
Is there a water problem at either one of these homes now? Quantity?
I'm not aware of any.
We don't have a water problem at our home.
Do you know of a water problem at this address? Is this within the moratorium district?
I was just going to say that I think, yeah, we're jumping ahead because it's a lot line change thing tonight, but this lot does fall under the moratorium. Yes.
Okay.
So,
Although
yeah,
they're not-
I wasn't sure if I should mention that tonight, however, other discussions coming up, because we don't have a plan in front of us for a duplex.
No, they're not building anything new, so I don't think they
Anything
would
new.
fall under a moratorium.
So,
Yeah, but they still have to update their septic though, right?
well, I want to go with the water problem that the abutter's bringing up. So I need to ask these questions because we're in a new territory. We've adopted a moratorium on building up here,
Our existing.
but it's not so restrictive that it can't be proven that you can comply in order to do this. So I'm wondering, Mr. Chairman, does the moratorium, do we need to do, because of the increase, you are increasing the load on 131 on the well. You are booming up the GPDs.
Well, it's
Can't
tricky.
say no to
Only-
that.
Only in the design of the future septic, but they're keeping the 5 bedrooms, they're keeping the loading the same, because they're
Okay.
not planning to increase the.
So do we need to do a draw test on that? Or what do we do? I mean, we have a situation where they can get out of the moratorium, because we can tell you that unless you can prove the water quantity, quality.
Yeah, this is under the Section 7 exempt applications, Jim. It says, "The provisions of this interim ordinance shall apply to all properties within the Sherburne Road area unless the property owner can demonstrate that the owner's property has either access to a fully suitable public water supply source, or that the owner can demonstrate that an existing lot on each proposed individual lot has sufficient water capacity and water quality to meet the proposed lot's land use, water supply needs and requirements." And that would be at the discretion of the planning board.
So should we ask that question, we need a legal for?
We can ask. I'm looking for applicability in this
Yeah.
ordinance.
You understand what we have, right?
A little bit. I was not aware of the moratorium.
So we have this ordinance, oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, if it helps, they're only planning on keeping the same number of bedrooms, so they could, if you want a restriction, that we won't have more than 5 bedrooms in this building, we'd be willing to do that if that helped you with your moratorium.
In response to the moratorium question, this ordinance is adopted to temporarily limit the issuance of building permits for new buildings and to also impose a moratorium on proposed subdivisions and site plan applications. I don't think that you can apply this to
doesn't apply.
existing homes that are just,
I just want to make it clear again, on 131, it's already 2 units.
Yes.
It's already pre-existing.
Yeah, there's an ADU in it. So I'm trying to get these things out in the front for the abutters need to know what we struggle with to approve or not approve. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to be very black letter law about it.
Really, it's 2 units. All you do is change the lot line, and it's still going to remain 2 units.
Right.
It's 2 units now, and it's going to remain 2 units later.
Right.
All you're doing is just changing the lot line.
Yeah, I'm not finding any exception either. I'm just asking this. I say these things, I ask all these things for the abutters to know. They need to know. They have a problem up there. There is a real problem. We know
No,
that.
I understand that, but just, I want to be clear, it's already 2 units now.
Right.
So there's nothing being added to it.
Right. But it's germane also for them to say, there'll be more water going out than what's being used now because of the occupancy. But we can't control the occupancy, nor can we regulate that. You could go in there and have 15 kids. I grew up in a house with 7, one bathroom,
I agree with you.
9 with my parents. And dug well. So, I mean, I can't, we can only protect what we're trying to do as planning board members so far, that they have property rights, and we have to, you saw how
I completely agree with that. I don't want to infringe on anything that they do with their property unless that it is infringing on everything that really matters, which is the water that happens. If they have to drill and drill and drill a well to find water just to split a property in half, that's really a problem that we are coming across in every other property that's around us.
put yourself
It's
in...
existing.
Put yourself in this perspective, if you could, their perspective. And I don't like to use people as examples because we have to look at things as, it's not the people that matter, it's the end result of what we do with the land. The land is forever. The people come and go.
I agree.
All right, you said that. This well has to produce enough water to take care of that duplex. If it doesn't, the problem's on them. We can't say to them now at that moratorium, is what I'm hearing, we can't say no. They have rights, and they should.
I agree.
And what's happening on this other lot, I was going to go in a different direction, but it's not changing. It's just the lot line's sliding over, so that they can put an official duplex there, which might become a condex if they, the best value is a condex. Keeping a duplex can be okay too, but a condex is where you get the private ownership thing back.
I agree.
And people take care of it. I have one on the end of the street. At first I thought, a duplex, it's beautiful, because each side is owned. It's not rented. It's not that stigma that's attached often. So just to tell you how we can't, I'm saying that to you, but I would never say that to anyone else. I can't. I can only say to them, this is the cold fact of what you're doing. Yeah. And we have to vote yes or no to that.
Yeah, I'm thankful for the information. Thank you, guys. Really matters. And thank you for cleaning it up, because it looked terrible. Thank you. I do appreciate it, but I am worried about our neighborhood, so I appreciate that. Thank you. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would somebody else like to come forward? Hello?
Hi, my name is Jen Reed. I live at 14 Applewood Road, so I live right behind you guys. And I'm not trying to pile on. I know it's super late, so I'll be quick. I agree with an earlier statement from one of the ladies that lived on the road with the apartments on Bridge Street. People in Pelham have the right to do with their properties as they please. But I think that you guys are all aware of the dire straits that we're in the Spalding Hill neighborhood when it does come to our water. And so I would just ask that even if we can't do anything about a duplex because it is an existing structure, that I know that there are things coming up in the future that you would just take into consideration that every time there is the smallest change in our neighborhood, we're rolling the dice on if we're going to have water. And that's our property values. It's everything that we've sunk into our homes. And if we don't have water because there's overpopulation, because of the development in our area, then our properties are worthless. And so, again, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here, but I think it's just really important because we did just sit through a meeting with the developer who wants to go up behind Chardonnay, and we had to decide, do we want to have a 50-house development just to get water 2 miles closer to our homes in the off chance that the voters in Pelham might approve to extend it to our neighborhoods? I mean, that's the kind of stuff that we're dealing with.
What was the
so-
result of that meeting?
So it was just within our own community, and I think it was a struggle because on the one hand, our neighbors on Marie and Nicholas, they would get piped in water. And the developer was proposing to us, if we all supported him, that he would run lines up until the end of Marie, so that someday, if the town of Pelham wanted to pick up furthering those pipes, that it would be much closer to our areas. And for some of us, that's appealing because we have neighbors that save their kids' bath waters to flush their toilets. I mean, that's what's going on in our neighborhood. And so it's nothing against you guys have every right to do whatever you want. Anytime you talk to any of us about adding something, it triggers us to be like, is my water next? Am I going to lose my well? Because that's the reality that we live with every day.
Was there any kind of a consensus at those meetings as to what the neighborhood was worth?
So we had some people that were against it because even if it did mean getting water closer to our neighborhood. So for instance, one of our neighbors across the street, she just fracked her well after drilling multiple times to try to get more water. And she wouldn't support him because she didn't want 50 more houses up in an area. So 50 more houses means probably 100 more cars. I'm sure you guys have driven down Sherburne around 5 p.m. at night.
Oh, yeah.
It's not
3, 4,
super
and 5.
enjoyable, right? I mean, like you guys all know what the problems are, but I think our neighborhood was divided, but it was something that people that, again, are going to the gym to shower were considering just to get it 2 miles closer to us. And so I just think it's important for everyone to know, I don't have a lot of stats, but I do have some realities. And so I just wanted to share those. And sorry, I know it's 11 p.m., but just, we're waiting for 4 hours just to see like what was happening. We thought maybe there might be some new construction, which is why we're here. And we just wanted to voice our opinions about it.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Would you like to come forward and talk? Either one of you? No?
I just want to make sure that the well, they should be looking at the well.
You can't talk from back there.
We won't hurt you.
Yeah, we don't bite hard.
I just think that they should make sure the well is whatever substantial is before they start renovating this house. I mean,
Can you just give your name and...
oh, I'm Gretchen Brunel. I'm at 12 Applewood Road.
thank you.
I'm in back of their house. And also, just as some background, it's kind of a strange, their land is strange, and we fought only to get one house back there. That's why there's only one house. There was supposed to be 3 house lots back there.
Back where?
On their land.
No, not
Yeah,
from
well,
us.
it was maybe before there was supposed to be 3 lots back there. And we bought it because of the water. So luckily, we only have 1 lot there. But I just want to make sure, if you're renovating the house, wouldn't you want to make sure that the well and the septic is acceptable before you start doing anything else to the house?
Are you asking them or us?
Well, just anything. I mean, common
We wanted
sense.
to clean up the lot behind us because we looked at that eyesore every single day. So we've done that for the neighborhood. We've made everybody's...
Well, the lot, but then you started on the house. I would think you want to
There
make...
was running water when we bought the house.
Yeah,
We
and
wouldn't
a
have bought a house
septic.
without running water.
And electricity.
Everybody, when they built their houses, had running water. Now we don't have water.
But the house was already there, so that's not because of our house that we're renovating.
I'm just saying, the water is definitely a problem in the area.
And we live there too.
Yeah, we live right here.
We have...
Oh, I know where you live. I live right in back of you. But I'm just saying, when you start shifting things around, sometimes water goes. I mean...
There's no shifting. The house has had water for 60 years.
But there's been no one living in that house for a long time, basically.
There's
There
been
was
nobody
one
living there
person.
since August.
Yeah, since August.
And how many people were living in that house?
Doesn't matter, it's a single house with an accessory
Right.
dwelling. There was
But
people
I'm just
living in it.
saying, you know,
They're still
I
using it.
would think,
This meeting is to move our lot line, not about our water. So,
I'm just saying to make sure that there's proper water and septic if they're gonna do a duplex.
we've followed everything that the town has asked us to follow since we started renovating the house.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I'm
Charlene?
pretty much done.
I would have to agree that we're talking about a lot line adjustment here, and we have also talked about the moratorium that is on new homes, not existing homes. It's 11 o'clock. I think we need to kind of move this along.
I agree.
We only have one more person in the audience. Did you want to come forward?
Oh, look at that step.
You guys aren't going home tonight. Chris Brunel,
We're
12
used to it.
Applewood Road. A little earlier, Mr. Chairman, you kind of scolded the Applewood people a little bit about not getting together and doing something about the water. But the bottom line is, maybe half the people have water and half don't.
Right.
And the options are stuffing 52 houses on an 18-lot part of land, which is going to exasperate a lot of things, or, as somebody said, well, maybe after that we do a water district. And the way it was explained to me, years ago, there was a meeting here, was a water district is you delineate an area, you poll the people. If half of the people say that, yeah, we're going to pay to pull in water from Hudson or wherever, it was Hudson we were talking about at the time, then everybody has to pay for that. How much? $2,000 a year. I'm retired. I don't need an extra. And honestly, we're blessed that we have water. Not tons of water, but water. And, you know, am I going to vote for $2,000 a year more or whatever it is? You know, that's the only thing I want to say. So there's your answer as to why there's no definitive action taken. Everybody's really not in the same boat.
Right.
Unless you want the whole town to chip in, which I don't think you're ever going to have the whole town to chip in for one area of the town. No, see, so that's your answer on that. That's all I
Okay.
want to say.
Thank you.
We're not going to have a 52-lot subdivision either.
Okay.
It's not going to be 52 houses.
I'm going to close it to the public, bring it back to the board. So we have a lot line adjustment in front of us. Did we kept the plan for consideration, right? Just before I opened it to the public?
We did, yes. So would you entertain a motion to approve the lot line, Mr. Chair?
What's that?
Would you entertain a motion to approve the lot line?
Are you making a motion to approve the lot line?
If you would accept a motion, yes.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor
Second.
and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
I would also be aye, opposed, abstained. Okay, that would be a 7-0-0 vote. The lot line adjustment is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for staying this late.
Thank you for your patience.
Okay, it's running late, so I don't think we're going to do any updates. Certainly not going to entertain non-public. Roger?
Motion to adjourn, Mr. Chairman?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm also aye, opposed, abstained, 7-0-0. We're adjourned.
I just don't know who would oppose that. Is it?
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the May 2nd Board of Selectmen meeting. We'll start with I'll call this meeting to order, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance if Selectman Bergeron can lead us.
To flag, United States, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we'll start the meeting with meeting minute review from April 18th meeting. Are there any corrections that might need to be made?
I have some.
Go ahead.
Okay, on page 2, line 73, it's New Hampshire 111, not 1-11. It's Route 111. On page 3, on line 115, it says, Ms. Lazarus explained that they hope to mitigate with the town. I think she meant negotiate, or I think it should be negotiate.
No, I think you mitigate those sites, like a wetland has to be mitigated. I don't think it's a negotiation.
She hoped to mitigate with the town to provide an off-site mitigation?
That's true. I see what you're saying.
You say work with the town?
Negotiate work.
Does negotiate work?
It does, either do. But if you didn't want to make it sound like a proceeding.
Right.
I mean, I don't know what word should go in there, but mitigate to...
I think what Heather was saying was it should maybe read, they hope to work with the town.
Okay.
Instead of negotiate.
Sure.
Yeah. Right.
And line 133 to 134, it says, Ms. Corbett asked why the proposed detour route goes out and around rather than taking a left up. How do you take a left up? What is that? What?
Oh, instead of taking a left up the road, meaning it's slang. Are you okay with your slang?
I don't think that's...
Do you approve your slang?
Well, let's just...
Would you like to clean it up, or?
Take a left turn up. What is it, 111?
Up
Bridge
what?
Street?
Up Bridge Street.
Up Bridge Street, then.
Take a left
Up
going
Bridge
south
Street.
on Bridge Street?
Going north.
North.
Yeah, up Bridge Street.
You okay with that?
I'm fine.
All right.
And then further on, it says, you can take, the town administrator work stated you can take a left there, and the cut through the proposed has a dirt road that is not a real road. What does that mean?
It's like a goat path of a dirt road. So we, Jay, you've been down that road, what would you call it?
It's not a road.
Is it a
Basically, Yard Meadows driveway stops, then it turns into dirt, and then you can drive through the forest to get to the back road there. But there's no road there.
Where is it?
They were sending us through Yard Meadows.
Oh, through Yard Metals, okay.
It's like an unmaintained
All
driveway.
right, I guess everybody else understood that, except me.
It was tricky, yeah.
Did not understand that. But if you want to leave it like that, it's fine with me.
When I saw the plan, I was confused. I was like, I didn't know a road went through there.
Don't drive a nice car.
No.
That's right.
Well, do we want to reword it so it's a little less cumbersome, then? You could say, town administrator Rourke stated that you can take a left there, but that the proposed cut-through is a dirt road, not a real road.
Sure.
Just for clarity.
Okay. That works. Any others?
On page 4, line 166, it said, town administrator work noted that this area is where the old ice area was. It's the old ice machine, or do you call it the ice area? I thought it was the old ice machine.
Yeah, it was old ice
Same thing?
coolers or whatever,
Okay.
yeah.
And Mr. Scott stated he spoke with the engineers who said they are going to be designing it.
Yes.
Got that?
Yep.
I know
And
this is nitpicky, but
No, it's not. Is it, they're going to be designing it, or are they going to redesign it? Is this an autocorrect?
That's the, isn't that blank? It's all that wooded area on the
Okay.
corner?
Okay, on page 6, line 244, Beverage manufacturers, nano breweries, liquor manufacturers, and brew pubs, who provides samples or sells to customers of legal age? At the farmer's market. I guess that sentence just doesn't make sense to me. They get permission to have a liquor vendor at the farmer's market. Mr. Spottiswoode stated that the state allows wine manufacturers, beverage manufacturers, nano brewers, liquor manufacturers, brew pubs who provide samples or sell, maybe that's what it is, or sell to customers of legal. The sentence doesn't end right. The state allows wine manufacturers who provide samples or sell to customers of legal age to do so at the farmer's market?
Are you stuck on the
Or maybe it
cells?
should say maybe liquor manufacturers and brew pubs to provide samples or sell to customers. How's that?
So you're stuck up on the who provides samples or sells?
Who and sells, yeah. I think it should be to. Liquor manufacturers and brew pubs to provide samples or sell to customers of legal age at the farmer's market. That makes more sense to me.
Sure.
Okay. And then in the next sentence, her name is Larson with no S. On 248, they will clearly mark the area for 21 plus only, clearly mark the area to be 21 plus only.
As, instead of has. Mark it as 21 plus only.
Can't hear you.
As, AS, instead of HAS.
Sure. That works.
What line up was that?
248.
248 as 21 only.
Has to as.
Yep.
Any other corrections?
On page 9, line 370, Mr. Putnam stated that they may be at, I think it should be maybe at. Agree with that?
Yeah.
One more. On page 10, line 422, they will automatically be joined with these communities, not with this communities. Mr. Gagnon noted that if they were to join CPCNH, they will automatically be joined with these communities. That's it. That's all I got.
Anybody else? I'll take a motion to approve the minutes as amended.
So moved.
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
All's opposed? Abstain? I'm a yes. That brings us to open forum. Is there anybody here for open forum? Come on up. Sure. Either seat.
Yep.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Kelly Hazelwood, 23 Wyndham Road, Pelham, New Hampshire.
And my name is David Hazelwood, 23 Wyndham Road, Pelham, New Hampshire.
And what brings you in tonight?
I guess there's going to be a meeting in regards to the landscaping that's going to be proposed by the COA for the Hobbs Community Center. I just wanted to address the board before that meeting.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're here tonight to respond to the meeting that was held on April 13th at the Hobbs Community Center with the COA. The landscaping plans The COA provided us shockingly had nothing to do with the buffers we were promised and agreed upon. On February 24th of '22, we attended a meeting in regards to the pickleball courts. At this time, we expressed our concerns at the meeting about the pavilion that was built. We were told by the COA member, Yvonne Lagarde, that a buffer would be planted to block us from functions that were going to be held at the pavilion. At the time, we had no idea what the pickleball courts were about. We had never heard of pickleball. We did address our concerns about the trees being removed. We also agreed that many of these tall, thin trees were going to be unsafe if more trees were taken down. In this meeting, Mr. Bergeron said he can assure us that the COA will address our concerns. Mr. Doherty asked Mr. Stewart, COA chairman, I believe, to address our concerns, and Mr. Stewart said that he would do that. Mr. Stewart did indicate to us that the COA had allocated some money towards a buffer. Yvonne said she was not sure what Al committed to us, but let us get together and chat. We met on our property to express our concerns. Yvonne did respond to our concerns on October 18th of 2022. She wrote that the COA would plant arborvitaes behind the pickleball courts in front of the fence where our pool is located to provide us with more privacy. There was nothing on the COA's landscaping plan regarding any type of arborvitae buffer. We thought the April 13, 2023 meeting was to discuss and agree where the arborvitaes should be planted. We were told the landscaping plans are huge. The arborvitaes were completely removed from the plans, citing soil conditions, wind, deer, and the cost of planting them. We were stunned to learn of these new plans. We were hoping the arborvitaes would also help buffer the noise from the pickleball courts. We did address that noise is also an issue. The fact is that the COA could not raise enough money to provide us with the buffers that we were promised. Yvonne stated that memorial trees would be planted instead, but it would take a few years before they would provide any type of buffer. The COA also has plans to install a walking path behind the area. Yvonne did ask us for our input on where some of these trees should be planted. We do want the Board of Selectmen to know that during the process of removing the trees from the pickleball courts, our fence was hit with a large pine tree. We were left literally to pick up the pieces and reconstruct our fence. The integrity of the fence is not the same. We found the posts were hit hard enough that it loosened them. Some of the cement footings to the posts are loose now, and we are very concerned about what will happen if or when the fence fails.
All right. Is there anything else you wanted to add to that?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that we did start the meeting. We were addressing our concerns. Lance Olet is going to be the landscaper. During the meeting, we were pulled out. We had 3 COA members, and we had Sarah Landry from the community center also there for the meeting. Al Stewart wasn't there. By the time we got back in with Lance to continue with the discussion, it was just Yvonne sitting there and Sarah. The other board members had left, and in my opinion, we never did complete exactly what we wanted to see happen, basically. Again, this is going back to February of 2022, and then back in October of 2022, where she did state that the COA did have every intention to plant the arborvitaes that we were concerned about. With the trees being taken down, and obviously I know everybody's looking at, we have a fence there, or there's probably enough privacy. The fence got hit. I do have pictures if you are at all.
We'll get into that. We'll get into that later.
Okay, well, I do have pictures of the damage to the fence if you have any reason to look at something like that, but I just want to let you know that it's not as cut and dry as you think with the...
We're not looking for any damages to fix the
Right.
fence.
Well, I mean,
We're
we
just
just, like we said, we picked up the damages and fixed the fence to the best that we could, but just this spring, we're noticing the integrity of the fence isn't there anymore. With the trees and the buffer being down, what trees we did have, wind is a big factor now, so that's probably playing a role in part of this. And, I mean, Lance is saying that wind is a problem with arborvitaes. If anything, arborvitaes will help, my fence will help as well as the arborvitaes stabilize that area, in my opinion, because the wind is like really outrageous now.
Okay. Well, obviously, we got them here tonight to talk about that, too, so we appreciate your concerns, and if you guys want to hang around, and we'll hear what they have to say.
Okay, so the meeting that's coming up to address this, the public does have input?
No.
That's right, that's why I'm here.
Right. Yep.
So you suggest we stay for the meeting?
Sure, if you'd like to.
Okay, I just wanted to...
It seems as though what's going on is the COA does not have the funding to build or to put up a buffer that we need. And apparently, I know the COA has been trying, and it's probably not easy with all the things that they provide now for the seniors and things. Maybe I heard kind of through the grapevine, maybe tonight during this meeting, that there's a little bit of a surplus in the budget. If maybe the town, all this property where the pickleball...
We don't know what's in the budget because we're only 24% through the year.
The property, all the pickleball court, everything that was built is going to finally come back to the town eventually. So anything that's put up there, I figure even if the town could give it a little bit of assistance to the COA, it's just going to come back to the town in the long run. It's the town's property.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not throwing money away, it's basically trying to help us, because we've enjoyed our backyard for the past 20 years. I know we can't change things, it's not our property. Yvonne made a comment to us, we didn't buy the view, we bought the property. We have a picture here, our yard was absolutely beautiful. We realized we didn't buy the view. But now, it's very difficult to even sit in the backyard. When they start playing pickleball, it's very loud, and when you've had quietness, and the only part of our yard that we actually have any peace and quiet now was the back part of our property, and now that's kind of been taken away from us. So we're not against the pickleballs. Obviously, we can't change what's been done. We just want a buffer, some type of, just a little separation between the pickleball courts and our property, which basically the pickleball court sits about 60 feet from our property. So it's very close, and there's enough probably to 16 people to stop playing at the same time. And when they stop playing, a couple at a time, it's tolerable. But when there's 16 of them out there, I've only heard up to 8 so far, and that was, I'm over there like pop, 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 pop. I'm just hoping that we can just, in a nice way, solve this problem without any bad blood, because we all love the seniors. I mean, we're practically there now ourselves, and it's nothing against the seniors. I just want to make that clear.
Yep.
It's just about us enjoying the rest of our lives on a piece of property that we've enjoyed for 20-something years now already.
Okay. I appreciate your input, and like I said, we'll discuss that tonight, so.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to go into our appointments with Jim Hoffman from the Highway Department to talk about the acceptance of 2023 paving bids. Mr. Hoffman, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Great. You got the table.
Just enjoying the weather.
Right?
On April 18th, we opened the bids for paving. We got 3 of them. Continental, R&D, and PJ Keaton. Continental came in $3.95 less than everybody else for the hot top. And the tack coat, which is the other expensive part, again, they were $3 less. So I'm recommending going with Continental for the paving bid. I rode around with R&D and Continental, and they both measured all the roads, listened to what I had to say and everything, and so.
Continental?
Didn't we have an issue with them before?
Isn't that the same company we had an issue with?
Yes, they challenged last year's bid through the court process unsuccessfully.
And you want to pursue them for that?
Well, like I said then, I've never had anything against their work. Last year, when we went around, the guy who came around with me was just very uninterested. And this year, they sent 2 guys out. They measured all the roads like I wanted. They asked questions, and did everything like R&D did the year before. And the year before, last year, the bids were really close. And that's why I went with R&D because they were so close, but R&D really put in the time. But I mean, $3 a ton it's pretty big, you know, $3.95, and it would save the town a lot of money, and they expressed that they really, really want to work for us, and that's why I'm going with them. You know?
Is there any discussion with the board on that?
Mr. Hoffman, at $3 a ton, what are we looking for? Was it 4,400 ton? Is that where we're?
Yeah, that's what we base it on. Usually I try to get all the roads as close to that figure as I can, and I came, really close again this year, so.
Okay, and last year we didn't go over the tonnage that we anticipated?
I think it was slightly over, and I also had R&D, because it was Dutton Road, I had them gravel the edges for us too, and I took that out of block grant money.
Okay.
Anybody else? Mr.
Yeah.
Bergeron?
I mean, it's Hoffman's department. If he feels comfortable with them doing it, I would just support.
Well, I mean, I talked to the attorney and stuff, and, they, said I should send out the bids to everybody again, and, and like I said, I don't hold anything against them. I'm sorry what happened last year, as far as them feeling the need to come after us like that, but, I mean, we did win, and
Well, I'll tell you this, last year, I know we gave you our full support on
Yes.
picking who you wanted to pick.
it's R&D, yes.
And I'm okay with, having that trust in you to do that. I just, want to
Yeah.
make it clear that there was an issue last year. And if you're okay with it and you're comfortable and you think you have things worked out, that they're going to do the work that we need done, and it's going to be okay then.
Well, like I said, I've never had an issue with their performance.
Right.
It was just, when you come here and put in a bid, I expect you to put in, the time
Right.
to go through the whole process.
Right.
And like I said, honestly, this year they made a real effort. They reached out and said,
Rebuilding process.
yes,
Right.
and, and I'm not one, I don't, like burning any bridges completely, anything like that. And with this price, I mean, the town is saving money,
Okay.
so.
Is everybody okay? Any more discussion?
Continental's a reputable company. I can't
Oh, yeah.
imagine that they would not do a good job.
Yeah, and like I said, it wasn't that I felt they would do a bad job last year. It's just that where the bids were so close, and R&D really took the time to go over everything with me, and this year Continental did the same.
Right.
And so,
Mr. Croto?
Jay, on this, is there any clauses in here if if pavement goes up, they have to stick to this price, or, I didn't see that in here.
there is, I don't know if Rhonda put it in the sheet, they do have, I forget what it's called, addendum, if the price does go up, there is, but every one of the companies does the same thing, R&D and all that. They'll, escalation,
Yeah, an escalation clause.
yes, yeah.
So my only concern with that, or my only comment with that would be, I believe, and I could be incorrect, that Continental makes their own pavement
Yes,
on
they
site,
do.
so they
Yes.
pretty much dictate the price for themselves,
Yeah.
versus R&D would probably buy it off Keating's or
Yes, R&D
Rocks.
would go through the closest pit, around here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if something happened to change, I would just encourage you to look around at Keating's or Rocks to see what their price was. If Continental came to you and said there was an increase.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Everybody else set? Yep. All right, Mr. Hoffman.
Okay.
You got it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next appointment is with Bob Long from the Transfer station. He's the transfer superintendent. He's going to give us an update on the rules and regulations. Mr. Long, how you doing?
Good, how's it going?
Excellent, excellent. The floor is yours.
We're just looking to update these old regulations because we're separating out different materials now.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's pretty self-explanatory what is said here. If you guys have had a moment to read it at all.
If I may, Chairman.
Sure.
I think one of the notable things, Bob, if you could just explain, is number 8, under requirements for residents of Pelham. Previously, there was no necessity to separate, correct, for recyclables?
Right.
So the new language is separation of certain recycling items is mandatory, parentheses, aluminum, tin, glass, cardboard, plastic, mixed paper, for the use of the transfer stations. Residents are responsible for placing their pre-sorted recyclables, scrap metals, household trash, universal waste, and fee/cost items into designated area. So that is a bit of a change from what we've previously done down there, correct? In terms of separation?
Separation of our recyclables, yes.
Okay.
Meaning cardboard, paper, glass, tin, and aluminum. Everything else was done the same way. We just put it all together. The residents come in and on the recycle side and they throw their glass on the table, cans in the conveyor, and then the cardboard and paper on a conveyor. Everything else is pretty much the same down there. We moved the light iron area and all that, which I hope everyone knows by now. And it's flowing pretty good down there with all that.
I think the other thing of note is that there's language in there on certain recyclables and disposable items that the fees are subject to change. And the reason for that is so that he doesn't have to come in front of us, because those prices do fluctuate.
Yes, these prices are going to be here for at least 5 years.
Right, and correct me if I'm wrong, we don't add a profit margin on to the expense to get rid of something. It's the cost of...
It's the cost.
The cost plus the transportation of us to get rid of it,
Yes.
more or less.
We're not making money on anything, no.
So anytime somebody pays to get rid of a mattress or a television, it's just our cost to get rid of it and transport it out of there.
Yes. Yes.
So is the plan for cost disposal items to be posted like every year? Do you know what I mean?
We could do that.
Here it says, it's going to be subject to change, and
Yes.
you get rid of the actual price, right?
Yes.
So I get the whole purpose of that. So I just want to make sure there's a procedure that every year we have it posted, and that's the cost for the year, or is there a plan for that?
If we change prices, we will give people at least 3 months' notice, maybe 6.
Yeah.
And then just say, we did one last year, or the year before, and we changed these prices, and they were all in agreement, at the time.
Mhm.
And, yeah, we're not just going to change in one day.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. I just want to make sure there's a mechanism that people,
Yeah.
maybe just submit the changes. We can make an announcement here, put it on the internet.
I feel that the Pelham.web/transfer has a list of prices on there.
Right.
So, that's probably the most current way to
Yeah.
check those prices.
Right.
So we should keep up with that on the website.
Is there any comments?
Yes, we did not take one off of here. The propane tanks, we were charging $10 for. We stopped charging for them because we had to put them in another area. We want to keep all the money in one spot, in checks or what have you. And that's why we just threw that back out, but we never did change that on here.
Mr. Bergeron?
Just double checking, on number 2 where it says stickers affixed to the lower right of the windshield, is that the passenger side or the driver's side are you putting them?
It's the passenger side, but
All right,
most
no.
people, go by that, yeah.
All right, no, because a lot of people put them on the driver's side and I'm constantly moving them, so I guess just push that, because in New Hampshire, you can't have a sticker,
Right.
it's the inspection sticker.
So it's on the passenger side.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Croto?
Bob, on the new separation requirements, how do we plan on policing that? So let's say that, Mr. Smith comes in and he's not a recycler. What do we do?
We tell them what they should be doing, and if they don't do it, they throw it in the trash. I hate to say it, but they
I think
separating.
it's more like when we do the water ban.
Yep.
We're not going to spend resources.
We have
policing
people out
it.
there telling people what to do. We have signs out there, and
I think it's an education thing.
Yes.
Right, it's more of an education thing. Letting people know, hey, you're just costing the town money by not doing this, and
Right. So my point to that question was, is there going to be no confrontations if Mr. Smith is not a recycler and next thing you know, there's 40 Bud Light bottles are going in there, clink, clink, clink.
well, we try to tell them that, you need to put that over there. There is no confrontation, no, at the time. But if it keeps occurring, some people come in and they say, well, I have friends over, and blah, and we let it fly.
All right. Last question.
Good.
Do we anticipate a traffic backup with the new recycling? So when we come in all to the left, we're all recycling?
No, Tuesday mornings is very bad, as usual, same Saturdays. I just got a couple of new things down there. I'm trying to add a second lane to the right, and we're going to have cans and glass also over there, but you still got to go on to the left to get rid of your cardboard, plastic, and paper, because we don't have the size of the facility we really need. We're just trying to do the best we can down there. But they'll be back up on busy days, especially Christmas week and Thanksgiving weekend.
For the record, I think you guys do a great job down there, so.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. We hear that a lot.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, from the residents, they say, you guys do a great job, thanks for helping. Yeah, they do. They really, they say a lot down there. It's great.
Good.
It's a great place to be down there. They try to do the best for the town we can.
Mr. Keegan?
I will second that. I've
Oh,
had
thank you.
occasion to go, since Hal doesn't drive anymore, I've had occasion to go to the transfer station. Everyone is very friendly and very helpful. They will take the stuff out of your car if you're not moving fast enough, but they're very, very helpful down there.
Yes, when it's busy, we got to keep the line moving.
So one question I have is,
Yep.
and I suppose this is clear on the website, which I haven't been to, I must admit, but the plastic has me confused about what plastic is recycled. Is it any, like plastic bags, or is it plastic like this?
It's mainly 1 through 7, which there are a lot of 1 through 7s. Even Styrofoam has a 5.
So that's in a little triangle that's somewhere on the item?
Yeah, it is, yeah. It's mainly for water bottles, detergent bottles, soda bottles, milk cartons. It's not for plastic wading pools or stuff like that.
And not plastic bags?
No.
It's plastic like this?
It has to have the recyclable triangle on it with the number to be recyclable. Otherwise, it's just garbage.
There's a lot of different plastics out there we don't accept. Like I said, wading pools. They have a number 7 on them. We don't take them there because it's...
So to kind of piggyback on what Jason, Selectman Croto was asking, if someone were to throw a plastic in that's not recyclable in that bin, what happens?
If it's already in there, it's in there. we don't dive in.
So on the end result, is there a problem on the end result that they say Pelham is not?
No, not the amount we have in there. We've never heard anything about that. Where it goes to, no, they have not complained about anything.
So Pelham trash is good trash?
Yeah, for the most part. If you want to say it like that.
I like it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Bob, I'd pat you on the back, but you're doing a good job, so. Is there anybody else that wants to?
Thank you very much.
No, you guys do a great job. You really do. We get a lot of comments here, and, it's good to know, Any other comments or concerns or anything like that? Everybody okay with the changes that were made? Chief Rourke, anything you want to add?
I don't know if we need a vote or not to support the changes. Is-
Oh,
okay.
yeah, you guys got to sign this, well, maybe not tonight, but.
Right, I'll have something I'll have a clean copy for you
Yeah.
guys to sign, but,
I'll entertain
That
a motion to adopt the changes as they are on this form here for the transfer station rules and regulations for the operation of the Pelham, New Hampshire Transfer Recycling Facility.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstain? I'm a yes, 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Long, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Have a good night.
You too.
Bob.
Next, for appointments, we have interviews and appointments. We have candidates for Zoning Board of Adjustment and Conservation Commission. And what we're going to do is we're going to interview the candidates, and then we can make motions afterwards, after they're all interviewed. And Town of Pelham volunteer position posting. We have positions for Agricultural Commission. We have one alternate for 1 year, 2 alternates for 2 years, 1 alternate for 3. Conservation Commission, 1 alternate for 3 years. Zoning Board, 2 alternates for 3 years. And we'll start with an applicant for the Zoning Board, Mr. Lance Ouellette. Mr. Ouellette, how you doing?
Good evening. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Yeah, introduce yourself and your address for the record.
Lance Ouellette, 13 Gaston Road in Pelham, New Hampshire.
Awesome. And you're here tonight for the alternate position on the Zoning Board.
I am seeking appointment for the 3-year alternate position, correct?
Excellent. Just tell us a little bit about yourself. I know you've been here before, but...
I've been here since 1999. My family raised my 2 daughters here. They're 19 and 16. I sat on a zoning board for 2.5 terms thereabouts. In that midst of that term, I gave birth to my first daughter, and in my second daughter, I also developed and started a company back in 2004. I was into my second or third year back then when I started my company. I decided to get involved because of my late wife's grandfather, Walter Kosick, begged me to get on the board to get more involved in the town of Pelham. And I did, and I enjoyed it for the most part, but I had to make a decision based on the age of my kids. They were getting older. They were starting to get into sports. One was transferring from St. Pat